but he was in the BMW that
Chad,
was an
what's going on?
exotic
I'm back
car,
with
had
another
a tracker on it.
video, back with another
Okay,
live
he didn't
stream.
have a gun.
GS Reader
Was supposed to
Don,
be
you
passing
know
gun
what's going
to
on. Like, comment,
Jam, saying he was
subscribe.
rusty.
We back with this
He
little
didn't have
Durk
no
case.
mask.
Let's see what's going
He didn't
on,
have
chat.
nothing.
Let's see
And
what's going
here's the thing.
on.
Remember, when Durk first calls, they got two different phones because they don't even want to connect the shit. They don't even want to make it seem like Durk is talking to certain people when the phone records come out. Now Didi calls Durk to be like, yo, Durk, you see your shooters? You see a SWAT team back there? The mere fact that Didi is calling Durk and Durk answers, but anytime Jam called him, he did not answer. Booty Mo called back. Duty Low call. Nope. Didi could get him on the phone. Vonnie could get him on the phone. Not Jam. It's already predetermined. Them niggas was never going to do the shooting. They were never going to do the shooting. Again, we're doing story mode here. I'm not saying Durk's guilty. I'm just saying if we're making sense of this. That means if there was a plot, Durk got to be smart enough to be like, yo, anytime these niggas call me, I'm never talking to them. Because they're going to be doing the hit. Now, I could talk to Didi. Now, I could talk to Vonnie. And it kind of ends like that. Because in the cars, the people he would answer their phone calls in the BMW. The people who phone calls don't get answered is in the Infinity. Even when they're in the Infinity and Otf.Jam starts seeing these niggas is beating up sweat. These niggas is sweating before the drill. The AC's on blast. They sweating like niggas is fumbling, putting the fucking, cartridge in the gun. Like, yo, these niggas, you can see the heart, like they heart beating through their shirt. Like, he's like, oh, hell nah, man. I'm with the rookie squad, man. Like, yo, you could tell the Jam was like, oh, hell nah, man. They got me with the G League in here, man. Oh, hell nah. He tried to send a text probably to Didi. Yo, bro, let's not do it today. These niggas is scared. Plan was already in motion. Didi ain't respond back. I think Jam started realizing, nigga, you're the crash dummy. You can't stop that car in motion, and nobody gonna talk to you because you're gonna implicate them now. You're gonna implicate these niggas. Because if you get caught and they look at your phone records, who's the last nigga you on the phone with, or the last nigga that texted you back? Now, granted, Vonnie got switched out the phones after that too, but the government found all them phones anyway.
And he showed.
Nah, chat. Imagine you a hitman. You just did. He did 12 years for attempted murder. And one of the first drills they got him back on, he realized he's on the JV squad. The JV squad is going on, bro. Yo, you ever watch JV high school basketball? Niggas is missing layup. Like, they do a layup line before the game start? Niggas be missing them shits. You're like, what the fuck? They sent that man with a JV squad.
Oh, yeah, he said, "This is look at the Navy SEALs." They said, "Well, what is the Navy SEALs?"
Look at the JV squad.
He said the Navy SEALs. I guess they go on missions. I don't know. They kill them.
Navy SEALs is like, outside of a few special, forces that's within the military. The Navy SEALs is considered to be pretty much the highest and most specialized group of fighters that the American military has to offer. It was the Navy SEALs, I believe, that went in and executed Bin Laden. Like, they go for like those specialized missions where you need a nigga who could probably detonate a bomb, like kill a man with his bare hands, swim 2 miles, fucking climb a fucking 2-mile tree. Like, yeah, these guys, they go through. If you ever see their training, I don't know if you guys ever look at this. Look, Navy SEALs. They got something called Hell Week. This shit is...
You're wet, sandy, and shivering. Who died of bacterial pneumonia on September 2022. I want you to do hundreds of reps of push-ups, flutter kicks, and running in and out of the surf zone.
Yeah, they got these niggas doing drills. They're firing gunshots. Like, these are trained guys. Here's the problem. Didi calls up Durk, and he says, yo, do you see the Navy SEALs we got here? These niggas was JV walk-ons, bro. Trust me.
Don't think about it as a wink. It will become easy to feel overwhelmed.
Yeah, anyway. So Navy SEALs was a wrong title, bro.
Niggas, I mean, they're Army, Navy SEAls. So they was in the car like the Navy SEAls is here. Bitch, we on that. Look at the Navy SEAls.
Durk tell they ass, go crazy.
In the car. As they're headed to LA. And then he said when he got on the phone with Durk, he was like, when Durk was like, yeah, what's up? It's finna go out. He said, yeah, I slammed GD. Yeah. He was doing this like a Navy SEAL, like nigga GD. Yeah.
Okay, so apparently he was driving them rigs.
So Durk is on the phone, and the Navy SEALs, and they doing this on the, we finna.
So all of them was dropping the rakes.
It's something.
It's interesting because I think Lil Pop and Quantarana were Crips. Got nothing to do with GDs. Like, what the hell? I think them niggas just, even if they were, I think if them niggas was gonna kill like a lobster, they would drop GDK, nigga. Like, what the hell?
We're on that. And he said, well, where you at? He said, yeah, I'm at the studio. And he said, yeah. And so him and Didi went back to talking. Then they said that they went to a mountaintop somewhere before.
Okay, we won't get back to that. We got a new tweet by Trap Lil Ross. Yo, they said, oh, here we go, chat. Oh, shit, it's going down. Holy. They said, Jam says, I know he hates me, but I still got love for Smirkio. Oh, shit. He said, I just don't respect him. Jam claimed he was never offered money for the killing, even though he was present when Durk told several OTF members they would be straight. And when someone asked if they could get $500K to $1 million for the hit, when someone asked if they could get that for the hit. Now, that's going to be important. Brian Steele has to kill this nigga on the stand. Brian Steele got to, I ain't gonna lie, he might have to jump over the shit and, Jam is left an opening. Jam is admitting he was never directly offered money. Now, granted, what he's saying is that there was a money offer or a statement that seemed to infer that there was money being offered, and other individuals jumped in and say, damn, like half a mil? They have to basically debunk that and been like, ain't it because you broke, you thought anything you did for the gang or anything you did, you was going to get paid. Isn't that the truth? So Brian Steele, he's going to be a master with this. I can't wait. Said Jam had never made a song before Murder & Pop. He said he was paid 10 bands for his first song ever, Federal Freestyle. Oh, that's why the government claimed they got compensation not only in money, but career opportunities. They put Federal Freestyle on OTF Loyal Bros 2 group album. By the way, the feds in their superseding indictments, they really do claim that that compilation.
I'll be right back. I'm about to go on a mission real quick. I'll be right back, man. Y'all stay tuned in and let me know what's going on, chat. I'll be right back. Gotta run an errand for my auntie. Y'all know how I do.
And again, I know y'all won't clip me, but this is not how I think. This is how the feds look at Durk. The feds look at Durk as, yo, bro, you ain't believing these niggas musically at all. You ain't really want to give them cameos. You ain't want to give them verses. You really ain't want to put them on. But you realize that they all wanted your life. They wanted to be rich and famous like you. And you used the money as a way to control them. Whether you was putting 1,000 on the books of Jam like years before when he was broke in jail with nothing, to giving his mama a little bit of money. As soon as he got out, you didn't put him in the studio when he first got out. You put him in the streets to do a drill. So what were you really paying him for? Now, after you did the drills, then you put him in the studio because it was another way to pay instead of giving money. It was another way to pay. So that's how the feds are describing how Durk views his guys. Like, instead of like with paying them with cash for either murders or drills or doing something gangster, he would, we got a compilation album, and he would just take songs and be like, yeah, y'all could be featured alongside me and y'all could possibly break. Obviously, Durk is going to contend that and be like, no, they're my friends. People sign their friends, and people put out music and group albums with their friends. Nothing had to do with incentive for murder. Anyway, so he got paid $10K for the first song. Okay? Now, I'm not sure if the feds are going to pinpoint into that and be like, is it normal that you get paid for these songs? Did you have a record contract? We'll see. So Durk allegedly finessed all the hitmen. They thought they was getting $500,000 to $1 million. Jam got nothing, and the two shooters hung around Vonnie after asking for money. But Vonnie put Durk on the FaceTime and say, I got him. They gonna be straight. But they left with nothing. Chat, this is a story as old as time. Straight drop. He killed Dolph. Him and the other goofy. They're like, I bet. Cornelius is his name. Nigga, your name is Cornelius. You should not even have a gun in your hand, man. You should have like a stethoscope, brother. What are you doing? Cornelius. So anyway, y'all killed Dolph. Now after you killed Dolph, man, niggas is like, you see the thing with killers, they start spending the money before they get it. They start spending the money before they pull the trigger, bro. Straight drop. He only gets like $20K or something. Did he even get money? No, I think, no, nigga, he got like less than that, like $1,500. Like, it was nothing that he was promised. Robert Allen with X. Oh, I bet. Yo, we robbed X for $50K. I bet. Yo, let's split up the bread. Nigga, they gave that nigga $1,000 too. Like, every time we're seeing these situations, we see how niggas are not paid in full. Niggas are not paid in full. And that's what I'm saying this about snitching. Is like, bro, if a nigga will snitch on you, well, I guess we got to start from here. A nigga's going to think that if you have him take a life risk to go kill somebody and you won't live up to your end of the bargain by paying him, why the fuck should he stay loyal to you to not snitch on you? And that might... It's like a flash flood around here. Did y'all see that flash flood in Nepal? Oh, my God. Condolences to those people. Anyway. Yeah, they got some flash flood when they go crazy, huh? So, chat. And I could understand that. You put your life on the line. You put your freedom on the line. A nigga tell you he wants somebody killed. You go kill that person. And then the person's finessing you, scams you, doesn't pay you. He's giving you the runaround. Nah, I got you, man. Nigga, I told you be good, bro. Just chill. You hot right now. You hot right now, bro. I got you, though. Nigga, I got you, though. Meanwhile, you watching them buy India purses, bags, Chanel bags, got her on vacation. You watching them do this, then that. The other guy's just getting a new Trackhawk, Hellcat. Everybody getting shit but you. And you thinking you like, damn, this nigga, I put my life on the line for him. He treated me like I'm an option. Anyway. So they said Jam got nothing. Two other shooters was hanging around Vonnie asking for money. But Vonnie put Durk on FaceTime and said, I got him. They're going to be straight. They left with nothing. So nobody got paid that time in Cali. Jam said they was going to kill Quando in the Bape store. But they were scared security would lock the doors and trap them inside after the hit. Damn. Niggas is going to run inside the Bape store and kill a dude, bro? Jam said he snitched because he wanted to get it off all his chest because it was weighing on him. Said he felt Pab was innocent and Durk was selfish to send him on the hit with people he ain't know. Didn't I tell you? He say he ain't know the niggas he went on the hit with, bro. I told you, nigga. Nigga, he knew Keith Jones. Like, I forgot how he know Keith Jones, but he just got Keith Jones, bro. But, like, he don't know why that's what he's claiming. Obviously, he could be lying, right? Like, he's trying to get out of jail. So, like, he's saying whatever to make the government look good. Specifically, he said that Vonnie was, nigga, didn't I tell you, nigga, Vonnie was a goofy? Didn't I say it? Yo, Durk won't answer the phone. You have a nigga, well-reputed killer that a lot of people felt like Durk was starting to gravitate to niggas with the name. Jam, every gangster from Chicago who got on here, have they not said, yo, I ain't gonna lie, that nigga Jam, his name ring bells from the streets to the penitentiary. Durk is next to all of the niggas with a name. They bring out Jam to LA and Jam is taking orders from goofies. Jam can't even get Durk on the phone. He got a goofy putting a gun in his hand. That's how he's looking at it. It's like, all right, imagine you in a gang with Pooh Shiesty. You know how Pooh Shiesty give it up. Whatever. Pooh Shiesty say, yo, bro, come do this. You show up, and all of a sudden, you know who meet you at the spot? It's academics. I give you a gloves. I said, all right, 2 for you. Okay, you need a face mask? You want the Nike one or you want the Adidas? I give you a one of those, and then And then I'm like looking down the receipt of the thing, and I'm like, okay, and you get this here. And then I'm like, okay, and here's this gun. Nigga, would you be confident? And you're like, bruh, yo, let me talk to Shiesty real quick. Hold on, just, bruh. Jam wasn't feeling it. He felt like Durk put the goof troop in charge. Durk put the goof troop in charge. Vonnie bought the shit. He's folding up the receipts in case he need to show Durk what he spent the credit card with. Yo, Durk, now I told you I used the card. Yeah, no, I bought exactly what you said. I bought 3 masks. See, 1, 2, 3. They didn't have any more than Nike, so I had to go with the Under Armour. And then remember the ski mask? Yeah, I bought 4. But did this nigga save a receipt from a goddamn criminal conspiracy? You know who this? You know who Vonnie was? This is Vonnie right here. This is Vonnie right here, bro. This is Vonnie right here, bro. Look.
Porno.
Right.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Yeah, that's Vonnie. They talking about the plan. He taking notes. He got notes. Yeah, so Jam peeped it. Jam is like, yo, he not answering the phone. I'm with the goofies. They're talking about let's do it here. I'm like, I could tell these, yo, this is a JV team. They never did nothing.
Is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Chat, it's a fact. Somebody said that's how you could tell Vonnie's dad was telling the truth. I ain't gonna lie, man. You might be motherfucking right with that one, brother. You might be motherfucking right with that one. He said Vonnie was a goofy. Goofy. That's one of the reasons he snitched. Now, this is from his words directly. He said he snitched. I don't believe him with his going to get his shit off his chest. He just wanted, he signed an immunity deal or like the shit where like everything he pleads guilty to now cannot come back. That's why. Now he said Pob was innocent. I don't think he feel bad for Pob at all. This nigga's a murderer. We could go look at, by the way, I think they found the first murder he ever did. The first murder he ever did, it's on my page. It's on our stream page. You feel me? This is the guy he shot in the head. There's an article about it. This guy right here. Remember, apparently they were doing some money laundering shit. This guy was money laundering for someone in the BDs. And apparently when someone's pops in the BDs who was using him for money laundering, he stole some bread. And that's why the son of the nigga who got finessed by him called Jam and say, yo, let's go rob this nigga. They go rob him. This dude starts tussling. He starts tussling with the son of the nigga he finessed. He tells Jam, nigga, shoot him. Jam pulls it out. Bam! Shoots him. Now he's bleeding. Ah! Then he looks at Jam and says, yo, this nigga knows me. He knows and he's seen my face. Nigga, I'm gonna go to Jam. Nigga, you gotta kill him. And Jam put the gun to his head and ends him. So Jam is a ruthless individual. I'm not believing Jam for a second on some he felt bad because Pob was innocent. I'm not believing that. Now, what I do believe is this part. He do believe Durk is selfish. I'm telling you, them niggas was watching Durk live $1 billion lifestyle, and these niggas is probably thinking like, yo, bro, like, nigga, I'm killing niggas for you, bro. Nigga, I'm killing niggas for you. Trust me, when a nigga's envious, and I ain't gonna lie, Jam was probably envious too. When a nigga's envious, he watch every aspect of your life. Nigga, I know certain people, let me tell you this. I be careful of everybody in my life. Let me tell you this. There's certain people in my life, they'll be like, man, yo, you know I needed this money right here, and I just seen you cash out on another car. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck that got to do with you? It's like they looking at everything. I could imagine he bought India some shit and Jam and them was probably looking at like, man, you could buy your bitch shit, but you can't. Niggas like that, they gonna turn on you. Facts. They watching your shit too heavy. You get what I'm saying? So he's probably watching Durk like, Man, I just put a nigga down for you. Damn, everything Durk bought. Durk go to the jewelry store, be like, damn, nigga, like, nigga, you could have not got that last tennis bracelet, nigga. You could have gave me that fucking 40K right there, nigga. I need that right now. A nigga like that is gonna tell. Because you know what it is? He's not looking at his situation. He's pretty much pocket watching, but pocket watching on a different level. Trust me. So anyway, listen. So he says Vonnie was a goofy. And he ain't want to be involved with him. He was mad to be involved with him. I'm telling you, when that nigga Jam got to LA, remember Booney Mo called Jam. Yo, Jam. Yo, Smirk needs you out there. Yo, Smirk needs you in LA. These niggas would drop. Bro, that nigga probably ain't wash his ass. That nigga ran to Chicago O'Hare Airport. Ran there, nigga. Nigga, they say he was on the way there when he got the flight. Got the ticket. He's telling his other man, yo, you need to get to the airport. Send me your shit. The nigga said, I don't got my ID. Damn. I need one more. He's texting everybody. Yo, come to LA with me. The niggas show up to TSA, no bags. Drawer still stinking. Holes in his socks. Bad breath. All type of shit wrong with this nigga. He gets to LA. And this is where he thought Smirk was going. Smirk ain't talking to him. He get there and basically Smirk put him with the goofy. Booney Mo tell him, yo, just get at Vonnie when you get there. He got y'all niggas. So what's up? We getting up with Smirk. Yo, Vonnie got y'all niggas. You could tell this nigga's Jam is a little bit stupid because until Duty Low get on the phone later to say, nigga, I don't know if you think you here to record music. Nigga, you here for a murder, nigga. He literally says it was Duty Low who broke the news to him. Nigga, you're here to kill something. Maybe he thought he was going on vacation. Maybe he thought he was going to go sightseeing. Walk the Hollywood stars or some shit like that. But he ain't talked to Durk since he got there. First of all, you know how he knew he was goofy? They say, yo, you can't fly into LAX. You got to fly into San Diego. It's about an hour and a half away, depending on traffic chat. The nigga gets there. They're trying to be low-key. Nigga, they get a party bus Sprinter, nigga, loud. Party bus Sprinter. A party. And you know who got it? Vonnie the Goofy. Vonnie the Goofy was spending Durk's money on some fly shit. They're about to go stalk Quan that'll kill him. He go gets a BMW from the exotic rental car company while they got a stolen car. That's how you do it, the stolen car. Not when the Goofy's around. You know, Big Ack is going, you know, I'm gonna get the Maybach. So I'm over here in the Maybach, you know what I mean? Fine. We all getting caught. We all getting caught. That's why we also got to blame Didi. Because Didi done let Vonnie put too much input on this shit, and this shit was goofy from the get-go. Remember, Didi's involved in this too. So, according to Jam, he snitched because Vonnie was a goofy, and he was upset that he even had to be involved with him. It said Jam wrote a handwritten note to the FBI saying, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera, but I know a lot, nigga. Holy shit. Pumbleclad.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
Yo, I know y'all give that nigga Trenches News a little flack. But we gotta think about this. Durk never paid the guys. Durk get on an interview with me saying, yo, 6ix9ine, I'll box you. Yo, chat, let me tell you, that burns niggas' souls. Yo, 6ix9ine, I'll box you for $50 million. I'll box you for $50 million, nigga. My money. You're on the same interview saying, you know this niggas can't say slide for Von no more, right? Maybe something in the water. Then 2 seconds later, man, tell 6ix9ine, I put up $50 million of my own money. You know the shooters who done slid? You know they're probably watching that interview like, you got $50 million to fight a rat, but you don't got $50,000 to pay the guys? Oh, man. What's the FBI number, bro? What's the FBI number, bro? Send me the FBI number, bro. Chat, we got to keep it a bean. We got to keep it a bean. I tell you, niggas like that gonna be watching you. Nigga, especially when a nigga's thinking, damn, he told me he was gonna take care of me. You ain't take care of me yet. Now I'm seeing you on an interview, nigga. You on an interview talking about you put up $50 million of your own money. You kind of talking like you having it. But you couldn't even throw me the 50 pack. You know, nigga, I'm living with my bitch. And that's why I'm saying Trenches News also got this part. I think he kind of right with this. Now, obviously, I'm not co-signing no additional murder. If Durk was going to finesse these niggas, he should have just killed them. He should have got some other niggas to kill them. Let's be honest. If you're going to tell niggas, yo, I got $1 million for y'all. Because you know what I be thinking? If you don't feed your wolves eventually going to attack you. Nigga, they're not about to just sit here while you just like make billions and they're like, yo, this nigga really just owe me like 80 bands. Yo, I see him in the club with Meek Mill. They just spent $300K. Trust me, your shooters is definitely watching every time you spend money after that. So if you're going to finesse him, you might as well just try to wipe him out. So Jam said Jam said they were going to go kill Quan around in the Babe store, but they were too scared security would lock the door. Jam snitched. Okay, we read that already. He wrote the letter or the note to FBI. Man, I know about murders, nigga. I don't want to talk on camera, though. Okay, by the way, this is going to help. This is going to help the prosecution. Remember, Brian Steele keeps saying, why isn't this recorded? Why isn't this recorded? Why isn't this recorded? FBI is going to be like, it's not recorded because he wanted to talk he wanted to talk off camera. Now, here's the thing. Unless there's a signed statement, you're not going to see transcripts from the off-camera conversations. They're actually not going to use it. They're going to use the recorded ones. But in Brian Steele or anyone saying, damn, why did y'all meet with him so many times not recorded? Now they have a reason to say, in his note to meet with us, he literally said he doesn't want to be on camera. Okay? So Jam says Lil Pop hit was Durk's selfish bullshit. He said, I didn't know Vaughn. I was mad at Durk from putting him in that situation. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. He is frying right now. Yo, man, he's frying right now. He sound no Vaughn like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is impactful testimony. You know why? The government already put it in the air. Durk was consumed by hatred, by the need for revenge. Now you have the hitman saying, yeah, I'm a killer. I've done shit. But even I wanted to call this shit off. I ain't had no motive to do it. But he put me on. But really, I got tight because he put me with a JV team. He got a goofy handing me gloves and masks and guns and shit like that. I ain't like it. And I ain't get paid either. It's kind of, as much as we might think he's lying to save his own ass, which he is, or not lying, but he's trying to save his own ass. The reasons he's given is becoming valid reasons. I call it the 6ix9ine reasons. You know how 6ix9ine is like, I snitched, and obviously once you snitch, they're going to have you up there and say, bro, you don't got no fucking reason to snitch. You know what 6ix9ine's going to say? Well, they fucked my bitch. Okay. Well, they kidnapped me. All right, I kind of get it. Nigga, you ain't hear the wiretap? They said it was going to shoot me. All right, bet. That makes sense. By the time he says those 3 reasons, if you're on the jury, you're going to be like, okay, it makes sense. Jam is saying the reasons. Durk lied to me, didn't pay me. Durk put me in a situation to ride for his selfish beef. It wasn't some gang shit that we're all in. Or at least me, because I was locked up. And he put me with a bunch of people I didn't know. It's crazy, chat. This shit crazy, huh? Okay, we got a little update. Let's hear it. Before morning break, Jammy the Bull testified that he was not offered payment. When returned from the break, he testified money was offered, presumably for his part in killing Sylvia Robinson. And Jammy testified that he was paid to be in a music video for the song Federal Freestyle. He was given $10,000. See, that's interesting. How are you getting paid to be in a music video for your own song? Now, I don't know if I'm Durk's team, I'm not touching that. The fans should be like, hey, is it customary that if you make a song, you have to get paid to be in the music video of your own song? The fans haven't done that yet, but they could do that was a way of trying to initiate payment, right? Obviously a lot of this is how you interpret it, right? He stated he did not believe he would be a part of the video if he did not participate in the killing of Robinson. Now, this is where Brian Steele got to turn up, because there was no ultimatum given to him from what we know. He's never said, Durk told me, if you don't do this, you're not going to be in the video. He just felt he wouldn't be in the video. So that might be him. Before court broke for lunch, a note was showed that Hester wrote in prison. The note said, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera, but I know a lot. Hester testified to feeling guilty for Robinson's death, explaining he had nothing to do with him and he didn't know King Von well. He called Robinson innocent. He also testified he would... listen, this innocent thing, Brian still got to drop 30 on it. What about the man you killed in race? What about the man you killed in Racine, Wisconsin? You said you killed him in 2010. No, 2013. No, 2010. You killed him in 2010. You were incarcerated for 12 years. It's now been 16 years. You don't feel any burden of guilt for his death as opposed to Lil Pop? Why didn't you come forward with that? Why did you wait till 2023 to come forward with that? You killed him in 2010. You killed Lil Pop in 2022, and 4 years later, you say you're overcome with remorse. But you killed a man in 2010. And 4 years later, you didn't have no remorse. Matter of fact, 10 years later, you had zero remorse. Actually, it wasn't until about 15 years later that you admitted to it, but you admitted to it as part of a deal that the FBI was working out with you. You didn't admit it to his family. You didn't admit it to anyone that, wasn't in a beneficial place to give you a deal that could absolve you of your crimes. Wasn't he innocent? He was 41 years old. He had a family. You shot him and then executed him. Brian Steele got to go crazy with this. Yo, send this to Brian Steele. Brian Steele, I need this. This got to be an exhibit. Throw this up on the screen. All right? Okay. Here we go. Testimony began where it left off on Wednesday. Hester, or Jammy, described the Infinity white BMW following Quandawando's black Escalade around Los Angeles, including, okay, we read that. He repeated did we read this before? I think we did. Yeah. He didn't like the plan. He did not like the plan. Is Seti Nash tweeting or nah? We should get a video from Trap Lord in a second, right? Trap Lord is working, brother. I can't even lie. Jam the reason everybody in the feds. He got caught with a gun and wrote a note. Well, I like what Seti Nash says, but we got to be clear. He got caught with a gun and wrote a note. Well, there's a way to look at it. That's what I'm saying. This is a 6ix9ine explanation. You could start it at, he got caught with a gun and wrote the note, and he's the reason everybody in the feds. Or you could be like, well, if I got caught with a gun, had enough money for a lawyer, I wouldn't write a note. I didn't have enough money for a lawyer because I didn't get paid for the fucking murders I did for that nigga. So again, the thing with snitching is that once someone has mentally committed to snitching, the buck gets passed. You see, this idea that niggas are real street niggas in perpetuity stops, right? It stops. They say two niggas two friends could fight or this, whatever. They'll allow certain things, but when it gets to snitching, it's a hard line, right? But the line moves for everybody. Well, you fuck my bitch. Time to tell on you, you go to jail for life. Well, you know, you try to shoot this person that I'm cool with, knowing that you were trying to shoot that person they were cool with. So usually the person who's a cooperant draws a line and only sees it from their side rather than just being honest saying, I don't want to go to jail. There's kind of no reason. The only choice in reality is that you pick crime. The moment you pick crime, there is no more excuses. Okay? Once you pick to be a gang member in crime, and honest, like if we really want to be honest, that's the only choice you get. After that, whatever the person who's telling, whatever excuse they give us, is just the excuse they want to stand on. But there's always a million excuses. There is never not an excuse to tell. Yo, he left me for dead in jail. He ain't pay my lawyer fee. He could have paid my bail for me to get out. He didn't slide for my baby mama. He fucked my baby mama. He tried to kidnap. There's always a million things. In the streets, there's nothing that's civil. There's nothing that's civil in the streets. So I watch everybody with their excuses. Like, you know, Jam's excuse is going to be, yo, this is why you pay your shooters. This is why you pay your shooters. If Jam had gotten paid, you know what the primary reason would be? Yo, I was loyal to Durk, thinking we all in it for the same reason, and Durk turned into this crash out, drunk off power and money. He was just ordering random hits. He sent us off. He's selfish. There's always going to be a reason. Durk stopped being about the guys. He was all about himself. He would tell us to go do shit like, damn, why you going to tell us to go kill a nigga in LA? Why you don't tell us to do it in Savannah? You thought we were crash outs. Bro, there's always a reason. You make the reason up. That's the reality. Somebody in the chat say, yo, I'm definitely not taking no drill order from lames. Hey, yo, chat. Yo, chat. Lil Durk fly you out to LA. You like, what up, blood? What up, Smirk? Yo, I'm here. You can't get Smirk on the phone, but somebody hits you and be like, yo, the nigga gonna be out front at baggage claim with the Sprinter. He gonna have everything you need, like he gonna tell you what's good. You see the Sprinter pulling up? Nigga, it's Trap Lil Ross that walk out of the Sprinter, nigga. The nigga got a notepad, bifocals, he flipping the shit up and down. Nigga, he wearing one of these glasses. You feel what I'm saying? He got one of these glasses, flipping it up and down. He going to his nose. All right, so we remapped the route that Quando Rondo's doing. So we saw him on a scooter last night, and he like took a 3-mile radius block around the thing. I think we could kill him. Matter of fact, we have a gun for you here. Chat. If you going on a drill and this is the coach they give you, he took notes. All of a sudden he says, oh, and you, Mr. Jam. Yeah, I got it in my notes here. You're a size 2X. I got you a shirt right here. I got it from Marshall's. That's the guy you want to see before you go on a drill? Then you hear him say some goofy shit like this. No, just don't take the tag off the shirt. Just tuck it in because I might have to return that one. Okay, I got the receipt here. You know, Durky won't like it if we're just wasting money. Just tuck the tag in. It's a goofy. Chat, that's exactly what Jam said he rolled into. What the fuck? Nigga said he about to return the shirt, tuck the tag in. He got the receipt. He taking notes. What the fuck? Yo, Vonnie, pull like this. Chat, we should have been new this chat. Durk. What's it called? Durk. Icebox.
Durk, I have 100,000.
It's not Durk in Icebox. We gotta do Vaughn in Icebox.
Oh yeah, let me get the man.
Yo, bruh. If you think Jam didn't feel disrespected, Jam is older than this nigga. Jam is older than this nigga by like 6 years. Like, you know how you go and niggas grow up in the same community. Niggas grow up in the same community. They know like you not even in the same classes with these niggas. You not even hanging in the same crowd. You hang with little mans in them, and you don't even hang with the active little mans. Nigga, that was me. Yo, you the nigga who wear the big book bag to school. That's me. I got the big, yo, you know, you high school, you got that, like, because I'm carrying all my books. I got the big book bag. I'm walking to school. That's for sure. Yo, the bell ring, nigga, if I'm, well, we live like 5 minutes from the school. Nigga, I'm home in 7 minutes, nigga. And the extra 2 minutes was me going to my locker. Nigga, I got nothing going on. Nigga, I'm as square as they come. Nigga, that's funny. Nigga, that's what he could tell. Like, wait, is this goofy over here passing out guns, telling us where it's going down? Oh, hell nah. Anyway, here we go. Is this all right, here we go.
So I'm here outside the courthouse. Not too many Free Durk fans out here. I don't know. Maybe they was sleeping in today. No Free Durk fans that I can see. But basically, there was a very crazy update. And what ended up happening was basically Otf.Jam was back on the stand for the whole first half of the day. He ended up saying some pretty crazy comments, especially at the end. So I'm going to start at the end and work backwards. But they basically asked Jam. They said, "Why did you choose to cooperate? What was your motivation for this? Why did you turn on Lil Durk?" And he basically said, "I was mad at Lil Durk for putting me in that situation, and I'm still mad at him now." He said that Vonnie seemed like a goofy to me. I did something that I know I shouldn't have done, and the last time I did something with people that I didn't know, I did 12 years for it. I was doing this.
Yo, I think that's one of the reasons he don't really fuck with Durk and Didi and them. Bro, didn't I tell you they put him on a drill with TTE, Lil Ted, bro? The nigga crying coming out the car. Now they got the goofy Vonnie like he in charge of the drill. He's the drill captain. How is Vonnie the drill captain, chat? Yo, chat, Vonnie's the drill captain of a drill in L.A., downtown? Nigga, this not even like a drill in like East Bumblefuck, Idaho or Ohio or something, nigga. This is L.A. downtown. Nigga, that's like a fucking rookie telling you how he about to do a crime in front of the White House, and you like, nigga, you've never even caught a speeding ticket. Get your Bruford ass one out of here, nigga. The drill captain is goddamn Vonnie.
For Durk's selfish reasons, maybe Cuz and Didi had a reason to do it. I didn't have no relationship with Von. I basically didn't know a whole bunch of these people that were sent on the hit. He basically said, I feel like Durk sent me on selfish bullshit. He said, I can't forget all the support that Durk gave me, especially when I was locked up. I can never forget that. I still got love for him. But he says, look, I know how it looks now, but I still got for him. Blood was there for me. I can't forget that, and I feel bad for telling, but at the same time, I still love him, but I don't respect him. He said that he could be killed for his testimony for cooperating, and then he also kind of pointed out a couple of things that really just motivated him, that why in this occasion did he decide to tell. He explained there were multiple reasons. He said he felt like the hit was done sloppy. It was done with people who shouldn't have been there. Obviously, he said that he thought Vonnie was a goofy, and he said there's a big difference between doing something to somebody that you don't like, but he said in this case, he felt like Lil Pab ain't have nothing to do with it. He said he felt like an innocent man got killed, and it weighed heavily on him. He wanted to get it off his chest. He said he didn't think it was guaranteed that he would get caught, but he thought about it. He thought it was hot. He said, why do we go and do this in LA with all them rich people and actors around?
Chat, didn't I just say that, bro? Chat, didn't I just say that? I think we getting into his mindset now. You got the goofy as the drill captain. You got a crash dummy mission. A nigga who tells you, yo, let's catch our op in front of the White House, or let's catch him in front of the police station. That's some shit. That's crash, like, fuck if we come back. It's one of those where, like, it's a torpedo, kamikaze shit. Let's go get the nigga. Fuck it if we get caught. So everything is not going well. Got the goofy as the drill captain in L.A. Nobody knows L.A. It's downtown L.A.
He said that was a bad place to do a hit. So the prosecutors actually asked him, they said, look, you testified and you pled guilty for your role in the LA shooting as well as 2 other murders. You know, what are you hoping for from this? He said, well, I'm hoping for a reduction in my sentence.
Okay, so that's important to know. So now, granted, usually with these deals, they want your involvement in any murder you've ever done. We're not sure if he confessed to all the murders, but in his plea deal, and this is how we know, there are charges that reflect him committing 2 other murders other than Pab, and that's why they're lumping everything together, that after he snitches, he will get the plea that will resolve all those cases. I'm thinking he probably wants like 5 to 10 years, and that'll be that. But a part of the plea, when you're doing these pleas, you either want to tell all the murders or whatever you're going to confess to. They might throw charges up there, or they might hit you with the immunity for. You know, the immunity is a queen for the day. They'll have you write down or say whatever you've done in your life, and then they're like, okay, you're immune from this. But the fact that some of these are open cases, and the fact that there's bodies, I think they just lump those charges into his charges to make sure those things get resolved on the record.
But he made it clear there's been no promises made. He's not getting out. I'm not going to lie to you. Jam having 3 bodies, he probably shouldn't be out here walking around straight after this. But he basically said he pled guilty with the 2 other murders. And, you know, he just basically wanted to get it all off his chest. And he said it was weighing heavily on me what happened to Lil Pab, and he saw an opportunity and he took it. So it was some pretty crazy testimony. That last part when they kind of broke, you know, he said it straight out of his mouth. He said, I still got love for Durk and I can't forget what he did for me, but he put me in a bad situation with some goofies. It was selfish and I'm not rocking with it. So that was pretty crazy, but there was a whole lot of other crazy testimony that Jam put across, and I'm going to tell you all about it in different videos. So stay tuned. I'll keep you guys updated on everything. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy day. I think he's going to be up there all day, maybe even into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely in tomorrow, I believe. Definitely tomorrow. Here we go.
So we just got some crazy new information about how it went down when Jam got arrested and decided to start cooperating with the FBI. So apparently he was arrested in 2023 for something completely unrelated. He was pulled over in a car that apparently had a gun in it while he was still on parole from that attempted murder case that he just got out after serving 12 years on. And he basically said that at that point he decided to talk to the FBI. He wanted to get it off of his chest. The Lil Pab murder was weighing on him. He felt like Pab was an innocent man and that he'd been sent on a dummy mission with some goofies by Durk for selfish reasons. And he said he saw an opportunity to get out of the situation. What was very interesting is when he got arrested, he basically wrote a handwritten note to the FBI. So what he claimed is that he said that he was allowed to make a phone call. He said the official phone wasn't there, or it wasn't working. So they said, look, we'll let you make a supervised recorded call on your cell phone. But like, that's what we're going to have to do. We'll allow you that. So he made a call and then he told the cops, hey, can I have a bit of paper to write down a phone number? They said, sure. But he didn't write down a phone number. He wrote down a handwritten note which said this exactly. It just said, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. So he gave that handwritten note to an arresting officer. That basically was then, worked its way up the chain to the FBI. And the prosecutors asked him, they said, why didn't you want to be on camera? Obviously, this is going to be a big controversial thing when it comes to Brian Steele. Obviously, he was absolutely clapping back. I believe it was yesterday, talking about.
That is kind of crazy. Now, damn. The nigga called a gun charge, bro. He called a gun charge, but bro, he just couldn't take it no more, man. He called a gun charge and gave up bodies. Holy shit.
Why weren't all of these interviews recorded? You spoke to Jam 30, 40 times. You barely recorded any of those interviews. Well, this is kind of a slap in the face to Brian Steele because Jam said specifically, I don't want to be on no camera. And they said, why didn't you want to be on no camera? Now, this is crazy, all right? He said, well, I didn't want to be on camera because a lot of people have been getting exposed on their body cams doing embarrassing shit. They be getting exposed on social media for telling on the body cam, snitching, crying, which is obviously a reference to a very infamous Chicago video where, one of the shorties from over there was kind of apparently caught on a case and he was bawling out.
TTE, Lil Ted, nigga, him and Lil Ted supposedly did stuff together too.
Crying to the cops, and there's been a lot of rumors about whether that case was connected to the Jam case, whether that kid that was crying in the body cam footage might have had a dirty gun that Jam had used in a different murder. So Jam made direct reference to that. As I would have said in my previous video, Jam made it clear. He said, look, he was mad at Lil Durk for putting him in that situation. Even though Durk did a lot for him, he basically said he's still mad at him. He put me in a situation with Goofies. He didn't trust Vonnie. He didn't know why he'd been put in that situation with him. And basically, that's why he decided to make that decision and speak to the FBI. Who knows what sort of time he's going to get? I mean, allegedly, not even allegedly, he has admitted to 3 murders. And, you know, allegedly there's more. So he definitely getting some serious years. I can't imagine them just letting him go. But they made it very clear. He's not been offered a deal. They've not promised him no time. He's not getting out of everything. He basically is leaving it in God's hands and cooperating. And he didn't say I cooperated to get out of time. He said, I felt bad about this. It was weighing on my heart and Pab was an innocent man.
I mean, he essentially agreed to a deal. The thing with the deal is you don't know what's your end of the deal. The deal is that you cooperate. The deal is that you're the bitch for the government. The deal is that you plead guilty to all crimes. And by the way, no, there's 100% deal. That's going to be what's called a proffer. So the proffer is usually what they also call queen for a day. When they sit down and depose him, the mere fact that he's bringing up a murder that's not included in this case, that's the deal. The deal is that in admitting that crime, it could never be prosecuted. Now you could say there's double jeopardy because he's already pleading guilty, but I guarantee there's other acts he's admitted on the proffer that they haven't even put into charges. But it'll just kind of look like an immunity. It'll kind of look like an immunity of sorts. So he has a deal. It's just that the prosecutor can't give you a deal of sentencing, right? The deal of sentencing is you'll get a 5K1 letter, which that's the deal. You do your job and you tell on the niggas you need to tell on, you'll get a 5K1 letter. From there, that's the judge. It's only the judge that could give you time.
So we just got some crazy new information about how it went down when Jam got arrested and decided to start cooperating with the FBI.
Okay. We got some more videos. Holy.
All the Durk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was ever paid, there's nothing. But it turns out, apparently, Durk might have actually finessed all of the hitmen, allegedly, out of any money. So we heard yesterday that there was a conversation in a studio.
Now, I don't think Durk finessed him. You know, I'm starting to think, bro, I'm going to keep it a bean with you, bro. Listen, I'm going to say some shit. Again, I got the free Durk t-shirt. You know, I love Durk. But it's not even a Durk thing. It's just one of them. Yo, Durk power over these dirty-ass niggas is that they're fucking broke. Them type of niggas you give breadcrumbs to. You never give the whole loaf of bread. Remember that. You give breadcrumbs to. You never give them the whole loaf of bread. You know why you give them breadcrumbs? Because them niggas is go to the fucking mall and spend it and blow it, and they be right back up onto you willing to do any and everything to get a little bit more breadcrumbs. He ain't giving none of these dirty-ass niggas no $500,000, no $1 million. You think a nigga's gonna get $1 million and still doing bruv, them niggas not gonna move their family out to the rack. Fuck out of here. I think that 10,000, you got listen, that's not in the music industry. You don't get paid to be in a music video, bro. He got that 10 bands. That's your payment, gang. I think Durk was probably on some shit like, nigga, I'm gonna throw you some breadcrumbs through the music and shit like that where I could hide it, but nigga, that $500,000 y'all was talking about, first of all, Durk never agreed to no $500,000. Bro, Pooh Shiesty gave his shooters $5,000. You think Durk was giving these dirty niggas like, yo, Durk is not giving these dirty, a dirty nigga like Otf.Jam nigga? You think he giving him $500,000, bro? You know what he was gonna do? All right, let's say even give that nigga $100K. Here's 10 here. I bet we go to Miami. Yo, here's 5 here. We about to go to the club. I bet. Yo, I sent you $2,500. Your baby mama complain. Nigga, you gonna get that over time, gang. You getting that shit over time. That's why he said I'm gonna like you good for life. Like nigga, I'm not giving you one lump sum of $500,000. Come on, bro. Nigga, them niggas went and go kill Stephon Mack. Durk brought $1 million and put it on the table, nigga, for $1 million worth of game. They thought they was getting $90,000, bro. They left with $20,000, allegedly. The nigga had $1 million on the table. He could have easily paid y'all niggas off. Yo, here's that 90, man. Yo, pay you another nigga, man. Get the fuck on out of here, nigga. Get that nigga 20. Yo, these shooters are delusional. Ain't nobody giving you $1 million. You gonna end up looking like the dummy. Look. Durk $1 million worth of game. When you look in this video chat, you gotta look at the podcast. Let me play a podcast. When you play this podcast chat, all these niggas in shiesty behind them, no disrespect to them. Half of these dirty niggas, bro. These niggas don't got nothing but the lint in their pocket, bro. No disrespect to them, bro. Don't try to kill me. Durk not here no more. Please don't do it. Nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you. And again, I got my Free Durk t-shirt. So this is my shield. And I just paid $1,000 for Free Durk t-shirts for the niggas outside the courtroom. I got y'all. But I gotta be honest. The difference with Durk and Von would have passed this bitch out to every nigga in here. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the difference with Durk and Von. Yo, that nigga Durk brought $1 million, let them all look at it, and get them nigga 20 bands and said, nigga, it's time to get up on out of here, nigga. Like, yo, it's time to get up on out of here. Like, yo, India, it's time to get up on out of here. Let's go. It's time to go, nigga. Nigga, that's why, everybody keep blaming King Von. But nigga, King Von was a shooter who lucked up and got rich, nigga. He's still moving like a shooter. That's why he just handing money out. Like, King Von was the exact opposite. The nigga brought his money to the hood. Most niggas get the money and leave the hood. Like, put it like this. Yo, Durk brought the $1 million to the hood, nigga, and gave him 20 bands, bro. All right, something, man. I'm out of here, man. I'm gonna catch you niggas later, yo. I'm gonna catch you niggas at the show, bro. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. Yo, Von would have had a video where he's icing niggas out, paying for everything for everybody. And to a certain extent, I'm gonna keep it a bean. That's why I think that when niggas, I'm not saying Durk was imitating Von. If you gonna go down that type of route of wanting to kill us with you, you gotta be on some Von shit. It just is what it is. Yo, them niggas is looking at that $1 million, bro. $1 million is here chilling, nigga. Podcast and yo, security, come get this money real quick. Yo, put it back in the Brinks truck. All right, yo, I'm gonna catch y'all niggas later, yo. Let's take a picture. Let's take that Tay-Town picture real quick. Yo, get the money off the table, nigga. Like the fuck, let's go. All right. Yo, yeah, oh yeah.
Where Durk basically said to,
yo, I just want to say this one last thing. I know some people not gonna like it. If you are a potential murderer and you think somebody gonna pay you $500,000, man, you are delusional. You know what I was thinking? Nick, Durk probably looking at it, nigga, I'm gonna back you just like I back Von, nigga. Nigga, that's your payoff, nigga, a career. But give you $500,000 cash, you must be smoking crack.
a bunch of alleged OTF members, like, look, anybody that kills Quando or Lil Tim.
And you know why? The reason why you don't get him a $500,000, chat, my bad, I know I'm ranting a little bit. The reason why you don't give him $500,000 is for the exact reason of what happened with even in the Gucci situation, right? Niggas start flexing online with the jewelry they took from Gucci. Imagine if Shiesty had gave these niggas $100K a piece. Nigga, there would have been money phones out the ass. Money phones, I'm sleeping on the money, my mind's on the money on my mind. Oh, can't fit no more in my pockets, got money on their head. Bro, these niggas is goofs. If Lil Durk had gave these niggas $500K, trust me, nigga, you would have seen that on the gram. These niggas would have been acting like they're Elon Musk, nigga. You know how niggas are, bro. Niggas flex their baby mama's rent money, nigga. What do you think they're gonna do with $500,000 after they kill somebody? Nigga, they would have just alerted the feds. How the hell this nigga is flexing $500K? He's never had a job.
You're going to be straight. And somebody said, are we talking like half a ticket or $1 million? And Durk just said, hey, you're going to be straight. You ain't going to have to worry about nothing. So basically, apparently all these hitters that got involved in this hit went and did their thing. it sounds like nobody ever got paid. Otf.Jam said he never got paid anything by Durk, even though he was definitely expecting something. As far as the murder, he says he was never paid anything. But what is interesting is that he said, all right, because Brian Steele was licking his lips thinking, oh, he didn't get paid, this is going to be lit. But then the feds basically said, but you were expecting something, right? Because that conversation in the studio, people talking about meal tickets and Durk saying you ain't going to have to worry about nothing. He was like, yeah. And then they said, Jam basically said, look, I was never a rapper. I'd never dropped a verse in my life. And then within a few months of the murder, I was recording my first song, the Federal Freestyle. I got paid $10K for that, and it was on the OTF Loyal Bros album, okay? I think it was Loyal Bros 2. Obviously, I've said before that this album is like the ultimate self-snitching album. It's basically got back-to-back confessions. Booney Mo got a song on there called They Know That We Did It, all right? So that's what was going on, okay? He got his 10K, but apparently everyone was getting finessed. Apparently, two of the other shooters that were there, they were basically on Vonnie's ass talking about when we're going to get paid at the In-N-Out, and apparently Vonnie gave him the slip. He basically put him on the phone with Durk and said, basically, they was asking, yo, Vonnie, are you going to straighten out the money? They got Durk on a FaceTime, and he said, I got them. They're going to be straight. And then they left. So I don't know if Durk ever paid him.
See, that's another thing, too. Imagine how, hey, listen, chat. You ever felt finessed by a goofy? So the two shooters, they stay around. They keep hitting Vonnie because now Durk definitely don't want to talk to them, right? Durk is like playing the silent game. Don't call my phone, nigga. Do not call my phone. You just murdered somebody. Don't call my phone. So now you got to talk to the goofy. Chat, when you feel finessed by a goofy, it hurts 20 times more. Vonnie keeps telling him, nah, man, no, we got you. Bro, trust, it's hot right now. He got you, nigga. Like, he got you. Yo, listen, I haven't even been around Smirk like that. Chill, like, he got you, nigga. Yo, Vonnie was good with this. Yo, trust me, he gonna sort it out. Then, the ultimate one. I bet. I'm gonna call him right now. Look, he gonna tell you. Yo, Smirk, nigga, I'm with the killer right here. Like, yo, he just wanna know what's popping, whatever. You know what Durk told that nigga? Nah, tell me good, yo, I got him. That make the killer feel a little bit better. All right, better. Okay, cool, all right. Now he get off Vonnie's ass. Eventually, he don't get paid at all. He start thinking, man, I let this nigga Vonnie spin me like a gig, nigga. The fuck? You got finessed by a goofy.
Anything after that, it sounds like Durk might have inferred that people was going to get $500,000 to $1 million for killing Quando, and then basically he just didn't give nobody nothing afterwards. Maybe he thought that was going to be slick, and like, if I promise hitmen something and don't pay them, then are they going to be able to get me? I'm not sure that's really going to fly, but I'm sure if anybody is going to make that point well, it's going to be Brian Steele. But that was pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. Jam getting 10K to appear on that project definitely was interesting. I thought they were going to play the Federal Freestyle. They didn't play it. They just showed it. They showed the cover art for Loyal Bros 2. And I ain't going to lie, the Loyal Bros 2 cover art was looking sus too. It's just 5 hooded masked individuals. And you thinking, wait a minute, isn't that exactly what was sent to go and kill Lil Pab? So that wasn't really a great look either. I'm not sure if too many people picked up on that. But yeah, this whole thing of the hitmen being paid, and obviously it wasn't mentioned, but even there was a lyric that was shown earlier. Brian Steele lied and said it was Quando when it wasn't. It was another Savannah rapper. But that song where they said, oh, shout out Lil Tim, I mean King Tim, it wasn't Quando. Brian was wrong. But what they didn't draw attention to is elsewhere. He basically said, I heard there's a meal ticket. And obviously the rumor was it was going around pretty much within weeks of Von's death that there was $1 million bounty on Quando's head. So arguably, that's been proven to be true, but not many people have pointed that out yet. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'll be back with some more updates for you guys soon.
The funny thing about these niggas being hitman for hire, they don't realize 80% of the time the hitman don't get paid. This is why there's no successful Yelp reviews on hitmen, okay? You're a fucking hitman, okay? Here's rule of thumb. If we think the police onto you, nigga, you ain't getting no transaction from my bank account to yours. You ain't getting no meeting, nigga. You better be able to wait maybe 24 months before you could collect. Secondly, nigga, you don't got to get paid if you're not alive. There's a lot of reasons why the hitman, I've never seen a hitman like, yeah, I got paid in full. Yeah, I got the front end and the back end. Yeah, I got it. Nah, nigga. Half of this is the reason why the nigga is paying you is because he don't want to get caught. So after you do the crime, he's kind of looking at it like, is this dumb, stupid nigga who agreed to do a murder for money, is he going to get caught? Now, if he gets caught, I can't have no association with this bitch ass nigga. He got to go down for my crime. That's how it goes. You know, niggas hire a hitman for the hitman to basically go to jail for him. So that's why Durk wasn't focused on the payment. Nigga, he was focusing on not talking to y'all ass in case he got charged with your stupid ass. Yo, nigga, don't put me in no fucking three-way with that nigga. Call me on a separate phone and then put both FaceTimes together, nigga. I'll talk to the other phone. Yo, why this nigga Jam call me? Yo, Booty Mo, call that nigga. Tell him to stop calling me, man. Yo, can I talk to Smirk? We gonna pull up on Smirk? We gonna hit the studio? Studio? Man, holla at Vonnie, man.
So a lot of the Durk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was...
Here we go.
Oh my gosh, so I just heard something crazy in the courthouse about Durk. So Jam, he's on the stand, he's going crazy up there. When Durk allegedly was on FaceTime with him before the hit, Durk told Jam, hey, go crazy. Well, I guess he wasn't expecting him to go this crazy, but allegedly Jam was pissed off about what was going on, you know, with the hit. He felt like Pab was an innocent man. He felt like he had been sent on a dummy crash out mission. He didn't know Von like that. He wasn't part of the beef. He was frustrated and he felt, you know, low-key pissed off with Durk that he had sent him on the hit. He actually allegedly FaceTimed Durk to confront him about this. And he said that Durk answered and he was at his crib with OTF-C3, all right? And he said, I asked Blood. He said, I said to Durk, like, out of 1 million people you could have sent on this mission, he said, I just did 12 years. Why you have to send me on that dummy mission with a bunch of people I didn't know? And apparently Durk cut Jam off. He didn't even let him finish. And apparently Durk just responded with...
Man, you on some police shit. That's a street nigga favorite way of dodging accountability. Man, you on some police shit right now. Man, you on some police shit. That's a legit question. Why did you send me on a dummy mission with the JV team to go murder someone in one of the most known cities in the hottest area on the planet? Why would you send me and bro, you on some police shit right now. I don't know what you talking about. You on some police shit. Click.
With a smile, he said, I love you, Jam. He said, y'all didn't hit Quando, but you hit Pab. Pab counts. He was on the internet saying he was smoking on Von. And he can't say that no more. And he was just smiling. He said Pab had been disrespectful about Von's death and that basically it counts. That's apparently what he said. And Durk was smiling at him on FaceTime while that was going on. And what's crazy is Pab later said the reason why he told is because he felt like this whole thing was weighing on his conscience. They killed an innocent man. Pab ain't have nothing to do with nothing, but Lil Durk allegedly didn't see it that way. Now look, if you've seen the long 4-hour documentary I did probably like 2-3 years ago now, I've known about this case for a very long time. I did a documentary called Demon Slayers, all about King Von and Lil Tim and all of the things that have been going down in Savannah, Georgia before this happened. If you've seen that, you'll know that no disrespect to Lil Pab or his family, but you know, he was on a Clubhouse call with OTF members dissing them. He put up a few tweets that were kind of making fun of King Von.
Oh, y'all remember this? What the fuck? What's happening? Oh. Lil Pab. Yeah, Lil Pab was on Clubhouse with some... Here we go. And he was trolling OTF a bit.
Man, you always talking about somebody your motherfucking boy. He ain't JLG, so he ain't your motherfucking boy.
That's
my man.
Okay, so they got Varney up there. You know, Varney's OTF. He's on the OTF side.
Quan, I thought you just said if a nigga ain't NBA 1600.
Man, cuz.
So they trolling OTF by letting Varney come up, and basically, you know, Pop is like, man, who the fuck is this nigga? And he's like, I thought if it's not these niggas, it's not your nigga. He's like, man, let him up here, man.
Hey, I know we are.
Yeah, let's play a game. Who said that? Who said Sean? Sing it.
I wanna tell the world about.
Entrepreneur.
They start playing music.
Cause y'all.
No.
Baby,
what's the word, 60?
All right, Varney started speaking now.
That green. My mic tripping.
He said, these bitches are annoying. He says, what's the word 60? You know, apparently Quando was a 60 Crip.
I just be cool and hut, so you know what's going on. Just be laid back cooling.
Okay.
We gonna link real soon though.
For sure.
Now, this happened a few times where, like, you would see two people. It happened in Jacksonville a lot on Clubhouse, where Jacksonville rival rappers happened with Fulio's niggas and what's the name niggas? Young and Ace niggas. They would be on there just arguing though.
On this shit, cause there ain't nothing to do.
Lord.
The mall closed.
Niggas done been on fucking Clubhouse all fucking.
Free to go.
Hey, we gotta bring the gang up, Hey, man.
that
Help the
nigga
gang.
Bring
love
Chris
Bernie.
Javinci up.
That nigga
Yeah, give
love
me a
Bernie.
bean,
Got a
Nick.
missing teeth though.
Yeah, I got shot in my mouth.
What you say, Bob? Swear to God.
Yeah, I do. I got shot in my mouth.
Hey,
You did. You got what?
I got
that
shot in
nigga
my
got
mouth.
hit. That nigga, he don't even need to be on
Damn.
Clubhouse. He don't even need to be on Clubhouse talking reckless. He already
My
got
nigga-
his lesson.
Man, chill, bro.
No, I
Bro.
You see, that was Pop. That's Pop trolling Varney.
sent the message.
Damn, look like a nigga son your ass one back.
No, I just sent him out.
I'm saying though, I wish that nigga ain't miss your mouth.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. That's what cost.
That nigga shit fucked up. Hey, dope.
Hey, one thing about us though, we don't do no missing.
Smell like.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie, man. Durk must have heard this shit. He had Quando in here. One thing about us, we don't do no missing. This was 2021. Starting from here, OTF done sent 100 shots at Quando after this fucking Clubhouse shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap with you, bro.
Hey, shit, boy.
We don't do no missing.
Hey, you look like shit.
Who, me?
No, your sidekick.
Oh, actually, never mind. This is after they shot up his show. Damn, why was Quando talking like that? This is after they shot up the gas station where his show was at.
I to say I am the shit, boy.
You know me the shit.
Know about
They shot up Blackshear in this was December 6th, 2021. They shot up Blackshear, Georgia in May 3rd. So a couple months before, nigga, they were sending shots at and Quando couldn't do no shows.
Hey, love Bernie.
What's the word, 6-0?
Shit, I'm about to go to my partner house, and after that, I'm gonna go to my other partner house. After that, I'm gonna call my other partner, and then my other partner and shit like that. You know, all us can still pick up the phone.
You petty as hell.
You know how that go.
Oh, he trolling Vaughn right there.
I know how a lot of shit go.
Anybody else getting crazy?
Hey, don't bring a nigga. Hey, don't bring
No.
a nigga some Russian cream backwoods, man.
You need some Russian creams, hood.
Somebody just wrote me
roll
like
some
y'all
Russian creams
fanned
over here.
out.
Hey, I just rolled me up. I did my bang.
Man, I'm back, chat. I'm back.
It's that same
song.
And that's the fact them niggas mad because the main's
gone. And that's the fact these niggas mad because they main's gone.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we realized that Durk was given so much belt that we feel bad for Lil Pop, but Lil Pop was talking like he was like that. Like, I hate to say it. Nah, there was trolling. Yo, Durk looked so much like the demon now. Like, he looks so much like he's a bully, this and third, because, of course, he got all the charges in court. But, nigga, they was talking hot to them niggas like, yo, we got your mans is dead. Aha.
I this bitch and spray this bitch without no aim on. I rather roll the up purple, baby, smoke like Zaza.
God damn, love Bernie, y'all can't stop the rain.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now we gotta be honest though. You know what came from that? Nigga, Durk applied so much belt that flags got dropped, man. I ain't gonna lie. There was a lot of laughing on that Clubhouse still. There was a lot of laughing on that Clubhouse. I forgot that Quando was trolling because once Quando got on his shit like, man, big bro, I'm dropping my flag, big bro. I forgot that he was kind of with the bullshit too. Y'all remember this? This was when like he couldn't do shows. Like he was popping it. Look.
Show, dog. Hey, y'all boys come cancel the show, dog. Hey, y'all boys come right here.
Man, no bitch ass nigga need to stop posting so we can do a show. Fuck that bitch ass. Come out that whole ass police shit, cuz. For real, nigga, we ain't fucking no smoke. Pussy ass nigga.
Man, that shit got me blown, cuz. On crap, cuz.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, man. All I'm gonna say is that I think we look at Durk in a different league at this point, man. I think we thought Durk was like doing some bullshit. I think we thought Durk was just doing some bullshit. I think Durk on timing.
Oh shit, no. Man, I'm the mark around this motherfucker, nigga.
Hey,
Look at you sounding like the Mr. Temptation.
I'm
Mark,
telling you,
crazy
boy.
ass motherfucker.
Boy, this the biggest mob in America, boy.
33rd baby mom.
Nah, that's crazy. Anyway.
And he was standing on business with the Rolling 60s in Savannah, Georgia. He had his own RICO case that he was going to be facing. If Pab was still alive, he might have been facing these RICO charges to do with a car theft ring. That's no disrespect. That's not to say that he deserved it. He wasn't there when Von got killed. And this didn't sit right with Jam. Apparently, basically, Jam kind of thought, like, this isn't what I called about. He was surprised that Durk was talking so hot on that phone. He said, I called to ask why he put me in a situation with goofy dudes that I didn't know. And then he just starts talking about, yeah, I love you. Like, you didn't hit Quando, you hit Pab, it counts. He was on the internet saying...
Yeah, that's another thing, too. Apparently, Durk started berating these niggas a bit like, yo, man, y'all stop calling my phone on some bullshit. Y'all ain't even hit the nigga I wanted, nigga. Didn't he have a song? He said, I want the one that I paid for, nigga. That's like, Durk started popping it at his guys. Yeah. Which song was that again, chat? What's the song? Was it Rumors? Yeah, it's Rumors. Yeah. Durk Rumors lyrics. No, it's not this song. What the fuck? Is it Rumors? It is Rumors, right? Wait, why can't I find it? Oh no, it's the one with Gucci, man. My bad. Durk Gucci Rumors. Yeah, Durk Gucci Rumors. Or Gucci Rumors featuring Durk. Them niggas get on your ass. Let's see. Them niggas get on y'all ass. Y'all play with me like I ain't worse. Trying to gossip up to these blogs like y'all ain't say my name first. He a junkie. He ain't shot his gun yet. He blaming perks. Shot a video and had a shootout in the same shirt. What you know about popping out and they trying to hit their face first. They like smirk your ass be tripping. Better put your case first. Choking who? Now you talking about Reese now. I heard them rumors. Nigga better play slow. I don't want the nigga who you caught. Nigga, I want the one that I paid for. So yeah, Durk was popping it, nigga. The fuck? Durk was popping it. Remember, they shot at Quando. Well, actually, I'm gonna be honest though. That was before Pop died though. That was before Pop died. But this was his demeanor though. So again, I don't want to confuse timelines because it said the release date of the song was January 2022. Pop ain't died till like August. Pop died in like August. Feel me? 2022. But he dropped this song. And you heard what he was saying. Yo, nigga, I don't want the one you caught, nigga. I want the one I paid for. So you can imagine Jam calling him like, yo, bro, why you send me on this hit with these broofers, nigga? Like, what's up? First of all, Durk is probably like, yo, this killer just called me on his hot ass phone. Yo, I love you, brother. I love you, man. I'm gonna talk to you later. Click.
And he spoke. So he was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't understand. He said, I wasn't close enough to Flocka to be doing that with him. He sent me out there with goofies that I didn't know. He said,
Flocka is the other dude. So we got,
just wasn't feeling it. He said that he basically kind of just went along with it. He said, yeah, he agreed with what Durk said about Pab and got off the phone. And that was it. And he said, I didn't get no payment for this. I just thought, what the hell? Like, this is just nonsense. So, yeah, I think Lil Durk was obviously happy about what went down. But the way Pab saw it, he'd been...
So that's what I was saying. Remember I say he didn't really know these niggas? So when he's saying, remember, he trying to bring Malcolm or whatever that nigga name is. So Jam was supposed to bring a nigga with him. He tried to bring like a nigga that was his cousin. The nigga say he don't got no ID. So they told him, nigga, bring somebody, nigga. Like, yo, bring somebody from around the way. He bring Keith Jones. That's Flocka. By the way, Flocka is snitching, nigga. Like, Flocka's snitching too. But what I guess this is what Jam is saying. Nigga, if y'all told me I'm coming to Beverly Hills to go murder somebody, I'm not bringing this guy. I'm thinking we're just going to L.A. We mobbing. Like, I don't think you're calling me for a murder. He claims, even though you could say he's probably lying, he claims he only knows that he's there to kill somebody when Duty Low tells him when he's already in L.A. And I guess this goes to his point of saying, I wouldn't have brought Flocka. And now Flocka is a government witness too.
Roped into killing an innocent man, and obviously he didn't even know he was there to kill Quando until he'd arrived in California. So he said that he no longer respects Durk. Oh my gosh, so I just...
Okay. We got one more update, then we're going to Seti Nash.
All right, so I just see Kanye for the first time. I just see Ye in the courthouse, okay? And basically, it was pretty crazy to see Ye in the flesh. He kind of walked in late. He wasn't there for the very start, but it seems like they low-key be treating the celebrities like VIPs in court, because Machine Gun Kelly was able to cut past all of the media a couple of days ago. Ye managed to get in, even though there was a giant line and he was late. You know what I'm saying? They was making it work for Ye. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Ye stared me down. He looked over to me and just stared me down for an extended period. He looked at me for longer than Durk did when Durk stared me down. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit like, I'm really in the courthouse getting pressed and intimidated by Kanye West right now. This is straight mind games, okay? Now, what was interesting is he looked down for a lot of the testimony. Otf.Jam was literally on the stand. We got Durk, Jam, Ye, me, all in the same room at the same time. It was surreal. Now, one thing I will say, and I'm going to criticize Ye for this, okay? Every time the jury enters and leaves the room, you have to stand. You have to rise for the jury and the judge. When the judge comes in on his own, you have to rise for the judge. And the judge made it very clear that the jury is actually above him when it comes to justice. It's the jury that are making the decision. So the judge, as well as everybody else, rises for the jury to show respect for the importance of the jury's role. You know who didn't rise for the jury? Kanye West. He didn't rise for the jury. He wasn't respecting the jury. He wasn't respecting the justice process. And I'll be honest, I don't respect that. I thought that was very disrespectful. I thought that was just not proper.
I love you, Trap, but anybody give a damn about that, man. Shout out to Big Ye in the building, man. Ye show up to the building, it's Ye, nigga. I'm sorry to tell you. That's Ye. I'm sorry. Yo, I fuck with you, Trap, but that's Ye, nigga. That's Ye.
And I don't really like how these celebrities are getting this VIP treatment, but then they're not respecting the jury. This is supposed to be a free society, free press, free speech, but you're supposed to respect the jury. You're supposed to respect the judge. Ye wasn't really respecting any of what goes on. Obviously, he sees himself as a god, right? But at the end of the day, this case is in God's hands and it's in the jury's hands. So we're going to find out what happens. No disrespect. But I personally thought that Ye not rising for the jury was disrespectful and it didn't respect the justice process. As much as everybody wants to say free Durk, it's in the jury's hands and it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they believe beyond a reasonable doubt that Durk did this based on the evidence that's presented to them fair and square. So, yeah, I would suggest that everybody in the courtroom respect the jury. There's no indication that they're biased. There's a very diverse jury, all right? I'm not going to comment too much on the jury, but, there's all this talk about, are there any black jurors? There are black jurors. There's jurors from all different races. I don't know nationalities. I've not spoken to any of them, and I don't plan to. But anyway, it looks like there's something going on in these streets now. There's some crazy ambulance pulling up. But I will see you guys next video.
Okay. Seti Nash got a bunch of updates. Here we go. Seti Nash. All right, Seti popping out.
To go viral, bro. This shit about to go viral. So you got Jam, who basically told the whole entire thing. They basically got away with it, bro. They literally basically got away with it. Jam got pulled over, had a gun on him, and basically wrote a note. The note literally reads, I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot. Then we ended.
Did they really get away with it, though? It felt like the feds kind of knew. It's just that they needed people to flip, like, for sure. And we don't know if Jam is the first person to flip.
Before lunch with the damn lawyer saying, do you still got love for Lil Durk? He gonna say, yeah, I love Lil Durk. But You know, what Lil Durk did was selfish. What Lil Durk did was basically put me in a situation with people I don't know, you know, with cats I don't even know. When we went and slid for Vine, I didn't even know Vine. If it had been like Booney Mo, then it wouldn't have been no problem and all that. And then he said he had no reason to do this. And he said he still got love for Durk. He was there for me, and I feel bad. And I know he hate me, but I still got love for Durk. Bro, how you love me and all that shit, but you just trying to throw me up under there. And here's what's crazy. He said he feels bad for sliding on Quando Rondo and all them. But it's some more shit to get into. To go viral, bro. This shit about to go viral. So you got Jam, who basically told the whole entire thing. They basically got away with it, bro. They literally basically got away with it. Jam got pulled over, had a gun on him, and basically wrote a note. The note literally...
Okay.
Money Duke and goddamn Lil Durk get into it about them not sliding for Vine, and Money Duke basically like, man, y'all ain't sliding for Vine, y'all ain't did shit for Vine, all of this shit. And then Money Duke basically was talking hella shit, and he got on group chat texting everybody talking hella shit. So,
popping up on my shit right now.
Shout out. So anyways, goddamn Money Duke and them, they get on group chat with DD and what's cuz name? With DD and Jam and Durk, and they all talking shit. And Jam like, nigga, we gonna go to war with the audience. Fuck them. Nigga, hey, bro, y'all ain't slide for Vine. The Money Duke like, nigga, y'all didn't slide for Vine. Y'all didn't do shit for Vine, bro. So, nigga, fuck y'all. And so it just go off like that, bro. So you mean to tell me O-Block and Lamron was basically gonna go to war for not sliding for Vine, bro? Crazy shit. Keeps tuning in. I'm about to update the shit out y'all.
Here we go.
We found out that Braids, the Braids motherfucker, he lied in his testimony. I done pieced the shit out of him if I'm Brian Steele, because Braids lied about the cameras and said that, hey, bruh, we didn't have cameras and all this shit. No, literally, they could have audio recorded it because Jam the one who said no video cameras. That's the reason why. So if you was such a head honcho and all this shit, how you didn't read the note about the person who said, hey.
No, this is, I think Seti Nash is wrong here. I'm going to tell you why. The 30 times was not with detectives. The 30 times, the majority of the times, was with the AUSA. The way how cases work, the detective or the agent starts the investigation, gathers probable cause. In this situation, a U.S. attorney, because it's feds, they have to sign off on it. But once it's there, it's in the feds' hand. The feds always have to be prepared to go to trial. That's why they sign off on cases. The state, they got to take any case, even if it's bullshit. The feds pick their cases. So after they pick their cases, they're gonna work. Yo, come meet with us. They're not detectives. They're lawyers. Okay? They're lawyers. So the 30 meetings is a mix between FBI agents and AUSA. The AUSA also is gonna have mock crosses where they're gonna simulate them being in the courtroom. That's what that is. It doesn't even make sense for them to meet with a detective 30 times. The detective got the story already. The detective wrote it up already. They met with the AUSAs, the lawyers, okay? Probably more than 20. It's the same thing with Cassie. Cassie didn't meet with a detective. You know, they said Cassie met like 20 times. She didn't meet 20 times with a detective. She met 20 times with Maureen Comey. She was up in that, just like 6ix9ine. After 6ix9ine shit goes through, he's meeting with when he decided to testify, he said he slept in the prosecutor's office, not detective's office. You are working with their lawyers to prepare for their case. That's it. Okay? So while preparing for their case, they're not going to record that. So that's where I think Seti Nash has it wrong. Now, you have to note that you met with the person. It has to be noted. In discovery, you have to say, we met with this witness that we plan to call this amount of times. But as long as they don't use a quote that emanates from one of those times that there's no recording or documentation, there isn't procedurally, they're not doing nothing wrong. Now, could you bring it up in trial and say, yo, Cassie met with the lawyer 20 times. This person met with the prosecutor 20 times. But yeah, that's the thing. It's not, I think Seti is having the misunderstanding that Jam met with the detectives or the FBI agent 20 times. No. Once he probably met with them probably like 3 times. They already got the story. They passed it on to the U.S. attorney. The U.S. attorney's now working on a case. The U.S. attorney is also going to work on an indictment. So that's why they're going to be like, yo, we need you to come meet. Those are not going to be recorded.
Hey, bro, I'm finna come snitch. Just don't bring no videos. If he would have said, bro, hey, man, I'm not going to snitch if y'all bring cameras, that's one thing. But he said they didn't bring them for a whole entire different reason. Say to him, we got way more coming out because, man, this shit is crazy. They talking about, hey, bro, Lil Durk was buying hot cars for everybody. But there's a bombshell that happened, too. They say, Jam say, niggas didn't get paid for sliding for Vine. It wasn't for sliding for Vine outside of LA. So they really destroying the murder for hire part because they basically come out and say
that's not true. Again, love you said it, but it's not true. You don't have to pay the person for it to be murder for hire. It needs to be a verbal. It needs to be a contract. The payment does not have to be delivered. There doesn't even have to be an attempt to pay. If I tell you commit this crime for $1 zillion, I don't even have to have the money. As long as the reason why you're doing the crime is understood between me and you that you're doing it for the hopes of compensation, that's murder for hire. You do not got to get paid. Okay? So I need you guys to understand as we cover this trial. Payment is not a requirement for a conviction. Murder for hire is basically a conspiracy charge. And when you're proving conspiracy, you always got to prove that there is an agreement. So the agreement of compensation. And compensation doesn't only have to be money. I know it says murder for hire, but promising career advancements, promising, oh, you know what, you could further along these other endeavors. That's still murder for hire. If the incentive to do murder is associated with any type of compensation. Yo, if you kill this nigga, I'll give you my old car. That's murder for hire. Yo, if you kill this nigga, I'll sign you to my record deal or my record label. That's murder for hire. If you kill this nigga, I'll give you $1 million. And I don't have $1 million. Murder for hire still. The murder for hire, the first thing is the murder. The second thing, the murder is undisputable. At least in this case. The second thing is the agreement, the conspiracy part. And then the rest of it is the follow through. In the feds, if someone dies, there is no wiggle room. You either beat the case or you get automatic life. If someone gets shot with the use of a deadly weapon, you get at least 25 or 20, I think. If you try to go kill the person and you agreed to do the murder for hire, and even if you didn't harm a hair on their head, you get 10. So if the person is not harmed, 10. The person gets harmed but doesn't die, it's like, I think it's either 15 or 20. And if you use a deadly weapon, it's 25. That's all if the person don't die. So murder for hire, the only way you don't get life is if the person you were hired to kill didn't die. Now, you might be like, well, there's a technicality. They were hired to kill Quando. Well, anyone who dies in the commission of a murder for hire. That's how it's looked at. So in this case, there is no wiggle room. And I just, obviously Brian Steele and, what's his name? Drew Finland's going to fight this idea that this was not necessarily a murder for hire, but you might not realize it. The government is putting on their case to prove that it is. Why do you think Jam is making it known? Why do you think Jam is specifically saying it? Durk, you were selfish. This murder was just for you. Because they know Durk is going to say, or his team is going to say, why would Durk got to pay his friends to slide for one of his other friends? They're making it known. We didn't know Vaughn like that. This was selfish. This was for you. You enticed us with basically saying if we did this, we'd be straight for life, which was assumed. Even though people might be like, well, he never promised a certain dollar amount. The context is what's going to carry it. Remember, this is conspiracy. You can't use black and white shit on conspiracy. It's all about interpretation. Who got the most believable story? The point is, the jury is going to be like, nigga, you're clearly offering something. if people are shouting out in the room, it got to be half a ticket. Nah, a million. You were offering some compensation. That's murder for hire in some interpretation. Now, some other interpretation might be like, no, he was definitely not offering that. He was just saying, yo, you rise up in the ranks in the gang. That's not murder for hire. That's down the line of violent crimes in aid of racketeer or not racketeering, in aid of whatever for a gang. And possibly could go up to a RICO, but that's not murder for hire. Murder for hire is very distinct.
Lil Durk was putting money in the street for people because motherfuckers kept on begging. They was asking for houses and cars and all this shit. And then Lamron versus OTF war damn near started. We found out that Braids,
okay.
So Lamron almost get into a war with Rich old Lamron and everybody versus OTF because of some shit that happened with Booney Mo. So Booney Mo get into it with some cats from Lamron, and they got locations. Rich old Lamron is on house arrest, but nobody go slide on his car. Jam like, yeah, my baby mama, she from Lamron, she could have got the load. So they was planning to all go meet up and go fight or shoot it out and all this shit on some real socials versus greasers. If you remember the Outsiders, bro, that shit was crazy as hell. They talking about, yeah. So Rich old Lamron.
Hey, chat. This is another rabbit hole we could probably go down when we got a downtime and we don't have Jam on the stand. But there's a rabbit hole we could go down, which is the beef between Lamron and pretty much Tay-Town. It's pretty much a Durk beef, right? It's pretty much Durk has picked a different side of guys he's hanging with, guys he's funding, guys he's preferring. He has his own reasons. He feels these guys done X, Y, and Z, or they're not standing on business like X, Y, and Z. And it's very convoluted. But, you know, it does get to a point where Durk had like an unreleased track where he was supposedly like dissing them. I think this is not AI too. But there was an unreleased track where he was like dissing or like, you know, dissing the Lamron. One thing the feds will appreciate, Durk was as honest. Him, Pooh Shiesty, and Vaughn, they're honest in their music. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell them niggas never went into the studio and be like, man, what should I rap about today? Like, what cap could I do? They would rap about pretty much exactly how they felt.
Be a member, this the trenches, they can't tell me shit. And I've been in my bag 2020, you can tell we rich. I seen girls act like they send weed, they can't mail me shit. They mama slick, can't get through they line. I hate a petty bitch. Bitch, you
wait, is this it? No, there's an unreleased joint. It's way more aggressive. Nah, this ain't it. Check, y'all know what I'm talking about? Nah, there's a fuck. Cause he calls out names on it too. Y'all know what song I'm talking about? Lil Durk, Survivor. It's an unreleased joint. Oh, let me see.
I'm talking about the niggas I used to call my brothers, like niggas I used to send money to, niggas I used to. I ain't even cap. I used to let them niggas in the back seat, you hear me? Right behind my motherfucking chair, nigga. That's how much I used to trust your bitch ass, man.
You'll notice about the song, he's super upset. Very upset.
Just to lure your ass, man. And I'ma have a little baby threat and them dust your ass, nigga.
Wait, you gonna have baby threat do what? Oh, hell no. That's probably the wrong shooter to call out, man.
And I'ma have a little baby threat and them dust your ass, nigga. Nigga, please, I gave you 100, they ain't give a sleeve. Jesse, please, act like you so solid, but you bit the cheese. Richo, please, I'm the one who sent money, nigga, go check receipts. Me and Boone so dumb.
I wonder if I can get copyrighted for this music, chat, man, that he playing. I don't know, bro. Like, God, bro. I don't know if I can get copyrighted, so I ain't trying to let it keep playing, bro.
Basically getting out there and getting in the paint. So they follow him to a weed shop. The weed shop staying there for a minute. Then they send Brown Eyes in there. He go disrobe, take all his shit, go up in there. He like, we can't go inside it because, bruh, it's armed security. It's all of this shit in there. So they follow him to the vape store. These fools stop for a moment about running in the vape store and shooting the fuck out of Quando Rondo. But they was worried that the damn door would lock. So they like, nah, we ain't finna go do that. So they keep on following. And then when they pull up to the gas station, they see Quando and them get out. That's when they go make that turn and they decide, man, fuck this. We ain't finna go do it. But they say, I can't remember, Flocka basically fucking shot first, his gun jammed, and then he said that Flocka had the Beretta and that he shot his shit like 4 times, and Flocka had shot the shit over Brown Eyes' head, so they start arguing and shit about this, why they shooting the fucking gun and shit. Like, nigga, you almost fucking blew my head off. All this shit. So they get back in there and they get rid of the goddamn stolen car. They park the...
Chat, it's the rookie team. Didn't I tell you? The shooters is Brown Eyes, Flocka, and Jam. First things first, Brown Eyes is the first nigga out the car. He's fast. He starts shooting too quick. They didn't get a chance to run down on them closer. Jam is like, fuck, I wanted to walk him down or at least get closer, but now this nigga find bullets from there. I can't go in front of the bullets, so I gotta shoot from here. Then the other dude, Flocka, he come out, he don't know how to use the gun, kind of. The shit Jam, oh shit, he fired 1 bullet, almost even shot the other nigga. He trying to work the gun, what the fuck, I gotta, let's get back in the car, man. Let's get back in the car. Let's get back in the car. These guys is the rookie squad. One having a gun, a malfunction. He hitting the gun. What the fuck? What the hell? He almost shot his man. The other guy, He got the switch just going crazy. The gun leading him. And he 20 miles away from the people he's shooting. You see why Otf.Jam is like, man, I got sent with some rookies.
Stole a car somewhere in LA and they basically hop all in the car. So everybody in the car, nigga, we talking niggas 6'5", fat ass fucking Jam, all of these people and all that. They all in the cars basically doing that shit. Then they get into the car, they go to In-N-Out. But when they go to In-N-Out, they see 2 cops there. And fucking Jam damn near freeze up like, man, fuck, maybe they see me because of my shoes and all this shit. So that ain't what end up happening. They get food from In-N-Out, then they get a Sprinter back to San Diego, and they get the hell out of there. But they throw away they shit as far as the guns. I mean, basically, long story short, they do that shit. So when they did all this, they say that Durk was on the phone with them in the car, but he couldn't see Durk on the phone because he's laid over. Jam's fat ass is laid over 3 dudes in the back of this car. And they driving basically to In-N-Out. They get a driver to take them from In-N-Out basically to San Diego. But here's the crazy part. All that bullshit about, oh, they met up with Durk or any of that in LA. They never met up with Durk in LA. That didn't even happen. So that's a big ass lie. I'm finna go back in this motherfucker. But hey, Seti Nash, make sure you follow. So
okay. Nothing up with Durk. What happened to Taylor? Is she not doing videos? Come on, oh, she is. Oh, there you go, Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor Priest with Los Angeles Magazine, and we are back at Lil Durk's murder for hire trial, where we picked back up where we left off yesterday with Casey Hester, or Otf.Jam's testimony. So we kind of went back, got a little more information about what happened leading up to the murder of Savia Robinson. Hester and Banks, though, I wanted to note, before court started, they stared at each other from across the room. It was quite a good amount of time. I couldn't...
Yo, Durk, mean mugging niggas? Oh, shit. Smirky, yo!
See Durk's face, but Hester's face was very serious. When he looked away, he just kind of stared at the ground after. And it was also interesting that the defense noted before court started that they couldn't see Hester's face. They wanted to make sure they had a clear view of Hester's face. They had to move the monitor. And from my recollection, that monitor was there yesterday. So I don't know if this is a new thing that they decided they wanted in court today. So again, we got back to Hester's testimony where he testified. They went back to the Level Hotel where Quando Rondo and his crew were staying. And they parked that Infiniti and that BMW that was rented right outside the Level Hotel again. He testified that there was too many people outside the hotel, which is kind of similar to why they decided not to, he testified, kill Quando Rondo the night before. So they decided that was not the location. There were too many people driving around. So he discussed the BMW and the Infiniti. He was in the Infiniti with Keith Jones and Lindsay and Asa Houston.
Asa's name is so that's Boogie. His case was severed. So Boogie's case was severed. Keith Jones is Jam's homie from Chirac. He got recruited by Jam. Ironically, his gun jams, he shot one time. His name is Flocka. Brown Eyes, that's Dee Dee's man. He's standing tall, but supposedly he might be the reason why Quando alive. Because he shot pretty far away while Jam wanted to run down. But yeah, that car had 4 people. Asa Houston never got out the car. So Boogie never got out the car. He was sitting in the car waiting. Flocka hopped out. Brown Eyes hopped out first. I think Jam was second. And essentially, with Flocka, not only did his gun jam, he shot over the head of, I think, his Jam or Lindsay. And they got upset over that. Like, nigga, the fuck, you trying to shoot me?
We're all in the Infiniti together, and then DeAndre Wilson and Grant were in the rented BMW. He testified to them following the black Escalade that Quando Rondo and Savia Robinson were in to a weed dispensary called Litco. He said that they were looking around for a, quote, quick getaway. He then discussed, he said they were on the phone the entire time, the Infiniti and the BMW. They were...
Yeah, I figured that. I figured they were either on the phone or they dropped a pin or they were sharing location. Because remember, chat, you ever watch these movies when they're like following a car? You ever think to yourself like, nigga, ain't no car could follow me and make 2 or 3 consecutive turns and I don't see them. Apparently, to be honest, they were doing like this a little bit, not saying complex because it was kind of some stupid niggas in these cars, but the BMW would get closer to the vehicle more often. So the BMW would get closer to the vehicle, to the Escalade, right? And their job was just to communicate the location of where it was driving to the other car. Okay?
In constant contact is what he said, discussing when the right time was. At one point, Hester testified that Lindsay went into the dispensary to get a look to see where Quando Rondo was. He had said Quando Rondo was towards the back and they didn't feel like that was the right place.
Yeah, so in the dispensary, I guess Quando Rondo and them knows the guy, or they probably recognize Quando. So they bring Quando to a back room area that he could look at some extra. They got more products. They trying to, also they probably like, yeah, do a little promo video for us. We will bless you. We'll hook you up. Businesses do that when a rapper comes in or something like that. So he's in the back and he's not just out, like just in the area of the store where everybody would be. So they're like, fuck, we don't want to do it here. Okay.
So they then followed the black Escalade to a clothing store in Beverly Hills, and there Hester testified that they were on the phone talking about how they were worried that door of the clothing store had an automatic lock on it and they didn't want to be stuck, but they allegedly considered going inside and shooting Quando Rondo there. He states multiple times that he does not know Los Angeles. He doesn't know the area, so he can't speak to where they're at most of the time, but he said he
Now, another reason why, to give you more context, why they couldn't do it at the dispensary, okay? Another reason they couldn't do it at the dispensary is that dispensaries in Los Angeles, if they're legal, they're required to have security personnel. Do dispensaries in Los Angeles have security? Yes, licensed dispensaries in Los Angeles must have security on site. On site. So usually you'll see an armed person there. And I think they were realizing if we going in to go shoot a nigga, we want to make sure there's not somebody there that could shoot one of us. So they don't go there. Okay?
A weed dispensary called Litco, asking when the right time was.
Then they think about going to Bape.
At one point, Hester testified that Lindsay went into the dispensary to get a look to see where Quando Rondo was. He had said,
oh, somebody is mentioning in the chat, Calica, what up, man? He says, they not only got security, they got auto lock doors. So if you're thinking about venue or place to go kill somebody, you don't want to go there because if they hit the auto lock doors, you're probably fucked. Somebody said, bro, let her speak for herself. No, I'm giving context to some of these things. Again, you guys, at a certain point, you start hearing the same info more and more. It's for us to try to like decode it, to figure out like, damn, why didn't they do it in that spot? Okay, now you get the more info. That's what we're trying to do here, okay?
Said Quando Rondo was towards the back and they didn't feel like that was the right place. So they then followed the black Escalade to a clothing store in Beverly Hills, and there Hester testified that they were on the phone talking about how they were worried that door of the clothing store had an automatic lock on it and they didn't want to be stuck, but they allegedly considered going inside and shooting Quando Rondo there. He states multiple times that he does not know Los Angeles. He doesn't know the area, so he can't speak to where they're at most of the time, but he said he remembers the hotel, he remembers the weed dispensary, he remembers the clothing store, and the next thing he remembers was getting to that gas station adjacent from the Beverly Hills, the Beverly Center. He even says at one point he doesn't even know what the Beverly Center is until his attorney tells him what it is. So he explains this even in the getaway that he doesn't know the area. So once they get to the gas station, he testifies that they drove next to the Escalade. He even says that a tall person got out of the black Escalade and saw their car. And then they drive around Houston. Asa Houston was driving the Infiniti. He said he knew the BMW, he didn't know where, but he knew they were in the area. And that the white Infiniti drove around the gas station. And that is when he described Lindsay jumping out of the car, moving very quickly. So him and Keith Jones were following after. And he said he said he's used to, this is a quote, he's used to walking on people. And so he was expecting, he testified, to get closer to Quando Rondo before they committed this shooting. But he said he was surprised. He didn't expect Lindsay to start shooting so quickly and so far away. So Lindsay, he said, threw him off, and then they all began shooting at this black Escalade. And the prosecutor asked him, were you worried about shooting at gas pumps? Were you worried about an explosion? And he very quickly was like, no, they were not concerned about that. He even kind of imitated what he heard when the shooting was occurring. He was like, dum, dum, dum. Like he imitated the gunshots happening, like he could hear it in his mind. And he also testified to it just being a very chaotic scene. He said at one point he felt like Lindsay may have fallen over. Lindsay was shouting at Jones for shooting too close to his head, which is something that the gun expert had also mentioned, that it looked like someone had gotten shocked by the blast of the gun next to his head. Then he talks about getting back into the Infiniti, driving around. He's on the phone. He testifies to DeAndre Wilson being on the phone with Banks, who he calls Blood, and he says he heard Blood's voice. Wilson was asking the group questions about who shot who, where they were at, wanting details from what happened, and he testified that Durk was also asking these questions to Wilson, who was asking them, relaying the information back. And so he did testify that he heard Blood's or Durk's voice on that phone call. He then also, I thought it was interesting that they then make a car switch to the black Escalade, which we knew there was a switch in cars. We hadn't heard that before. The Infiniti gets dropped off or abandoned. They get in the BMW, he says, a lot of guys squeezing this small car, and then they somehow transition to the black Escalade. Hester testified he didn't quite know how.
That sounds crazy. So we have Vonnie and Dee Dee. Yeah, we have Vonnie and Dee Dee who are in the BMW. Who was in the white BMW? I know it's Vonnie and Dee Dee. I'm going to tell you who. Let me see. I thought there was a third person in there. Well, okay, Vonnie and Dee Dee, but regardless, it's a BMW. The amount of people that was in the other car is 4 people. Asa Houston, Lindsay, Flocka, Keith Jones, and Otf.Jam. All 4 of them, if they left the hot car, which is they left the fucking, what do you call it again? The Infiniti, and they jump into the BMW, all of them had to fit in the back seat. So it looked like Jam's fat ass just like start laying on his niggas type shit, you know?
They got there, but they get in that car, and the prosecutor was very specific. Was there a partition? Could the driver hear you? And he said there was not a partition. And this is something he asked before, so I wonder if there's a driver testifying. I wonder if they're setting it up for the conversation.
Now, they supposedly get in a Escalade, so they called it like an Uber, okay? She's asking, why is the Uber driver not testifying? Keep in mind, the feds didn't crack this case, or law enforcement didn't crack this case for a while. So that you know, a Uber driver might have several hundred rides in a week. So if they didn't immediately hit up that Uber driver might be struggling to be like, hey, you remember that one ride during this time? Did they say anything crazy? It might not, you know?
And the Escalade could be heard. This is also the same Escalade that ended up driving them to the San Diego airport that night to fly back to Chicago. He then talks about how he testifies to once he got back home, he left San Diego, he felt very mad. He felt like the shooting had nothing to do with him. He called it, quote, sloppy. He said, in my eyes, this guy was innocent. And he didn't know at that point, he testified, that it was Robinson who was hit. But he said even Quando Rondo, like, he had nothing to do with this beef. He didn't know King Von very well. He didn't know Quando Rondo. He didn't feel involved, and that came up a lot. He said he had a lot of negative feelings towards that. He also said he felt Durk was, quote, selfish in asking him to be a part of this, or having him be a part of this, allegedly. And then he also has this quote where he said it's his first time being a free father to my son. And he testifies about how he just didn't feel good about what happened afterwards. Before we broke for lunch, before we broke for the morning break, he testified, his last testimony was that he was never offered payment before committing the shooting. That was like a big deal in the courtroom. That was a very dramatic note to end on. When we were brought back, he did say he said there was payment, it was afterwards, and he testified there was discussion about payment after the murder was committed. He also testified to being in a music video called Federal Freestyle, where he was paid $10,000 to be in that music video.
His song,
and he had never been in a music video, never been on an album before. And the prosecution asked him, do you think you would have been able to be in that video if you weren't a part of this shooting? And he said no, and he even testified he didn't think he would have ever been around. He would have been alive, essentially. But back to the music video, it seemed to be implied that this music video may have been the way of paying him for the shooting. The alleged murder to hire is coming into play. Next, the prosecution asks some questions about, it kind of goes back about Durk and how he was feeling about King Von's death. And we've heard a lot in the courtroom that Hester has testified Durk didn't like being made fun of or ridiculed for letting the shooting of King Von fly, to let that just get away with that. And so one quote that Hester said, Durk said, was, the whole world saw them run. Them being O-Block, the crew, they ran when King Von was shot, and that was very embarrassing. That wasn't, they lost a lot of respect from that. And then they go into some beef with Rancho Lamron, his beef with the group, OTF. They were beefing with Booney Mo, or Lamron was beefing with Booney Mo, and they all picked Booney Mo's side. And that beef seemed to indicate, I think they were just trying to prove that Durk is a leader in all of this, because there is a voice conversation played, and the judge made it very clear to the jury this has nothing to do with Lindsay. His attorney wanted that to be made clear, that this was not evidence against Lindsay. But there's this whole voice message played.
Yeah, because remember, Lindsay, who his name is Brown Eyes, is not connected to any of the gang narrative. There's a gang narrative. Remember, Lindsay's going to be interesting because, yes, he's part of the conspiracy of murder, but the conspiracy that contains evidence of gang feuds that kind of contributed to it, no, he didn't know niggas like that. Okay? He knew Dee Dee.
Where they say, let me find it. Blood wants shit to go right. People call him for money. It was all about how Blood was supplying the cars. Blood wanted to make sure that things didn't go awry on this alleged plot against Lamron. Finally, what was played was, we went to the moment where Hester decided he wanted to be a snitch. He wanted to come forward. He discussed a somewhat guilty conscience because he didn't feel like the murder of Robinson was justified. He wasn't involved. He called him again. He said he was innocent. He said, this is a quote, "It was weighing on me and I saw the opportunity." He was arrested in 2023 on a completely unrelated charge. He was on probation for that 12-year stint he had in jail, and he was pulled over with a gun in his car, violated his probation, went back to jail, and that is when he passed along a note that was shown in court that said, "I know about murders. I don't want to talk on camera. I know a lot." So essentially that is how we are told he is connected then to this case, to being a cooperator. And right before we broke for lunch, the prosecution asked him, "How do you feel about Durk? What are your feelings like towards Durk Banks?" And he says, this may be hard to believe because of what I'm doing, but he says he has a lot of love for Durk. He said that he knows this shit won't go away, but he still has a lot of love for him, and he just doesn't have any respect for him. So I don't believe the prosecution is done. We're going to hear more from Hester and from the prosecution after our lunch break, and then hopefully we will hear from Brian Steele in Cross as well and see how he questions Hester on what we've heard.
And we get a little bit more context here, chat. Here's a little bit more context on what Durk said. This is important. This is important right here, chat. They said, you know, at least Michael Blackshire here is talking about how the confrontation happened between Jam and Durk. He said, "I FaceTime Blood. I asked Blood. Man, there was a million people you could have called, man. Yo, this was the first time I could have been a free man to my son." Now, so he's basically saying, man, why you call me for that stupid ass hit, man? Why you put me on that dummy mission, Durk? He said, you could have called a million people. Why you call me for that dumb ass shit, bro? The prosecutor said, what'd he say? He told me he loved me. He told me you didn't get Quando, but Pop does count. They be on the internet talking about smoking Vaughn. Jeez, damn. All right, let me read his shit. Okay, here we go. Prosecutor say, you got love for Durk still? Man, I still got a lot of love for him, man. What he did for me, he gave to me. I got love for him, but I just don't respect him. Do you place blame? Yeah. Because he seemed like a goofy. I'm doing something for people I don't know. He said, how come you made the decision to talk to FBI? I wrote a note. What you write on the note? No, the prosecutor just read the note. I know about murders. I know a lot. So did you talk to someone? Yeah. So you didn't want to talk on cameras or body cams? A lot of people was getting exposed on social media. I don't want to do that. As a BD, that's breaking all laws. You can snitch on an op and get fucked up. After Jam talks about what could happen to a snitch, prosecutor says, could you be murdered or killed? Yeah, of course. Even now? Of course. So what made you talk to FBI? Man, I had to get that shit off my chest, man. I just seen the opportunity. Why would this be off your chest? Man, I felt it was dumb, man, and a sloppy matter. People who shouldn't have been there was there. A bunch of goofies. Did you think y'all were going to get caught? Man, I know we're going to get caught. LA is rich people, actors. Man, I don't feel like that's no place to do no damn crime. You pled guilty to your role in the murder. Yeah. Are you hoping for a reduction in your sentence? Yeah. Has the government said what reduction you will get at your sentence? Nah. Were you uncomfortable with what happened? I thought it was sloppy, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know, Lil Pop. In my eyes, he was innocent. I just said I ain't had no beef with him. I'm not on that level. All that rap shit, NBA Youngboy shit, Quando Rondo shit. Nigga, if this shit was about Booney Mo, this should be different. Man, I don't know King Von like that. That nigga was not my homie. Man, I FaceTime Blood. I asked Blood, I said, Blood, yeah, there was a million people you could have called. This was my first time being a free man to my son. What Durk say? Man, he told me he loved me, man. He said, you ain't get Quando, but Pop do count, though. They be on the internet talking about they smoking Vaughn. Jam says, yo, he say they be on the internet talking about smoking Vaughn. He can't say that no more. Prosecutor says smoking Vaughn. I mean, being disrespectful. Was he pleased? At least on the FaceTime? Yeah, Blood was smiling. James says, man, I was calling him saying, why you put me in that situations with niggas I don't know? You don't know what people are capable of. I did dirt with someone and he told on me and I went to jail. So will you ever offer payment for this? Nah, man. Said, prosecutor says, when a gang kills a rival, is that person death mocked? Man, Chirac made it popular to say you smoking on somebody. Like, it's like when we say smoking on Tuka. Like, Tuka's a person, but you're dead up. Prosecutor says, like smoking on his ashes? Yeah. Another word is like smoked. Like, he got smoked. Prosecutor says, in the red shoes, that's you? Yeah, that's me. Said Jam is seen wearing the same red shoes on the surveillance footage in the drive-by by In-N-Out. Footage of the drive-by and that In-N-Out. Jam says, man, Boogie was driving fast as hell. Remember, Boogie's Asa Houston. I told Boogie, slow down, gang. Slow down. Be cool. He was on the phone with Didi. So what'd he say? Did y'all hit something? Who y'all shot? Who shot what? Who did what? Said Didi was trying to figure it out. So how many times y'all niggas shoot? Jam said 4 times I heard that switch go off. So you could tell the nigga who exited first had the switch, and that shit went off. And he shot so far away, that shit just shit everything. You feel me? So did you know you were in Beverly Hills? Man, no. Nigga, I don't even know what the Beverly Center is. He said, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Lindsay got mad at Flocka for shooting over his head, man. So do you ever think that you could have shot a pump and blew the whole shit up? Man, I don't know nothing about that. Man, what happened when y'all went to In-N-Out? Man, I seen a police officer. He kind of sized me up, man. I ain't know if my nerves got the best of me, but he made me nervous. Why did you want to get out of L.A.? Man, I ain't want to be there no more. I ain't want to be there no more. Damn. Bro, so, all right, I ain't gonna lie. He did try to confront Durk. I think at that point, Durk probably realized, oh, this is not good. But even how he said Durk responded on that call, he said, he asked Durk, I ain't gonna lie, he asked Durk in a federal way. If a nigga call your phone and be like, yo, bro, why you pay me to go kill them niggas over there? Damn, that sound mad federal. That's why Durk was like, I love you, bro. I love you. You see how Durk ain't stupid. Durk ain't stupid. Then Durk threw it right back on him. Pause. That's why Durk was like, man, at least you got Pop. He threw it back on him like, nigga, you know you did that, right? You know you got Pop. Nigga, at least you got Pop. He was saying fuck Vaughn anyway. Fuck that nigga. Low key, I think Durk thought that was a setup call. That was the feds trying to get the wire. Yo, a nigga call your phone and be like, man, yo, Blood, why you send me on that goddamn drill, man? Man, I just, for the first time in 12 years, I gotta be a father to my son. Why you send me on that goofy ass drill, man? You know Durk ain't say, my bad. He ain't take no responsibility. What'd he say? Man, I love you, man. I love you. He ain't answer the question at all. Durk not dumb. That's some incriminating ass question. Why you send me on a drill? Smirkio? That was a goofy ass drill. Smirk said, I love you, man. And then he keeps going and Durk was like, man, the nigga you got. So Durk never takes no accountability for sending it. What he takes kind of accountability of is knowing that nigga killed him. But it doesn't say he set it up or nothing. And then he hung up and he got up off the phone. I think Durk back then was like, yo, this nigga's on some police shit. Durk must have been thinking, yo, this nigga's on some police shit. This nigga on that police shit, man. This nigga on that police shit. What you mean you gonna call my phone and tell my Durk, why you send me on the drill, bro? Why you send me on that drill, Durk? That was some police shit right there. All right, what's the word out here? Okay, my man going off. And they got Ye. Look at Ye in there. Day 6. Shout to Denot. Yeah, look at Ye. Ye walking through that building, man. This is the courthouse. Damn, how they record inside that bitch, though? How they record inside that bitch? Yo, look at the security guard. He on timing. Nah, stop that. Yeah, I cut that out. Yeah, I cut that out. I'll cut that out. All right. Chat, who else could I look at for some updates? Man, he really called Durk. I want to know the timeline on that. He really called Durk and be like, why you send me on that goofy ass hit, Durk? Yo, Smirk, why you do that to me, nigga? That's kind of also crazy. Like, he literally told Durk, like, yo, bro, if that's true, I ain't gonna lie. It look crazy on Durk. If a killer actually say, bro, why you send me on that goofy ass mission, nigga? Nigga, that was the first time I had a chance to be a father to my kid, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, that look bad. That look bad. Adam22 out there? He's streaming or something? Tell him go live. How y'all know he there? We got a few more people. Here we never mind. We don't got no quicker update. Hey yo. Hey, all y'all record labels, I know y'all, because when I used to come out to LA early on when we was working, y'all all used to put niggas like pawns in the same hotels. Hey yo, the Level Hotel in downtown LA. Hey, all y'all record labels stop booking niggas in, man. Y'all niggas don't know what's going on. Y'all got the rappers out there ready to die. Y'all can't book no niggas over here no more, man. Especially when they trying to fly out artists. They'll fly out artists when they trying to sign them too, and they'll put them over there. That's a dub. They got some shit in West Hollywood too. And I ain't been to LA really, I feel like in years, but no, actually I was there last year, right? Yo, LA is the worst, man. LA is the worst. But y'all record labels stop booking that Level Hotel, man. There's mad hotels. The thing is, y'all be having a relationship with a hotel chain. Like, say Atlantic got a relationship with a hotel chain. They put all their artists there because they get a company rate. Here's the thing. Y'all sign niggas who beef with each other. So they know the 2-3 hotels y'all all use. And then niggas be in LA for different reasons. So sometimes you got 2 ops staying at the same hotels. That's why niggas start using Airbnbs. And then when niggas start realizing that the rappers went to Airbnbs, they had the gangster niggas start robbing them and extorting them. It's part of the reason LA kind of dead, man. They ran all the rappers out of LA, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. They ran all of them out. Them niggas used to eat at Boston Nova. They try to rob them at Boston Nova. They want to walk down Rodeo Drive. They popping out with guns on them in Rodeo Drive. They find out they stay in the Airbnb. They run in the crib at midnight, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You staying down. You staying what you call it again? You staying at one of these basic ass hotels that they put every artist at. You running into your op. You gonna have to kill your op out there. You don't run into your op no time in your own city. You go to LA, you run into that nigga in the lobby. I'm telling you. You go to the airport, you getting chased by Whack 100. This is a bad deal going out to LA, gang. You in LA, just be careful. You go to the Marathon Burger, there's a shootout. Like, it's just crazy. LA is not a safe place, bro. You go to Roscoe's trying to get you some fried chicken and waffles, a nigga trying to take your chain, bro. This shit is bananas. LA is on some other shit. Are they saying, is it cross, are they crossing at this point? Let's see. I think it might be time to cross, right? Let's see what Brian Steele gonna bring to the table. Steele's on the job. Nah, this is Steele's case, nigga. Yo, we haven't heard Finland once. Nigga, this is Steele's case. Oh, Brian Steele is on there. Nah, Brian Steele. Brian Steele finna drop 50, man. Brian Steele finna drop 50 on him. I can't believe we haven't heard from Drew Finland. He ain't do the opening. He ain't do nothing. Brian Steele is on the job. This is the showdown we all wanted to see. It's like the best pitcher versus the best home run hitter. It's like the best pitcher versus the best home run hitter. Brian Steele is on the job, y'all. Let me see. I'm about to post this to the Instagram real quick. Because everybody, you know that's a showdown everybody want. If Brian Steele can't break this nigga, GG's in the chat. If Brian Steele can't break this nigga, it's GG's in the chat, nigga. We know. We gonna catch Durk on appeal. Them 30 times that you seen that they met with that nigga Jam, it's to prepare for Brian fucking Steele, nigga. All right. I posted to the gram. Jammy the ball. Man, that nigga really said to Durk, man, there's a million niggas you could have called for this hit, man. I just came home being a father, bro. I don't know. Maybe Jam is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Honestly, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. We keep hearing about how he's this demon or whatever. I'm not saying he's not. He's not a good guy. But like, a nigga did 12 years, bro. He just got busted for a gun. He folds after getting busted for a gun. Maybe he's a nigga that's sick and tired of being sick and tired, bro. He said this was his first time to be a father to his son. That means he must have had that son before he went in jail. That means his son, he did 12 years, nigga. That means his son is 12 years older than when he last seen his son in the free world. Maybe he's just got sick and tired of that street shit. Maybe Durk going off of, everybody in the hood say this nigga was shooting shit up, robbing niggas. He's like that. Durk thinking he's still on that same kid mindset, like, yeah, I kill a nigga right now. And maybe when he did come out, Durk gives him the money. He's like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna slide for you. He go do one thing. Then he realized, man, Durk treat him like a crash dummy. Durk just like send him on any mission, the dumbest missions. Like, yo, kill that nigga in front of the Hollywood sign. We don't care. Yo, bro, word? Nigga, you know they gonna catch me. Nigga, fuck it. Fuck it. Yo, what is that nigga's in the police station? Nigga, go shoot up the police station. Nigga, get that nigga. Fuck it. I think there's a possibility in me that thinks that this dude got sick and tired of that street life. Spent 12 years of his, like, with all due respect, Smirk been free, fucking the baddest bitches in the world, money out the ass, jet setting, private, doing what he want. This nigga has never really lived life. The nigga hopped off the porch at 9 years old. They put a gun in his hand to shoot at a car at 12. I'm not feeling bad for him. I'm just saying that this nigga never lived no regular life. That's what I'm saying. These are some dirty niggas. 9, they put him in a gang. 12, he's shooting a gun. He robbed over 100 niggas, shot or did 15 shootings by the time he hits 18. Gets arrested at 18. Nigga can't even legally drink. Obviously gonna do this, but he can't. Nigga probably really ain't getting no real pussy yet. He go to jail at 18 or prison. He come out at 30. He must have got some pussy because he has a kid, I think. And the first thing when he come home, after Durk put some money in his hand, Durk get a goofy to put a gun in his hand and say, nigga, you out here to kill Quando, nigga. He on the drill, and it's the goofiest drill of all time. The only thing that didn't go wrong on that drill is if is them running out of gas or some shit like that. Like, yo, like they trying to get away and they run out of gas right next to the gas station. Whoop-de-doo. That's the only thing that ain't go wrong, man. The goofiest drill of all time. One nigga gun jam, he almost shot the other nigga in the head. The other nigga got the switch, but if you got the switch, why you that far knowing that you probably won't hit nothing? They hop back in the car. These two goofies arguing. Nigga, why the fuck you shoot on my head, nigga? You almost shot me. Yo, Jam is like, I'm with the rookies here, bruv. The rookies. Somebody say I'm acting like everything is saying true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm trying to give you a perspective of what someone's mindset should be. We got to take everything with a grain of salt. This is the government's case right now. Right? I think if you want me to score it right now? I think Brian Steele did a good job with them FBI agents. Did a good job with them. A really good job. They didn't counter anything with the medical examiner. There's nothing to counter. Nigga died. What you gonna say? Oh, he didn't die. Oh, there was 4 guns, not 3. But that's the thing. Like, you know what I mean? There was 4 calibers. Be like, y'all said there was 3 shooters. There's 4 calibers of bullets that hit him or hit the vehicle. So who's the other shooter? You guys don't have all the... They didn't counter none of that. It is what it is. Like, that's shit is set in stone. What they're countering is the FBI investigation, them connecting the dots, and now the snitches. I think they did a decent job with the FBI. Actually, pretty good job, actually. Now, these snitches, I can't see how you're going to do a good job with them. Okay? All right. Here we go. Steele said, this was Steele and Jam is talking now. You're a scary person, huh? Jam says, some may say that. Steele says, objectively? Jam says, man, you know I'm stupid as fuck, nigga. I don't even know what objectively means. Steele says, you're a dangerous person even now, right? Jam says, nah, I'm chilling. Steele says, do you realize how much time you spent tracking down and hunting your prey? You come here and go right to killing, didn't you? Yeah. If you looked at your to-do list that day, wasn't it clear it was to kill? So Steele is trying to really put it like, nigga, you're a machine. This is what you do. You're just an evil guy. You feel what I'm saying? Man, oh man. This is crazy. All right. Who else? I forgot. Who else? I forgot the trolling that was happening with Lil Pop and them.
Mafia.
Bandwagon season.
Know how that go.
Hood, you will knock me off. I do some funk shit, ain't it?
Gotta go. Gotta go, boss man.
I'm sick, though.
Hey y'all.
Who that is?
Dime.
Hey y'all.
What up?
Sound good. Hey,
Dime.
Bernie, why y'all niggas don't like me?
Earlier. What'd you say?
I love
They
y'all
don't like
niggas.
me.
He wanna bite me.
Hey, Bernie, tell your boss to go
Let's
buy
drop
that
the
shit off the
ball,
shelf
brother.
next time. You heard me, Bernie?
He got up out this hole.
That nigga named Barney, not Bernie.
Barney.
Yeah, they were clowning him. Why 6ix9ine sent me a video? Did he post it on his page? Oh my God, look at this. He said, nobody say nothing when it was me. Nobody said chill. Nobody said no breaks. You're going to feel this shit. I want rent free. What? Let me hear this.
Before you get into all that, what the fuck you got on?
This right here, this the 1 foot in, 1 foot out, YN Muslim, alhamdulillah, special model 3.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
this shit attached?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah.
shit attached. No,
That's the
look.
drill special.
Yeah, this the drill special. This for all the Muslims that want to.
Nigga said no mask needed?
Nah, this the YN. Look, you could do this. You could do this and go on your drills. Yo, look, this thing about to get life off, just off of my freedom of speech.
Talking about it. And he got to talking about what the rapper 6ix9ine doing, trolling stuff.
The question is, okay, tell us about that conversation. Otf.Jam 9 says, I don't know who, I can't remember who initially brought up the trolling stuff, but Blood got talking about it, and he got to talking about what the rapper 6ix9ine doing. This is on this fat ass, musty, black, fucking gorilla ass nigga, Seti Nash. This the bias shit. He saying, but if you don't like this, let's bring it over here. This thing about to do life off an Instagram comment. Go to the fucking legend right here.
Durk talks about 6ix9ine trolling him
So wherever you want to watch it, wherever you want to get your news from, just go buy one of these, the Durk Model 3000s, alhamdulillah.
Durk Model 3000.
I'm going to do the big Durk. Alhamdulillah, nigga don't even know what the fuck you saying, nigga. Fuck out of here. Quick disclaimer. But the people will be like, bro, nobody was worried about you. He was going to slide anyway. Go tell Brian Steele that then. Because if it's not one thing, no, he's not worried about you. He was going to slide anyway. So he's guilty, right?
Before you get into all that, what the fuck you got?
Oh my God, this guy. Yes, 6ix9ine is definitely Mr. I Told You So, huh? Mr. I Told You So. Mr. I Told You So, huh? Boy. Okay. Yeah, but this was a trolling that was happening before. Or actually during.
Mr. T that boy.
That nigga missing the whole side of his mouth.
That man still
Why
on
you got
here.
no
He did not
veneers
leave.
yet?
That man still on here.
Why he ain't got some BBs in his shit?
With all them fucking diamonds on his wrist and shit, ain't got
His
no
big homie spending all that money on that punk. His big homie spending all that money on that.
Oh, little Tim joined the group chat, huh? Okay, Attorney Jasmine sent me something. Maybe she has a breakdown of what's going on. Let me see. Here we go. Is it this? Here we go.
So Durk's a snitch, huh? Allow me to educate you. Did you know that in a trial, a defendant has the ability to control certain things like whether to testify, whether to plead guilty, whether to waive a jury trial, and, have a judge decide everything, whether to appeal, and whether to maintain innocence. But trial strategy is purely a lawyer's job. That means the attorney gets to decide how to defend the case, what witnesses to attack, what evidence to emphasize, what theory to argue. And yeah, sometimes that means arguing that the cooperating witnesses are not reliable, are not credible. They're blaming my client to save themselves, and they are the ones with the motive to lie. That's not the same thing as the defendant getting on the stand and telling on somebody. That's not the same thing as the defendant talking with the FBI or the prosecutors and having a recorded or written statement telling on people. That's a lawyer doing what a lawyer's supposed to do, which is create reasonable doubt. And honestly, if the lawyer ignores the best defense, out of fear that the internet might call the client a snitch, the reality is that attorney could be deemed ineffective counsel later. Because in court, the lawyer's duty is not to protect street politics or even be concerned with them. The lawyer's duty is to defend the client. So before we label people snitches we must first ask whether the defendant cooperated with the government, or did the defense attorney just attack a cooperating witness? Because those are not the same thing. Don't believe me? McCoy versus Louisiana, Rock versus Arkansas, Strickland versus Washington, especially Jones versus Barnes, and Taylor versus Illinois. Thank me later.
Okay, so she's an attorney who is given the perspective from the legal side. Some people are saying now what Durk is doing and his trial strategy is cooperation. That's telling. That's snitching. If his opening statements by his lawyers is saying, hey, the evidence matches that these guys did it and these guys said they did it. Why the hell you got my guy charged? That's cooperation. She's giving the legal, breakdown of why. Number one, it's upon your legal representation and counsel to pick the best strategy and also effectuate the best strategy, not to try to please the internet. Also, that is not cooperation. So, she's kind of hammering home. I think everybody's kind of backed off that point, right? I think everybody's backed off that point. Brian Steele is on the stand. I can't wait to hear what people say about his all of his stuff, because I do feel like there's a little bit D-rodding for Brian Steele. I think we've seen him, and by the way, maybe for good cause, because we've seen him do a really good job, not only in the case in YSL with the Diddy case that he was also a part of. He did a really good job, so there's not much negative things to say about him, but I think that Jam gave a strong opening. I think Jam as a cooperator, yes, you're always going to have the fact that he is a murderer that you could use against him, the fact that he's testifying for a hope to reduce the sentence. But I feel like Jam gave a cohesive story. Why are you telling on your man now? Man, my man was sending me off on some goofy shit. He start devaluing me as a person when I thought he valued me a lot. How do we know you're not just saying this to save your own ass? Well, I confronted him. He changed the subject. Well, why would you get paid to go kill somebody for somebody who was a BD? I ain't no Vaughn like that. I was never out in the field with him. Okay, we got a couple more tweets. Here we go. Brian Steele says, man, you're one of the highest ranking members of the Black Disciples, aren't you? You're a minister, right? Ain't that dangerous? Jam says, nah, not every minister is dangerous. But Steele says, but you are dangerous, though. You're a dangerous man as a minister. Now, what I like about Brian Steele's technique? He'll kind of poach around, and then he always attacks. When he attacks, you're usually backpedaling, you're off balance, and he goes for the kill until the prosecutor does a bunch of sidebars or the prosecution fucking tries to objection, or the judge steps in. Like, he's completely there to obliterate. He has a pit bull style a bit. He does have that pit bull style where when he sees blood, he's just waiting for blood to be in that water. He's going to attack. And you got to realize this is a different case than a sex case that was with Diddy, where, he had to kind of be a little bit cautious. He doesn't want to be like, bitch, stop acting like you wasn't with sucking that nigga dick. Like, you see, that would be sound insensitive. Got to tiptoe a bit, but here it's straight murder. He could get to it a little bit quicker. Jam says, I'm not banking on Durk to get a life sentence. Steele says, so you want to go home? No, he says, you want to go home, sir, right? Jam says, yeah, I do want a number. Number meaning that he wants a number in a sentence rather than life in prison. Okay, so life in prison, you'll never get out. If they tell him 20, they tell him 10, they tell him 5, they tell him 30, at least there's a date on the calendar you would get out. Steele says, you have a part. He said, you in part have accused Durk of these crimes, right? Jam says, I just told the truth about him. Steele says, the truth is decided by others, right? Right. Steele, I gotta see how Steele's gonna try to crack this one. Pause, Jam met with that, he's a dumb nigga, but he met with the prosecutors 30 times. They got him trained. That's a strong line. They said, you have accused Durk of a crime. He could have said yes. You know what he said? I told the truth about that man. Shit like that hits. You could have just said yes. But him deciding to say, no, I told the truth. I think that will hit a little bit harder than just saying yes. We'll see. I still think Brian Steele is going to do his thing. Will he completely... I would imagine he's going to take 2 hours, 3 hours. Will he completely, by the end of his time, make us feel like, oh, yeah, this is a garbage witness? Because that's what he made us feel like when he was examining people in the other cases. He literally took Woody and, well, obviously Woody was also helping the cause as well, but Woody was a non-factor after that. Woody was a non-factor. I don't know if you guys seen, Woody has made a couple of videos kind of chiming in on this. He's kind of chimed in on this. Here we go. Where is it? Yeah, Woody speaks on Durk. Yeah, what the fuck? Where is it at? Is it here?
Who that was that just took that plea? Somebody just took a plea and told a lawyer, hey.
All right. I think he was on TikTok. I think I got a better clip on my Instagram. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Go. Brian Steele, Drew Finney, all them, they gonna attack the credibility of Otf.Jam. They gonna ask him, why is he cooperating against Durk? What is his plea deal? So, do he gang anything for what he's doing? Yes, he does. So the jury get to hear that due to the fact that Jam is on the stand saying what he's saying, he have motive to say what he have to say. Now, it's up to the defense, the way that they attack. Now, this is where we see how good these lawyers is. If Brian Steele the man, this is where he get up there and show his master plan. Brian Steele, don't let the people down. Drew Finley, don't let the people down. Y'all the best two lawyers in the world right now. Get up, Craig, because that boy got Durk down bad. It's up to y'all two lawyers to get Durk out of this jam. This shit just got real. I believe in him. I believe Durk a changed man. I ain't say he innocent or guilty. So let me tell y'all how this...
Now, Woody, this is where I got to be honest with you, though. I think niggas is saying that they feel that Jam's a changed man. You get what I'm saying? They think Jam's a changed man. You can't have it, they say what make you laugh a lot of times will make you cry. The idea that Durk's a changed man, them jurors might look at it like, yeah, Jam's a killer, but he a changed man too. He started talking to Durk about family. Remember that? Durk got 9 kids. I don't know. Maybe there do exist messages. Obviously they did say Durk pulled this nigga to the side. I got to see the timeline on that because it sounds like he's telling Durk like, yo, bro, why you got me crashing out here? Now, I got to imagine that's the counter. Remember the point that they were trying to say? Well, actually, no, the government made that point. The government made that point that Durk at one point had pulled Otf.Jam to the side and say, yo, bro, yo, these murders are getting it hot. That seems incompatible with, yo, if Durk tells Jam or confronts him like, yo, bro, your murders are making it hot, why would Jam have to confront Durk about why are you sending me on dummy missions? That's a little bit incompatible. We got to find out more info. The government got to talk about that a little bit more. I don't know. You get what I'm saying, right? In opening statements or like the first couple days, we found out that supposedly Durk pulled Jam in a bathroom and say, yo, bro, yo, you got to stop with these murders, nigga. You making this shit hot out here, nigga. Right? And then Jam is now testifying. By the way, he don't even testify to that. We haven't heard it yet. He ain't mentioned it on direct. I would think we would have heard about it on direct. Yo, Jam, so what happened when Durk pulled you in the bathroom? What happened? Now maybe, well, not even maybe. I think Steele gonna bring that up. Steele gonna bring that shit up. Like, you said that you were asking Durk about why he's sending you blah blah blah. Let's say that's even a possibility. Did Durk ever pull you to the side and say, "Could you stop doing crime? You are making things uncomfortable." I think Brian Steele is gonna do that. If I think, well, I know Brian Steele is as good as I think he is. So anyway,
go. Brian Steele, Drew Finney, all them, they gonna take the credit.
Yeah, because those 2 points are incompatible, chat. Durk pulls you in the bathroom, tells you to stop doing murders, you're getting the block hot. You claim you FaceTime Durk, confronting him about, man, why you send me on these missions? I finally got a chance to be a father to my son. Now, one could think, if we're going on with those 2 train of thoughts, and say, oh, no, both could exist. Maybe when he first came out, you know, he did A, B, and C, right? And Durk was like, chill. But then he not mad that Durk was sending him on drills. He mad that Durk was sending him on dummy missions, because that drill was a stupid mission. It was almost a mission to say, nigga, you might not even come back. So maybe he was saying, nah, nigga, you send me on a dummy mission with a bunch of goofies, like, that's crazy. So maybe both could exist. But I do think that Brian Steele is going to ask about it. I absolutely think both Brian Steele will ask about that. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we are waiting for some more tweets. Yeah, they're in the middle of the back and forth right now. Anytime you don't get an update too quickly, that means some really good shit's going on in court. Some really good shit. Now, I got some older videos to kind of figure out what the hell was going on back then. There was a lot of stuff that, you know, sometimes Durk was on live with these guys and he would do some subtle shit. Little Durk. And who else? Especially when he was on there with Didi a lot. IG Live. It's a lot of self-snitching. I can't even lie to you. It's a lot of self-snitching when that was happening. Remember, see, Varney was on this live right here? Then I remember this one. And Durk and other OTF members, they were playing cards in Tay-Town.
Do y'all think Booney not play cards, man? Let me know now. He said again. Okay.
Yeah, the city just say Karen, you was with it. The way Didi playing, niggas crazy.
Wait, who? 3-on-1, man. What you got to say about that? Fuck you.
They said Durk was on live. Oh, they said this was the day that FBG Cash died. Oh, that's Now, a lot of people use this video to be like, yo, Otf.Jam was always looking mad uncomfortable, like he was wearing a wire. Well, let's think about something else. Maybe he's not looking uncomfortable like he's wearing a wire. Maybe he's looking uncomfortable like maybe he just did a murder.
Yeah. Folks be on it too. What's that? 30,000 views.
Yeah, man, she dropped when he grabbed him. Wednesday, man. This nigga crazy. For a little nigga hit me off the bike, bud. The nigga tell me, I ain't do that. I said, y'all gonna call your mom, bro. I said, hey, come get his ass here. He flipped me off that bitch. I roll over. Arm mark.
He called me with a cast.
I lift my shit up. I'm like, man, this nigga boner, man.
He laughed.
He said, I ain't do that. I said,
slow and
Keisha.
He did.
Tell him. Free shiesty. Hey, bro, where you at, folks? You out here? Hey, bro, what say you bogus, folks? Come pull up and lose some of that money, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, bro, you sweet as hell on the dice. Never. What?
Oh,
my boy. Bro, sweet as hell.
Oh, my boy. He ain't never. I know you got it on the cars.
I ain't saying that.
You got the muscle act.
What you mean, ask what? On what? On the cars or not?
Now, apparently, let me see. Okay, so apparently, let me see. You know, Otf.Jam basically, like, his story is like, man, I didn't really know Von like that. Now, he did admit that he talked to him once or twice on the jail phone. He said he said he didn't really know Von, but he did talk to him once in jail. Okay, hold on. So apparently, he did an interview where he said different.
Did you have a relationship with Von?
I knew him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew him. And when I was in jail, you know what I'm saying, a couple of times, me and Bubba, one of them was from the town that's locked up, my boy. You know, we done been on the phone with Von and sent motherfuckers pictures. He was a real nigga, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't have to necessarily have an everyday relationship with him, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't think this contradicts what he says. He never said he didn't know Von. He just said Von wasn't his man's. He said that they spoke. He testified that he spoke to Von while in jail, on the phone. He said Von actually requested to talk to him. Obviously, he doing an interview. He trying to get hot. He gonna act like he probably knew him even a little bit more than just that. But chat, we're not gonna argue semantics. He clearly knew Von or knew of Von. Here's the thing: do y'all have any videos of them hanging out? No, they ain't like. I don't think he used to hang out with. That's the thing about Chicago. There's niggas that know of each other. And the niggas who are, because it's all clicked up. You know who hang with who.
You must Gabe car, y'all damning outfit.
You know what's still blowing my mind? It's a Trenches News interview I did. Or no, Trenches News, yeah. And he says, here we go. Trenches News. It's Trenches News saying that Durk supposedly was in the car. To me, that's insane. Durk was in the car at the shooting at the gas station. And he said that song, is it Risky? Hold on, I'm trying to. Somebody say he was? How do we know that, though? Obviously, I'm not down trenches. It's just, that sounds ridiculous to me. Like a rapper of his stature? Here we go. Give me a second. Oh, here we go. Wait, even Trap Lord, I ain't gonna lie, Trap Lord be knowing a lot of shit. I think that's why he talks like that to Trial.
It seemed at this point, having faced virtually no consequences personally for the killing of King Von, Quando Rondo was getting more and more confident insulting Von and Durk in his music and capitalizing on the situation. However, all of this was going on whilst his main shooter and protector, the man who had taken Von's life to protect Quando in the first place, Lil Tim, was still behind bars. After being arrested the morning after the Von killing, Tim spent months locked up waiting for an update on his case. And during this period, Lil Tim would call him from jail, seemingly in good spirits, and asking to be sent money.
Problem child. Hey, Tim.
Hey, I talked to my brother yesterday. He told me you have 1 minute left. Yeah, I'm about to call back, but he said, little bro, when you come home, this not right, this my other brother. He told me, you come home, little bro, tell them folks you want 100.
And while Lil Tim is locked up, Quando would post support for Tim online, saying that he would rather say free Tim than RIP, indicating that he's still facing legal consequences for the shooting of Von. As the months went by, pictures of Tim in jail would circulate online. A January 2021 image showed Lil Tim using a jail phone and smiling with his diamond grille shining. Eventually, Lil Tim would be released on bail, with Jump Out Gang Black and Lil Pab celebrating the release of their 33rd Street brother on Instagram and Twitter. Then, on March the 27th, 2021, Lil Tim's name would begin trending on Twitter as news of his release on bail spreads, with Quando even posting on Instagram, "God is home." Then later posting a clip of them celebrating by throwing a bunch of cash in the air. However, Tim and Quando's rivals would still be watching their every move, as Lil Durk and Mimo600 would like the picture along with NBA Youngboy's biggest enemy, Fredo Bang. However, this pressure didn't stop Tim from showing his face. Soon after the release, Tim would go live on Instagram, but not saying much. But as time goes by,
I'll definitely say Tim is fearless.
He would get more and more confident and find subtle ways to disrespect his enemies. For example, the month before King Von was killed, in October 2020, King Von's ex-girlfriend Asian Doll would tweet publicly saying that she only dates killers with 3 bodies or more. Perhaps this was a reference to the fact that when she split up with Von, she allegedly spent time getting close to NBA Youngboy, who just like Von, has a reputation synonymous with killing. And since we all know that Asian Doll loves to date killers, after being released, Lil Tim would hop on social media and shoot his shot, saying openly, "Somebody tell Asian Doll I want her, I heard she only likes killers." The following month, on April the 12th, 2021, Quando posts on Instagram that he has bought matching iced out Cartier watches for him and Tim. This is perhaps a reference to earlier lyrics and tweets where Quando raps that he will give a Rolex to anybody who kills an op, with Lil Tim tweeting back saying that he wants to find out if this is true. But anyway, despite all of the apparent disrespect coming out of 33rd Street, eventually Quando Rondo would break his silence about his involvement in the situation that claimed Von's life. In an extended interview with Angela Yee speaking on the situation, Quando would break down the events in a much more respectful tone than his earlier song, with Quando saying that before the fight broke out, he thought King Von's entourage were a group of regular people, and saying that he was just trying to let them walk past casually, being surprised when he was suddenly sucker punched by Von.
Like, I'm thinking it's some regular individuals. If I would have just tried to walk through them, next thing you know, it hit me.
Quando would say that the whole incident felt like an out-of-body experience.
Like, it's like I had an out-of-body experience.
Durk would later troll these comments by Quando in his own interview where he told Ebro that he wanted his concert to be like an out-of-body experience.
It's gonna be like an out-of-body experience.
Quando would also claim that the moment that Von came over and started the fight,
Durk
he felt like the devil was coming to get him.
Bro.
Like, it's like the devil was coming to get me, like.
Quando would also reiterate that Lil Tim was his day one homie that would protect him from anything.
One thing about it, he gonna protect me with anything, which anybody should do.
Right.
He would also say that he prayed when those gunshots were going off.
Lord, please let me make it home. It's like everything went back normal. I look up and I see my partner on the ground. You feel me? Shot up.
And Quando was adamant that he didn't even know that it was King Von he'd been fighting with until the next day.
This is on neighborhood crip, man. I did not know that was him till the next day. I'm like, I don't want to say, because I know dude just dropped the tape. Like, was they trying to do something to me? Like, just boost him up or like, what? I don't know.
You just don't know where. You just don't know where it came from. You have no idea.
Despite this attempt at a diplomatic interview, it would seem that the damage had already been done. Having spent months mocking King Von after his death and making light of a supposed $1 million bounty on his head, Quando Rondo would remain in danger. And from here, he would have to defend him.
Wait, how did Quando know about the $1 million bounty? We ever thought about that? Was there a backdoor for Durk? Or was it just shit going on in the streets at that point? How did he know that Durk... Now, Durk didn't offer $1 million, at least from the conversation we hear about that was in Atlanta, but looked like niggas was taking that to mean, oh, your blood's down to pay $1 million. Or did Durk rap that he had $1 million on somebody's head? Did he rap that?
Himself against a wave of attempts on his life, as those people who loved King Von would seemingly be on the hunt, state to state, with just one objective in mind.
Yo, shout out to whoever who's gifting subs, man. All my sub gifters, man. We love you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Help out the community.
Slide for Von.
All right, here we go.
It was close to half a year since that fateful night when King Von lost his life trying to fight Quando Rondo. The moment Quando's close friend Lil Tim pulled the trigger, he set into motion a chain of events that would change their lives forever, with King Von being one of Chicago drill's most feared killers, as well as a popular rapper. This meant that Quando Rondo, Lil Tim, and everyone around them would have to defend against wave after wave of assassination attempts, all seemingly connected to the slain Chicago rapper. On April 16, 2021, Quando Rondo denied being shot at and told the world that he rides in a bulletproof truck. That same month, Quando's latest concert is announced on May 1st, 2021 in Waycross, Georgia. After having his previous shows that were scheduled just weeks after Von's death cancelled, Quando was eager to show his fans, ops, and the world at large that he could travel the country and perform without incident. However, unfortunately for Quando, that simply wasn't true. On May 1st, 2021, Quando Rondo plays the very show that he was booked to perform at in Waycross, Georgia. And here he's seen playing to an empty venue, complaining to the crowd that his shows are usually bigger than this, with Quando addressing the fans and still thanking them for coming out despite the low turnout.
I ain't gonna lie, man, my shows really be, you feel me, deeper than this, but I know I got a lot of shit going on, you feel me, but I still appreciate everybody who came out. I'm gonna rock this bitch out like it's 10,000 people in here. Come on, shit.
When these images and clips surfaced, Chicago affiliates of Von and Durk, like Mimo 600, would mock Quando, saying that he must have made a loss on that show. But as the night went on, that show's turnout would be the least of Quando's worries, as him and his entourage would leave the venue after performing, driving to a Circle K gas station just 11 minutes away in the next town of Blackshear. At around 3:20 AM after that show, Quando and his team would be in the parking lot of a gas station convenience store in Blackshear, Georgia. Soon after arriving, somebody begun to open fire from across the road, with one man allegedly being hit in the hand and ending up in the hospital. Quando Rondo would flee the scene before authorities arrived. According to one report, over 100 bullets were fired at Quando's entourage during this incident. However, members of the public would arrive to the crime scene, beginning to film and posting the footage on social media, with the woman filming telling viewers that she was on the scene of the Quando shooting and saying that people had heard the gunshots from all the way down the street. And she would even walk right up to bullet markers where the shell casings had apparently been fired from, all the way up the street.
Oh my God, it is Quando, y'all. It's got to be. They talking about it was the rapper that performed at the Vibe at the club. They talking about it was Quando. They heard it was, somebody had a bounty on him. I'm like, damn, how the fuck you know? Look at all them bullets. Yeah, they got down picking up bullets.
It was unclear who exactly was responsible for the shooting. Quando's ops from Savannah, the gang S8K or the Section 8 kids, would post seemingly referencing the incident, with a caption saying "Get Back Gang," which, if you didn't know, is actually another name for King Von's gang.
They posted out Durk's song though.
With audio from Lil Durk's song Hellcats and Trackhawks, that earlier song where Durk says that he's looking to catch somebody lacking at their show. Now, it's unclear whether S8K members were taking direct responsibility for the incident or simply celebrating a hit sent from Lil Durk or Von's crew, Get Back Gang. However, a black disciple from Georgia seemingly claimed responsibility for this hit on social media, leading people to believe once again that this was a hit affiliated with Lil Durk. Naturally, due to his extensive affiliations with the Black Disciples street gang, of which King Von was indeed a prominent member. Lil Pab also tweeted after this incident, brushing off the shooting and telling his ops to enjoy life and not let one person stress them out so much, and going on to post a picture of himself alive and well the following day. Quando would seemingly address the threats against his life in a later interview, also brushing off the danger and saying that he doesn't care about death threats because he's always armed.
Death threat all you want to, man, bro. That's just some words, man. Do be an action.
Right.
You feel me? I'm going home to my daughter.
Right.
And if I didn't, God called me.
Right.
But I'm going home to my daughter, bit, bro. I'm not even the type of person to move without a firearm.
Rumors would later circulate that Lil Tim was also injured in this shooting. Now, whether or not that's true, it was clear that Lil Tim suffered a serious injury, being shot numerous times during the altercation with King Von. A couple of months after that shooting at the gas station, in August 2021, Lil Tim would post a sobering picture to Instagram, revealing that due to his gunshot wounds, he's having to use a colostomy bag, but still giving thanks for the fact he's still alive. It's unclear whether or not this injury was from the Waycross shooting, the shootout with King Von, or even a previous shootout in Savannah. But regardless, it was clear that Quando and Lil Tim were continuing to pay the price for this beef with King Von. But that didn't stop Quando from continuing to push his career forward. On May 7th, 2021, Quando releases his 6th mixtape, Still Taking Risks, his first full-length release since the killing of King Von. And this project would be laced with references to the incident, as well as the consequences. Quando would rap about having $1 million bounty on his head and the opening track Blue Man. He would also mock King Von on tracks like Red Eye, saying that he's smoking a dead guy and catching homicides with Timmy. There's also a line on that track where he says that he's signed to NBA and rapping, "If he loves that girl, make sure he never sees her again." Seemingly a reference to King Von essentially dying as a result of his girlfriend Asian Doll, creating a love triangle between Von and Youngboy, with Quando going on to disrespect King Von's crew Get Back Gang, saying there ain't no get backs. Quando also says that he has shooters doing murders for only $1,500, and that he wants to kill all of his ops one by one until he gets to the top dog. Perhaps another reference to a desire to take out Lil Durk, as he depicted in his music video for the song Soul Reaper. And Quando even ends this song by mocking Lil Durk for linking up with Youngboy's enemies like Fredo Bang, as well as saying that Lil Tim got out of jail and got straight back to shooting. Even mocking Von, saying that Timmy busted Von's head because he got caught without his gun. There's also the song Drop Some, where Quando reiterates that he didn't even realize that it was a beef with Von the night he got shot, and saying that he has bullets for a wrestler, another reference to Von trying to fight the night he got killed. Quando also raps saying that his young'un is quick to make a rapper bleed. Elsewhere on the track Devil on My Shoulder, he shouts out Timmy, saying he will shoot for him. But perhaps most notably was the track Purple Baby, the song where Quando extensively disses his dead enemies from Savannah, repeating a chorus that had lyrics saying that he's smoking purple babies, a reference to the gang's 1100 block and VBS, the Villa Boy Soldiers, who rep purple, of Chicago gang, split open after being shot. On the track Still Doing Wrong, and Quando wasn't the only one.
Oh, man, I'm about to start smoking motherfucking black babies around this bitch. See?
To drop a mixtape together, landing Lil T fame off of the back.
You want to support me? Go to Nina. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you do. Make sure you join the membership. Shout out to all my mods. And that's why they fled back to Chicago.
Here we go.
First story we talking about is THF Beizou. He was being investigated for the...
By the way, this is 5 months ago.
Stalking of Quando Rondo, the first one. And that's why they fled back to Chicago. The GBI and the feds was on them already back then. We got to talk about that. And we talking about Fame is Richard, man. Update. Make sure y'all smash that like button so this video, people got arrested for guns and you know, THF Beizou was involved in that. The GBI and all them was saying that he was driving a car that was supposed to, that they were supposed to did the drive-by out of because it was a drive-by. They didn't walk up, hop out, or none of that. They drove past and shot, you know, and they were saying that they was investigating him. They didn't know if it was really Zoo, but they was investigating him, and then somebody else had told that Zoo was driving the car, the getaway car. So Zoo was being investigated for his before he got killed, and then he got killed. But Zoo always told us that, you know, I ain't dodging nothing but the feds, you know, and the feds was watching him so much, man, that the man, he couldn't even drive his own cars and shit. He started taking Ubers, you know, because they was on to him, man. You know, they own the Durk them, they own the OTF, they own all them. And the witness who saying that that they stalked, and he connecting the stalking to the Quando Rondo case, because that's what the feds put in the paperwork, that the witness gonna confirm that the stalking that happened to Quando Rondo is connected to this one. It was the end result. That was the first saying you did it, man.
Okay, I got another video that might be a little more concise. So THF Beizou confirmed as co-conspirator 6 in paperwork. Now, if you guys don't know, this is not police shit. I know you're like, this is police shit act. This is not police shit. What happened is that it was basically announced through court filings that Beizou was a co-conspirator, but he died. And because he died, Durk's team wanted to get certain things out of the case because they're saying, if we can't have the opportunity to put this person on the stand to show that these things aren't true, we can't put this in the case. Okay? Oh, somebody said Mickey Truth clarifies the narrative. Anyway, let me I think Trap Lil Raw said it started that narrative. Here we go.
Came out saying Lil Durk and individual number 6, co-conspirator 6, all right, and Grant, which is Otf.Jam, says that those are the guys that organized the hit on Quando Rondo on May 21st, 2021, after he played his first show in Blackshear, Georgia. I've been telling...
Okay, so they're saying that Durk and Vonnie sent the hit, or they orchestrated niggas trying to kill Quando after his show. Now, this is going to be important, y'all. When Vonnie takes the stand to try to prove, remember, Durk's defense is, nigga, Vonnie, you the kingpin, nigga. You the one that was orchestrating everything. We're going to have to hear Vonnie explain, nah, Durk did this more than once. Durk told me to go try to kill him in after his show in Georgia. So we're going to probably find out more details. They're fighting to keep this out of court because supposedly one of the people that was involved in this attempted murder, that's a drive-by shooting we just seen, was Bezu. And because he's dead, they're saying we shouldn't bring it in. Now, I think that's where people get this idea that Durk was in the car and that maybe he was shooting a Draco out the window. And I'm just sorry. Like, I know Drake. I know Durk is a bad man, but I don't know if he's like Pooh Shiesty bad man. Like, yo, Pooh Shiesty shoot niggas. Is Durk gonna be in Atlanta, not Atlanta, but Georgia, shooting out the window at Quando Rondo after a show? A multi-million-dollar super famous rapper just did a song with Drake, got all the biggest songs at that time. Now, I know some of y'all are saying, yes, I'm going to show the paperwork. The paperwork, and I have it here a little bit bigger, pause. The paperwork actually says, on or about May 21st, 2021, defendant Banks and Vonnie and co-conspirator 6, which, co-conspirator 6 is Bezu, or was. They superseded that indictment, by the way. So I think they took him out. Or did they keep him? But anyway, co-conspirator 6 and others known and unknown conspired to kill Taekwon Bowman. Now, here's the thing. Not because they said Durk conspired to kill mean Durk was in the vehicle. It could just mean Durk paid for the hot car. It could mean Durk paid for the flights. Just like how we're seeing in the situation where did Durk hop in a car, try to kill Pop? No. Was Durk on the scene? No. But I'm trying to figure out, because there's a narrative growing that Durk was actually shooting. And I'm like, what?
Telling you for a couple of years now that Lil Durk was responsible for that shooting. But co-conspirator number 6, people wondering who that is THF Bezu. Some people saying there's no proof. I'm going to show you the proof. 100% co-conspirator 6 is THF Bezu, and this is why. Because in addition to the attempt on Quando's life in 2021, they also added this 2019 February 5th situation. This was where King Von and Lil Durk caught their attempted murder charges in Atlanta. There were only 4 people there that day. Lil Durk, Banks, you see Banks, King Von, Davon Bennett, they got DB there. Co-conspirator 6, who I think is THF Bezu, but people are saying, how can you be sure that's him? Well, the only other person who was there that day was a guy called AAB Hella Bands, right? This happened in 2019. Okay, the paperwork just came out.
Okay, so you was right with that, but...
And then they tried to kill Quando in 2021, and they saying co-conspirator 6 was in on that. Well, AAB Hella Bands,
Okay, so yes. By the way, this deduction that Trap Lord Ross makes is actually right. But I'm still not sold on, even though Trenches News said it, TSF Bezu, Durk, shoot at Quando. Let's see if... That's the Atlanta footage. Okay, the headlines are reading correct. Lil Durk and Bezu and Vonnie, by the way, tried to kill Quando after his show, but nothing says Lil Durk was a shooter. Okay? None of that says he was a shooter. Huh. Somebody said Chirac humor or new tweets. Wait, what are you talking about, Chirac humor? Okay, here we go. Let's go to Blackshire. All right. Okay. Steele played an audio message of Jamie the Bull talking to the FBI and LAPD in 2023. Jam, I guess this is the audio. It says, they killed Slutty though. Slutty popped up on Lil Tim. Security told me he had to freeze and shot him in the back of the head. They had Tim there and Slutty got killed. So this is audio and looked like this was one of the recorded conversations. Looked like it was probably one of the first times he talked to the feds in 2023. But he was talking to the LAPD and the FBI. Okay? So he looked like he is explaining the background of the beef that probably caused the murder to happen. Huh. Brian Steele is going hard on Jam. He played a recording about him being interviewed saying he was never told by Durk there was a bounty on Quando and Tim. Asked why he lied, and Jam said, there's more to it than that. Steele clapped back. Nigga, there's always more to it with you, nigga. What the fuck? Nah, Brian Steele on bad time. Nigga, shut the fuck up. It's always more to the story. It's always more to the story when it comes to that, huh? They were jacking for updates again. Taylor. A quick update. Here we go. They're on a quick break, or they was. Otf.Jam is being cross-examined by Brian Steele. The room was immediately tense. Steele's demeanor has changed from respectful to intense. I told you he's a pitbull. He asked Jam repeatedly about his family and where his family had to support him. Then asked if he's true if he doesn't speak to people of his family. This is objected. The counsel is called to the bench 3 times. So they keep objecting. All right, I told you. Brian Steele is going to push the envelope until the AUSA basically says, yo, judge, step in. There's going to be objection. Because Brian Steele, he knows he got to break this guy. All right? Jam appeared to be laughing and shaking his head every time the counsel was called to the bench. So Jam looked like Jam is smiling, and I got to think he's smiling because when he met with the AUSA and agents combined over 30 times, he was being prepared for this exact thing. So exactly what they prepared him for, that's what's happening. Now, granted, it's still Brian Steele. You know what I mean? Every time somebody played Michael Jordan, they prepared for the fadeaway. You know what Michael Jordan did every time? Hit him with the fadeaway. Every single time. Every time niggas played Shaquille O'Neal back in the day, they know Shaq was going to do this, hit him with a drop step, dunk over them. But it's never the same until you're going one-on-one with Shaq. Jam was also previously testified about meeting in a Georgia studio where someone in the group mentioned a payout of $500,000 or $1 million to target Quando. Durk was allegedly in the room. Jam said he replied, whatever. Jam said and replied, whatever, I guess to Steele. Right before break, Steele played a clip for the court in which Jam told authorities in an interview that he never spoke about Rondo or Lil Tim with Durk before August 18, 2022, a trip to Los Angeles. Steele points out that the Georgia meeting is never mentioned, and that's when the judge called the jury for a break. So basically, Steele is starting to lock in with the, hey, we do have audio of you talking to the agents when you first link with them, and your story left out some important parts. Your story left out promise of you getting paid. Also, you never mentioned a meeting where earlier y'all are claiming that Durk said, yo, if y'all kill this nigga,
y'all will be good, and somebody shouted out $500,000 and somebody else shouted out $1 million. So he's going into it by saying, your story about what happened ever since your first interview with the feds, you have trumped it up. It's now increased. It's escalated. Okay? The judge called for a jury break. Why Trap ain't going live and dropping videos? Shit. Is it Kanye on his ass out there? No, I'm playing. A recording? Okay, yeah. Okay. So there's always more to it with you. Is that contrary to what you told the jury? It says yes. Okay, so slight point here for Smirk. Brian Steele has gotten Otf.Jam to admit that basically Brian Steele has gotten Otf.Jam to admit that the first time he talked to the feds and they audio recorded him, he ain't say none of that about no bounty. He ain't say none of that about knowing that he was gonna go kill Quando and Tim. So they're kind of attacking that the crux of this case, which is this conspiracy, even exists. The conspiracy would be that, these people were all in the know. And even if they can't prove that, they could prove it in a way by saying, so you would have no idea of the conspiracy then, because you said you didn't know, right? So how could you testify about a conspiracy that you don't know about? Even if it did exist. All right. Nah, Jammy the Bull trying to survive on that stand. Vonnie's somewhere watching this stream, trust me. Vonnie's somewhere in a prosecution or AUSA's office watching this stream. And Vonnie trying to take some notes. Vonnie is hoping to get 7 years. Vonnie is hoping that when he gets on there, he doesn't trip up. The government gives him a gold star and a beautiful 5K1 letter that he could get the years that he wants. Yeah, I think we just got a break now, so Trap Lore should be updating. Oh, we haven't gone to Lore for Workers, have we? No. Has he done an update today? Let's see what Lord for Workers is saying. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go.
Durk, day 4, Jacob Hester, known as Jam, takes the stand. Now, we're going to go over everything Jam said and what Brian Steele will cross-examine him on. But before we do that, I got to set the stage for you, because the moment Jam, you have to understand, when you walk into that courtroom for a couple of days as a juror, you got the judge, you got top-level feds, you got Drew Findling, Brian Steele. They're presenting all this evidence, testimony. None of it is crystal clear. It's all different shades of gray. You're trying to figure out things. Then this guy comes in wearing the orange jumpsuit, takes the stand. They say, "How are you, sir?" He nods his head, "What up?" And then he starts admitting to the murder. And he says, "Yeah, I did these crimes that you guys are all here hearing all this evidence on." And it gets real intense. Jam is black and white. The first question they ask him, what have you pled guilty to? And Jam didn't exactly know what crimes he had pled guilty to. He was like conspiracy for murder, conspiracy to kidnap resulting in death. It wasn't kidnap, it was stalk. Then he talked about murder, robbery. There was no murder involved. And he never actually mentioned murder for hire. Interesting. So Jam couldn't even really define the crimes that he was trying to plead guilty to, or that he has pled guilty to. What he was able to do quite clearly was point out the defendant when they asked him, "Hey, do you see anybody in the courtroom who you did this murder with and who helped you plan it?" He said, cold, low, dead tone, Durk. Who else? He identified the other defendants. Throughout the rest of his testimony, he would go on to put his head down. He'd just be shaking like this. And when he brought his head up, you could see the look of disbelief in his eye. at the reality that was around him. Then he went into this testimony started with his childhood and this gang that he was in and the rites of passage, but that stuff we can get into. The key points that I want to talk about is what he said about Durk, including the bounty. The centerpiece of this testimony, no doubt, was Jam testifying that about a month after he got out of prison, he's at this Atlanta studio, and Durk's there, and Dee Dee's there, Will, Duty Low, and he said maybe this guy Twin. Now, according to Jam, Durk starts talking about people are trolling Sly Vervon, and Durk basically let everybody in the studio know that if anybody catches Quando or Tim, they're going to be good. Prosecutor's like, hey, what do you mean by catch? Jam, kill. Prosecutor, what do you mean by good? Jam, money-wise. Prosecutor's like, okay, so that means that they would be rewarded? And Jam's like, yeah, they'd be rewarded. What was the amount that they would be rewarded? Jam does not know, but he did say that when Durk was like, hey, somebody got to catch him, another guy said, man, that's like half a ticket or $1 million. Who said half a ticket or $1 million? Jam doesn't testify to that. Jam does say that when somebody said half a ticket to $1 million, Durk said, man, the person who catches them won't have to worry about nothing. He going to be straight. Was Jam ever paid? Jam has not testified to being paid. That's the only thing they've said about the bounty. Then the other stuff that got into Durk was there's a Sprinter van. On the Sprinter van, this is when they're in Los Angeles and they're traveling around to do this murder, and Dee Dee takes out his phone and he spans it. Allegedly, Jam says Durk was on FaceTime with Dee Dee, and Dee Dee says, pans the phone around to the guys in the Sprinter, look, we're the Navy SEALs going on a mission. And where they were on their way to some type of hotel that Duty Low had told them that Quando Rondo, Little Durk, Day 4, Jacob Hester, I thought this part was interesting because allegedly what they were told is that there was going to be this weed sale, but the weed dealer's not going to have any money, and the weed dealer's just going to rob him. So they'd kill, the weed dealer would rob. What ended up happening? Well, when they got there, it was too hot. The police were there, and I saw a huge weakness there because, okay, so you didn't take the shot. Well, what about the weed dealer who was going to go rob him? Seems like he would have a problem, potential cross topic. So they don't do it that night. They go back to the hotel, and then eventually in the morning, they follow around the Escalade and shoot it up at the gas station. What actually touches Durk there? The only other pieces that got into Durk based, other than what I just said, Jam says, I would travel with Durk, and every city we would go to, Durk would tell Vonnie, give everybody guns. Why? Jam doesn't know why everybody gets guns. But as for Jam, Durk wants security and protection, and Durk knows that Jam is a violent individual who will use the gun. The only other thing that they ever said about Durk and Jam that gets into this stuff is that one time there was a rapper and Jam saw the rapper with flashy jewelry and he told Durk, I'm gonna start robbing guys like this who come around us. And Durk's like, yeah, that's the Jam I've been waiting on. So why did Jam open fire and shoot at Quando Rondo outside the Beverly Center? Well, after coming home from jail for 12 years and having already committed multiple murders, he was at an Atlanta studio where Durk said, hey, they're saying slide for Vaughn. Anybody who catches him gonna be good. Durk one time told them, that's the Jam I've been waiting on. And the only other part is that he was on a phone call with Boone.
I like how he's putting it together. So these random questions, there's a narrative to it.
And Booney was on FaceTime, and Durk was allegedly there, and they gave him the order, okay, go and kill Quando. No forensic trail, no link. We're going to have to see if there's like a call or a FaceTime record or somebody to corroborate this concept that Durk gave the order through Booney on a FaceTime call. That would be significant, but we have seen absolutely no evidence and no corroboration of that. Likewise, we haven't seen any evidence or any corroboration of all the other stuff that Jam testified about that kind of had nothing to do with this murder for hire. He went on and on about weekly gang meetings, and he's in the Black Disciples, and there's subsets, and Durk is in it, and you got to follow the rules, and if people disrespect your gang, you go back at them, and if somebody gives an order, you follow the order. But this is not a gang case. When the cross starts, they're going to be like, hey, you've admitted to multiple murders, 3, 4, we've lost count. You're facing life, and the only chance you have for a single day of freedom on this earth is putting this on Durk. You gave 30 plus interviews. Almost all of them are unrecorded. When did this story develop? How did it develop? Where's the corroboration about Booney giving an order while Durk is in FaceTime? Where's the corroboration about this meeting where allegedly Durk said anybody's going to be good? And even if so, is that murder for hire? I think definitionally saying everybody's going to be good, never identifying a monetary amount, never paying the bounty. This guy gets on a flight the same day they tell him he gets some order, he never gets paid, but he murder for hire? The defense is going to have an absolute field day on cross-examination. We will see how Otf.Jam's story holds up, and then we'll see if there's any corroboration.
Okay.
On the first day of Jam's testimony, Brian Steele was doing Brian Steele things. He didn't get a chance to cross Jam yet, but he dropped the word that Brian Steele tends to drop. Every prosecutor dreads it, mistrial. Twice in one afternoon, the motion for the mistrial came up. Stay with me. The judge denied the mistrial motion, and that often happens the first time, but he did give a warning to prosecutors that sets the scene going forward. So Before the jury walked in the morning, the defense warned the judge out loud on the record that, hey, if one of these cooperating witnesses starts talking about crimes that nobody here is charged with, that's going to be a mistrial. And the judge said, yeah, no gratuitous pot shots. You can't go up there, take the stand, and just start mentioning crimes from years and years and years to get the jury to feel like, oh my God, these are terrible people. Well, later that day, we get Otf.Jam on the stand. The jury is sitting there listening. The cooperator, prosecutor asks Jam, did Durk encourage you to be aggressive? Give us an example. And this is where Jam brings up this issue in Miami. There's a guy hanging around the crew. Turns out he's one of Tory Lane's artists. And Jam says, I'm going to start robbing these goofies. They got all this jewelry. I ain't got no jewelry. And Durk's alleged response, according to Jam, that's what I'm talking about. That's the Jam I've been waiting on. So you're in front of the jury. It's a murder for hire trial where nobody is charged with robbing anyone. Jam has already gone out there and started his testimony saying, oh yeah, I'm pleading guilty to robbery. Here's the rule, plain and simple. If the government wants the jury to hear about other bad stuff that Jam did, like a robbery because Durk told him to, you have to give notice ahead of time in writing so that the defense can be prepared. Ask their client, hey, Durk, did you tell Jam to do a robbery? We need to be prepared to cross him on this. There was no notice given. They spent months and months and months preparing this case, talking about what the testimony was going to be. And this story about, oh, I was in Miami and I told Durk I'm going to rob this dude. And he's like, yeah, I've been waiting on it. That's what I'm talking about. Never came up. So the defense never got to ask a single juror about that in their questioning for setting the jury. It never came up in opening statements. Steele goes up there and he tells the judge, look, and they're bringing in stuff about, oh, Durk is directing a robbery. This case isn't about a robbery. Nobody gave us notice that what we're being charged with is telling Jam to go rob people. This is something that the prosecution knew would inflame the jury, that they wouldn't be allowed to do it, and they did it anyway. The judge said, look, strike the testimony. I'm going to tell the jury, disregard the whole Miami story. These men are on trial for what the charges are, not any type of robbery in Miami. Then he turned to the prosecutors and said, look, you should have told them if you were going to bring up some type of Miami robbery, and this should serve as a warning to you to not do it again. Week one, government's on warning. You can bet Brian Steele's going to be trying to build that up brick by brick. On the first day of Jam's testimony,
Facts. That's true. We do have some more tweets. We got a few more tweets here, chat. Here we go. So, okay. All right. Cool. All right. So Steele says more. It's always more to it with you, right? He said, is it contrary to what you told the jury? Now, this is about that, Durk never said he was putting money on Quando, this and that. Anyway. Steele says, are you more important than the people you kill? Jam paused for a minute and said, no, I can't say no. Can't say that, no. Steele says, by August of 2022, you have children, right? Jam says, yeah, I have a son. Steele says, that you hardly know. Jam says, I had a relationship with him in prison. Steele says, you had the opportunity to be with your son. Instead, you were holding a gun to someone you didn't know. So Steele is working hard to evaporate this idea of victimhood that is being clearly relied upon. Is clearly being relied upon by Jam, that he could come across truthful. He's already admitted that, hey, I'm taking accountability. I am hoping to get some time reduced, but there's no promises. Yes, I was the killer, but he's framing it in a sense of this shit was bothering my conscience. I want to now tell the truth. Also, if you guys think I'm a ruthless guy, because just a ruthless guy with no emotions, that's not true. Actually, I pressed Durk about, why did you send me on that drill? I tried to stop the drill while it was going on. I said, yo, we should probably cancel. These niggas are scared. Interesting, y'all. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think Law for Workers is out there today. Today's a Thursday. Tomorrow's going to be probably a shorter court date. Usually it is on a Friday. unless the judge really wants to get through something and he probably just holds everybody till, maybe Jam is off this thing. But Jam is not going to do all day tomorrow. I think Vonnie's going to start tomorrow, and I think what's going to happen, we're going to get through Jam morning tomorrow. We're going to get to Vonnie right after, and then only the government, I think the government is going to drag their case of talking to Vonnie to the end of the day, let the jurors go home for the weekend, sit with what they've kind of, their narrative and their story they've already implanted in the jury's mind, and then Brian Steele or Drew Finland could come back and try to, salvage whatever, maybe thoughts that kind of got brewed over the weekend on Monday morning. So I think that's what the schedule is probably going to be. Right. But we haven't gotten a trap video in a second. Yeah, he hasn't given a video since the Kanye thing. Now, I like Brian Steele's approach. He's always very, when he feels that you are stuttering, when he feels like you have inconsistent answers, he doubles down and presses. He presses a lot. Now, here's the thing, too, but, and I think he does have some type of, he knows when to, bring it back in, because he definitely had to do that in the Diddy case. Remember, it's not about, badgering a witness or just, keep asking them questions and, trying to, make them feel flustered or whatever. It's for the jury to believe. And you could feel like you're pressing someone or you're kind of going wherever in terms of your conversation. But if the jury's like, nah, we're not believing this, that's another problem as well, right? Okay?
He gonna show.
Okay. Looking through the shout out to the Chiracology Reddit, man. Shout out to them. Okay, hold on. I'm looking for some more stuff. What the hell? They said one of Lil Pop's homies, Rich Stepper 23Y, has comment on this. His comment is kind of crazy. Oh, did he delete it? Maybe he did. Oh, never mind. Let's see what he says. Supposedly, this is one of Lil Pop's homie. Niggas come home and don't do shit and make a sad post about they people. Ain't hurt a fly. Y'all worry about the wrong shit. I'll flip in my casket. My blood brother don't get none about me and steady posting me. Boy, fuck that phone. Go whack something. Okay, I think you guys get that. Basically, he's saying, if you're not sliding, he don't respect you. Then he commented on this case going on with Pop. This was what he said. I respect him. This is crazy. He's saying he respects Durk and them for killing his cousin. He says, I respect him for crashing about that business. Cause I am crash first. I am crash first chance I get. Real spill. Long live Lil Pop. God damn. Man, we are fucked as a society, man. We are fucked as a society. We are fucked as a society.
don't crip, nigga. I been driving with one hand.
Hey, Lord Jesus.
This was the also you gotta remember around that time of 2020 and 2021, there was a lot of beefs playing out on Clubhouse.
Ooh, I was on that last bumper.
I'm on
Kim
your
follow me
bumper.
back. Man, go what? You done scratched them folks' wheels up.
I'm on
You gotta
your
scratch it before the
bumper.
wheels up. That nigga hit the curb. I been on that, cuz. On my mama, I was on his bumper, cuz.
That nigga We hit the heard you.
On
curb.
my
We
mama, I was on
heard
his
you.
bumper.
I couldn't make you bound.
Cuz.
Hit the brakes, turn hard, you gonna bound out, nigga.
Brother, I was punching my shit.
Fuck you talking about?
I was
Cuz you can't
punching.
tell him nothing,
You
cuz.
tripping.
Hood.
I'm a real roller.
I'm saying though, Hood, how you hit that corner, Hood?
Mr. T that boy.
That nigga missed.
Okay. Anyway. Any more relevant updates? I feel like the entire hip hop community is watching this. I'll tell you that. Did I post VVS Ken and what he said? VVS Ken, who that's Tory's artist that Jam said he was gonna rob. He said that fat red rat never even thought about playing with a Z on my stomping ground. Be fucking for real, nigga. And then he said, this bitch looks so pussy, be for real. I won't even entertain that topic, Mud. So he denies that. And by the way, it looked like the jury was instructed to ignore that. Okay? Matter of fact, since I have where is it at? Let me go down. Tory. My bad. I'm trying to find the story for y'all, all right? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this was from yesterday. Can you explain or give us an example? Okay, all right. Let me go back up a little bit. So Steele was objecting about speculation. Okay, let me go up a little bit more. So the question to Jam was, so how did you, or it says, do you know his name to be Kevon Grant? Cuz, say, yeah, I do now. I ain't know it back then. He said, but okay, do you understand going back to Mr. Banks, his nickname is Blood? Yeah, one of them. Question, one of them. What's that term, blood, within OTF to describe Banks? Yeah. Is that what you guys call him? Yeah. All right, now getting back to Cuz. Do you know his real name to be Kevon Grant? I do now. You do now? Yes. What was his role within OTF that you understood it? Like I said, man, I just see him handling blood money a couple of times. But other than that, it was like him always giving me guns wherever we was at. And he was always giving me hot cars. Okay, so let's unpack those two things. He gave you guns? Yeah. Did you know if those firearms are coming from him or were they coming from someone else? If you don't know, it's okay. I mean, I can't necessarily say where they come from, but I know every time, like, objection. Brian Steele's on it. Overruled. You can continue your answers. Speculation. Court says you could continue. It says you can continue. I'll strike it if it's appropriate to do so, but you give us your answer. Man, wherever we go, wherever we at, no matter what state we in, man, Durk always told Cuz to give me a gun. Get you, Jam, a gun? Yeah. Were you present for these conversations? Yeah, it'll be in my face. Did you have an understanding why Mr. Banks, everywhere you went, wanted you to have a gun? Objection. Calls for speculation, okay? That is Didi's attorney, I think. Harbaugh, yeah. Court overruled. Witness says, protection. He know how to use it. You know how to use it, you said? I say protection, and he know I'll use that bitch. He knows you'll use it. Yeah. Did you get the impression that Mr. Banks encouraged you to be aggressive at times? Objection. Court says, let's find out why. Overruled. Asking again. Did you get that impression? Yeah. Court says, answer the question, Jam. Can you explain why or give us an example? Man, well, when we was in Miami, it was a dude around us. He was looking at me. Like, he was like kind of jittery acting. I didn't even know who he was. So I asked him who he was.
He told me he was one of Tory Lanez artists. And I basically told Durk afterwards, having to ask who he was, I'm like, yo, I'm going to start robbing these niggas, man. I'm going to start robbing these goofies coming around us. Like, they got all this jewelry. They ain't even got no jewelry. And Durk told me, Durk was like, man, that's what I'm talking about. That's that jam I've been waiting on. That's that jam you've been waiting on? What does that mean? Yeah. Let me unpack that a little bit more. You said you were at a location and, Your Honor, could we approach? Okay, sidebar. Sidebar. Okay. The court says, yes, Mr. Steele. Your Honor, I presume this testimony is about Durk Banks encouraging this gentleman to commit armed robberies. I never heard Your Honor and the court permit this to be entered. The court says it was. What specific example are you bringing up here? Then the AUSA says the upshot of this is our theory that the case is Banks was keeping and securing the loyalty of Mr. Hester, encouraging him to be violent once he got out of custody. The clerk says, excuse me? And the judge says, some of the jurors need to use the restroom. So, excuse me, Judge. Some of the jurors need to use the restroom. All right. Let's start back again. 255. Cool. All right. Our theory. Okay, so they're kind of arguing sidebar right here. And they said, Your Honor, we just asked because this came out of left field. We need clarity. And then we raised a 404B notice objection. They're continuing to smuggle it in. They have done it from the beginning of this case. They have continued from their exhibit list. This is unacceptable. Again, this adds to the basis of severance that we had sought. Now we are learning mid-trial. So if the government needs to lay it all out now before we are moving for a mistrial because it's unacceptable, it bleeds over to Mr. Wilson. Court says, all right. Is there anything else here, counsel, that could possibly be misconstrued as Rule 404B? By the way, let's look at that. Rule 404B. The Federal Rule of Evidence 404B bans the use of past crimes or bad acts to prove a person's character or showed how they acted that way on a specific occasion, but allows it for other specific person. So you can't just be like, yo, you could tell this person was a robber or was encouraging this guy to do robberies, so they're trying to use that to say it's prejudicial. Okay. All right. The court says, that's not the point, blah, blah. So I'm just saying it's not 404B. Okay, it's clearly that I should have been on notice. And, yeah. So if I'm going to make an intelligent, he says, I clearly did not understand that there was going to be talk about some armed robbery. So you really just have to be candid with everyone if I'm going to make an intelligent ruling. It says, yes, Mr. Steele. And so finally, Brian, this is the first time I've seen, not Brian Steele, Drew Finland speak. Be like, it's Mr. Finland. Oh, okay. Be like, yo. So, Your Honor, I just wanted to say, he said, oh, sorry, Mr. Finley. He said, no pun intended with this witness. Stole the words from me. Drew Finley cracking jokes in the court. All right. So the court is going through that. Okay, but I bet. So I think they just kind of, all right, we are going to strike that. I think that's what they said. For the record, a curative instruction. So Miss O'Connor wanted that. And Your Honor be like, you should know going to, all right, bet. So it said the court, this is the judge saying, okay, I will strike that and I'll tell them not to do it. Okay? So that's a W right there. So that Tory Lanez story got thrown out. That Tory Lanez story got thrown out, Chad. That Tory Lanez story got thrown the hell out. All right. I be getting called from people that I cannot put on here, Chad. Let me see.
All right, I'll give you the update when. What's that? Okay. All right. Taylor with any more updates? No. I wonder if Kanye's hanging around for the whole day, or will Kanye leave out at some point? Oh, okay. What about this?
6 at Lil Durk trial. Right now, Brian Steele is cross-examining Otf.Jam. At first, I was not down with Brian Steele bringing up Otf.Jam's dysfunctional relationship with his parents, his mother, his siblings. That's a big no-no in the black community, but I see why he did it. He did it to establish that Otf.Jam is a sociopath, and at times he even laughed at serious allegations, like about the time when he robbed a convenience store and splattered someone's brain on his blicky and then licked it off. He laughed about that. Very weird. Brian Steele looped it around and pointed out that Otf.Jam and Little Durk's son were best friends. That Otf.Jam girlfriend and baby mother is also best friends, or was also best friends, with India Royale. Then it got very interesting. Brian Steele made it a point to say, hey, you met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. You met with them 4 times in the month of May 2023, prior to your first recorded interview on May 24th, 2023. In that interview, Otf.Jam specifically asked if Durk had any conversations with him about sliding for Von, and if Durk had any conversations with him about Quando Rondo and Lou Tim. He said no. So all of a sudden, he come in here and testify that Durk had a conversation about paying someone $500,000 to a meal to slide for Von in a studio in Atlanta, Georgia. That right there creates reasonable doubt to discredit Otf.Jam, and right now I think Brian Steele should move to impeach him as a witness.
To not know what? To not he when he was asked by the government, he never said I was offered money. He always said no. He said no to the government. He said, but there was a meeting where money was brought up. So what the government is doing is that, yeah, he might not have been offered money directly, or even be like, hey, if you come out here right now and do it, you're getting this. But based on his understanding, remember, when it comes to these conspiracies about an agreement, is it an understanding between two people? It doesn't have to be like a standard verbal agreement. It doesn't have to be a written contract. Was there some type of agreement? Now, the jury could go both ways with this. The jury could be like, well, I see an agreement here. Or, nah, I don't see the agreement.
What's up? It's your boy Denot. Day 6 at Lil Durk trial. Right now, Brian Steele is cross-examining Otf.Jam. At first, I was not down with Brian Steele bringing up Otf.Jam's dysfunctional relationship with his parents, his mother, his siblings. That's a big no-no in the black community, but I see why he did it. He did it to establish that Otf.Jam is a sociopath, and at times he even laughed at serious allegations, like about the time when he robbed a convenience store and splattered someone's brain on his blicky and then licked it off. He laughed about that.
I never heard the lick it off the blicky thing first. I never heard that.
Very weird. Brian Steele looped it around and pointed out that Otf.Jam and Little Durk's son were best friends. That Otf.Jam girlfriend and baby mother is also best friends, or was also best friends, with India Royale. Then it got very interesting. Brian Steele made it a point to say, hey, you met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. You met with them 4 times in the month of May 2023, prior to your first recorded interview on May 24th, 2023. In that interview, Otf.Jam specifically asked if Durk had any conversations with him about sliding for Von, and if Durk had any conversations with him about Quando Rondo and Lou Tim. He said no. All of a sudden, he come in here.
There's going to be a problem here for Smirk. No, not for Smirk. I mean, for the government. So, sorry. And Denot has a point, but not really. Remember, this is conspiracy. Durk is the lead guy because they're saying he's financing it.
He's calling the shots. He's the shot caller. He doesn't have to convey every single thing. Here's the thing. There is a point that Jam is told that you are here to sorry, allergies. Jesus. To kill Quando Rondo. Here's the thing, and this is why I said there's a problem for the government. He's told by Duty Low, who is not indicted at all. It is said that when he gets to LA, Durk won't talk to him. Didi ain't really saying nothing. Boonie Mo's calling, right? Every time he called Durk, Boonie Mo called, or he called again. He said he talked to Durk, but like really Durk wasn't on the phone. Durk never said do nothing to Von. But who actually said to him, yo, you here to kill Von, according to his own testimony, was Duty Low. Well, here's the thing. According to the conspiracy that y'all have charged for, y'all have charged all the facets of the conspiracy. Duty Low is a unindicted co-conspirator. So how does that, like, he's not even indicted. So the guy who explicitly gave the order, according to Jam's testimony, is not even arrested for this crime. Without that happening, how can you just say Durk made a call? You got to remember, the reason why everybody else is indicted is that they're saying, just like the Vonnie stuff with the gun, Durk had Vonnie give me a gun. So basically everything is like Durk had so-and-so do so-and-so. But here is Durk had someone who is not indicted telling me to do a crime. Nigga, maybe Duty Low wanted you to do that bullshit, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, it's day 6 at Lil Durk trial. You got TMZ, ABC, NBC, everybody here looking at our contents, don't want to share it. And if they do share it, they're not paying us for it. And now they're out here at the Lil Durk trial trying to take over and clout chase when they haven't even been in the court to get no notes, put in no work, no effort. I don't respect that. Nigga, fuck TMZ. Fuck Harvey. You live in the Hollywood Hills where they got tunnels underground, where that shit happened to Celeste Rivers. That's why you threw Alley Hope. You and Mark the motherfucking attorney. You niggas is flawed. You niggas is fake. Stop stealing black people shit. Stop talking about black people without promoting black people. You fuck nigga.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. My boy's not playing, huh? Yeah, Seti Nash has not been able to get back out to give us any updates. Yeah, I think they were on a break. They're back in court, but we're waiting for an update from somebody. This is Lil Durk's mom leaving the courthouse during the break today. Okay. Maybe she's probably leaving early to avoid the traffic and stuff like that, you know? Is no one streaming outside of that courthouse? Yesterday there was. Okay, the VVS Ken thing. We see already.
It's in the whole side.
One thing about us, y'all, I ain't gonna lie. See, one thing about this shit, Bernie, get what? I'm to the point where I ain't tripping no more. If I go, y'all gonna see how this shit supposed to go.
Yeah, facts. But guess what? You ain't going away. So
Cause I don't do no horse playing. I don't do no motherfucking dime.
Damn, that was Pops saying, nigga, you ain't going nowhere.
Man.
Say that again, no horse playing.
I don't do no horse playing. at all.
Baby Joe need to learn how to work this.
Man, I don't think that
Somebody
baby
said that's
Joe.
my baby Joe.
That
Man, that
is
is
him.
Baby Joe. He just don't talk.
He was talking earlier.
He was.
Interesting. Real quick, I want to kind of add some context here. So yesterday we had Trench's News on, and by the way, I do think he's a very reputable guy. He mentioned that when it came to co-conspirator 4, this has been a conversation that, you know what, let me do a little bit more digging right now while we're waiting for tweets. Okay, so there's this whole thing about who's co-conspirator 4. As we've heard in court so far, given the detectives and Otf.Jam's testimony yesterday, Trap Lord Ross and shit, even Remo, they've said it's clear that co-conspirator 4 is Duty Low, okay? Now he's unindicted, but he's co-conspirator 4. A few people believe that's not true, including Trench's News. Trench's News actually said, well, listen, that's not true. It's actually a female, or there's a female in the mix, okay? They said there's a female that was important to the story in getting the location and giving the drop, all right? He says the reason why it's not Duty Low is that in the original indictment, so we're going to go to one of the earlier indictment, it is said that co-conspirator 4 is a California resident. Duty Low does not live in California. So that would be incompatible if, even though Jam is testifying like Duty Low is a guy who is dropping the lows, which would kind of make him co-conspirator 4. Well, according to the government, they claimed that co-conspirator 4 lived in L.A. And Trench's News said, you know, there was a woman, because according to the indictment, well, the narrative in court is that the Duty Low was using a girl to get the location on Quando. Anyway, long story short, Trench's News did say, you know, he gave a hint, and we came up with a name that he seemed to maybe he agreed with. He said, there's a girl that be sleeping with a lot of them rapper dudes. She was a part of it, and she helped give up the low. I said, who is this person? He says, well, she might share the same last name as Durk's girl. Durk's girl name is India. Now, there's not that many Indias that we kind of know. And I think India Love was the name that was stuck on in saying, damn, well, I think she kind of I don't know where she lives at, number one. But he seemed to agree, or at least not correct us. And I am having a few people who are hitting me up to say, no, she's actually not that person. I've actually had other people try to tell me it's another India, which I'm gonna actually have some caution and not even bring that up. But they said it is in India, just not India Love. Again, whether it's India Love or the other India, I'm gonna be a little bit careful and not trying to, you know, make anyone probably get unnecessary hate. Let me go down to some of these superseding indictments. Where are they? Here we go. Okay, second superseding indictment. This is important. Now, when we go here for this superseding indictment, we should be able to type co-conspirator. Okay. Now, co-conspirator 4, 2 to 5 were members or associates of OTF. Remember, we're looking for who's 4. Remember, 1 is Durk. 2 is Jam. 3 is Jason, OTF Jason. 4, we're trying to figure out who. And 5 is Booney Mo. Okay? And then we have Keith Jones, Flocka, Brown Eyes. They were of other gangs. Okay? Now, let me see if we could get co-conspirator 4. We want to see that. Co-conspirator 4. Okay, here we go. On August 18th, one or more co-conspirators, including Banks and co-conspirator 4, learned that TB was visiting California. So we want to see. Oh, man, hold on. Here we go. Following the killing of DB, Banks used coded language, told Wilson. Co-conspirators 2, that's Jam, told Jam, 4, and Booney Mo that he would pay a bounty to take care of them. I'm trying to see who co-conspirator 4 is. Banks told Jason, don't book nothing under my name. Jason but it makes sense. Jason has a company card under his name. Jason booked flights under his name. That's the thing. Under his name, but it's an OTF card. So, see, this is why they say OTF card 2. OTF card 2. There is multiple cards in use. So, Vonnie has a card, and also, Vonnie has a card, and also Jason has a card. Where can I see co-conspirator 4? See, co-conspirator 4 is where they say that person is a resident of California. I remember seeing it in a California. Here we go. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Hold on. Okay. California. Yes, so OTF credit card 1 is owned by, so there's 2 OTF cards used. One owned by Jason, one owned by Vonnie. Okay. Okay, I can't find it. It said resident. Okay, so this is the second superseding indictment. Let's go down to the first then. Or the first complaint. Okay, here we go. OTF indictment. Let's go to the complaint first. Actually, no. Let's. I want the indictment. Okay. Resident. What? All right, fourth superseding. God damn. California. Okay, I'll just Google the document. Co-conspirator for California resident Durk case. Okay, all right. I remember seeing it was a California resident. Because there's been so much talk about co-conspirator 4. I don't know. It's kind of looking like it's duty low, because why do we think that it was a Rolling 60 member if it's said in the indictment? It's literally said in the indictment that co-conspirator 2 to 5 are all OTF members. Oh, it said or affiliates. So I guess that's why people thought whatever. Durk complaint. Here we go. California. Okay. Okay, here we go. The day before the murder, they learned of the location from a longtime OTF affiliate. Co-conspirator 4.
Chat, do y'all remember? Do y'all remember? I remember it was mentioned. It was definitely mentioned. Government acts for detention. His arraignment. Conspirator. Okay, that's a detention thing. I got nothing to do with nothing. Let me see. Motion to dismiss. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, regardless, I've been getting conflicting reports. I just want to say that. Okay? So Mrs. India Love, I'm gonna apologize for the assumption that probably came away from that stream that may have labeled you as co-conspirator number 4. I don't know. Trenches News, someone who's reputable in covering this case, he's usually been pretty right. He seemed to agree. He said the woman had the same last or the same first name as Durk's girl, which we all know is India. And you're one of the few Indias that is kind of known to the hip-hop world. I have gotten other people who have chimed in who have said, well, there's this other India that fucks a lot of rappers too. I don't know what that means. And they claim it's her. I don't even want to get into that because, number one, I don't think the government's going to mention it. And, you know, I hope you're not involved in that type of stuff. I would hope not. But, yeah, apparently there is another India. That's what they're telling me. Now, granted, maybe there's no India that has anything to do with this situation at all, right? Because I'm kind of looking at it. That's why I was going through these documents to see who the government described as co-conspirator for. I mean, they clearly said it's a member or it says longtime member or affiliate. I don't know if they were talking about a girl or some random weed man. Why describe that person as an affiliate? Let me see the last exclude arguments. The 40B. All right, there we go. So by the way, in this is the 40B stuff that they agreed on. And basically it said that the crux of what the government is trying to accomplish is the evidence is to circumvent the decision to sever out the racketeering portion. So they want to sneak in crimes. My bad. They want to sneak in crimes he's not charged with. Right. So that's why they did this 404B situation, which was a motion to exclude. Yeah, I used to have it in my notes. Let me go to my notes. I used to have it in my notes. I remember I went over this shit before. Y'all remember my notes on this shit? Look, I still have it here. This is when we first saw it. Co-conspirator 1, the boss, puts bounty on people's head. That was Durk, clearly. 2, did the slide-in from Chicago. Shot Lil Pob with 2 others. Otf.Jam. Co-conspirator, shit, we did have some good notes, though. Co-conspirator 3 has the OTF credit card, spending it on flights, travel, rental cars. Doesn't seem to know what he was booking all that for. That's OTF Jason. Co-conspirator 4 gets the drop on Quando's hotel. Seems to be duty low. Shooters are Flocka, Kevin Jones, Brown Eyes, Lindsay, and Otf.Jam, co-conspirator 2. Co-conspirator 5 asks 2, which is Booney Mo, asks 2 to go to Southern California. That makes sense. 5 is Booney Mo. Grant also has the OTF credit card. That's credit card 2. In California, they use Grant credit card. So the flights get booked on an OTF card that's not in Cali. That's Jason. He's just booking shit on Expedia or Orbitz. Grant is on the ground buying gloves, this, with the OTF credit card that he got. Remember, it's a company card. Their name is on the card. So this idea that when Durk says, don't book nothing in my name, well, Durk's name is not on the credit card. Is it Durk's company? And by the way, apparently it's not even an OTF card. It's something called Astronaut Sounds. Houston was the driver of the Infinity. That's Boogie. Okay? With passenger Flocka, Brown Eyes, and Jam. The BMW only had 2 passengers, Grant and Wilson. Possible cooperants. Lindsay, who didn't. Jones did. Boogie didn't. His case is severed. And co-conspirator, which we knew then. So we were 2 out of 4. Jones is a snitch, and Jam is a snitch. Top target, co-conspirator 1, Big Dog. That's Durk. The second person who's kind of cooked, the guy with the switchy. Remember. Okay? Or I think they claim. Oh, so was it Jones with the switch? That's Flocka. 18 shell casings recovered. Jam's real name, Casey J. Hester. At least we looked up Jam back then. Okay. All right. And then we got into it. This was Durk stuff. No, I mean Diddy stuff afterwards. Okay, good. Yeah, I keep my notes, chat. Okay. So look like if we got that from the first indictment, I think we got that from the first indictment, y'all. Or the complaint. Nah, it was the complaint for the other guys, not Durk's complaint. It was a complaint for the other guys. Hold on, I might find it. Give me a second. Then we're gonna get to the tweets. I know I'm lagging a little bit. Yeah, I gotta go for the other guys stuff. Didi and others. What was the fucking first thing? Damn. Hold on, I'm gonna get on Pacer. Yeah, I gotta go back to the first criminal complaint that did not list Durk. Durk was listed at one point as individual number 1. And we figured out that he was individual number 1. Durk complaint, Durk transfer, superseding Durk's. Yeah. All right. Anyway, while we search for that, let's see if there's any new tweets. Okay, Durk's mom left. Who should we search? We could search oh well, they deleted Kevon Grand shit. No, we could search DeAndre Wilson. That's Didi. DeAndre. Okay. And that case is coming out of where? California Central Court. Or is it Southern? Okay, yeah, this one doesn't have Durk. I don't know. I can't find this shit still. Yeah, can't find it. Never mind. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, co-conspirator 4 is
all right, so I'm here outside the courthouse, not too, and he said there's a big difference between time. He's not getting out of everything. He basically is leaving it in God's hands and cooperating, and he didn't say I cooperated to get out of time. He said I felt bad about this. It was weighing on my heart, and Pab was an innocent man. So a lot of the Durk fans have been saying there's no evidence, no one was ever paid, there's nothing, but it turns out apparently Durk might have actually finessed all of the hitmen, allegedly, out of any money. So we heard yesterday that there was a conversation in a studio where Durk basically said to a bunch of alleged OTF members, like, look, anybody that kills Quando or Lil Tim, you're gonna be straight. And somebody said, are we talking like half a ticket or $1 million? And Durk just said, hey, you're gonna be straight, you ain't gonna have to worry about nothing. So basically, apparently all these hitters that got involved in this hit went and did their thing. It sounds like nobody ever got paid. Otf.Jam said he never got paid anything by Durk, even though he was definitely expecting something. As far as the murder, he says he was never paid anything. But what is interesting is that he said, all right, because Brian Steele was licking his lips thinking, oh, he didn't get paid, this is going to be lit. But then the feds basically said, but you were expecting something, right? Because that conversation in the studio, people talking about meal tickets and Durk saying you ain't going to have to worry about nothing. He was like, yeah. And then they said, Jam basically said, look, I was never a rapper. I'd never dropped a verse in my life. And then within a few months of the murder, I was recording my first song, the Federal Freestyle. I got paid $10K for that, and it was on the OTF Loyal Bros album, okay? I think it was Loyal Bros 2. Obviously, I've said before that this album is like the ultimate self-snitching album. It's basically got back-to-back confessions. Booney Mo got a song on there called They Know That We Did It, all right? So that's what was going on, okay? He got his 10K, but apparently everyone was getting finessed. Apparently, two of the other shooters that were there, they were basically on Vonnie's ass talking about when we're going to get paid at the In-N-Out, and apparently Vonnie gave him the slip. He basically put him on the phone with Durk and said, basically, they was asking, yo, Vonnie, are you going to straighten out the money? They got Durk on a FaceTime, and he said, I got them. They're going to be straight. And then they left. So I don't know if Durk ever paid him anything after that. It sounds like Durk might have inferred that people was going to get $500,000 to $1 million for killing Quando, and then basically he just didn't give nobody nothing afterwards. Maybe he thought that was going to be slick, and like, oh, if I promise hitmen something and don't pay them, then are they going to be able to get me? I'm not sure that's really going to fly, but I'm sure if anybody is going to make that point well, it's going to be Brian Steele. But that was pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie, Jam getting 10K to appear on that project definitely was interesting. I thought they were gonna play the Federal Freestyle. They didn't play it, they just showed it. They showed the cover art for Loyal Bros 2, and I ain't gonna lie, the Loyal Bros 2 cover art was looking sus too. It's just 5 hooded masked individuals, and you thinking, wait a minute, isn't that exactly what was sent to go and kill Lil Pab? So that wasn't really a great look either. I'm not sure if too many people picked up on that. But yeah, you know, this whole thing of the hitmen being paid, and obviously it wasn't mentioned, but even there was a lyric that was shown earlier. You know, Brian Steele lied and said it was Quando when it wasn't. It was another Savannah rapper. But that song where they said, oh, shout out Lil Tim, I mean King Tim, it wasn't Quando. Brian was wrong. But what they didn't draw attention to is elsewhere, he basically said, oh, I heard there's a meal ticket. And obviously the rumor was it was going around pretty much within weeks of Von's death that there was $1 million bounty on Quando's head. So arguably, that's been proven to be true, but not many people have pointed that out yet. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'll be back with some more updates for you guys soon. Oh my gosh, so I just heard something crazy in the courthouse about Durk. So Jam, he's on the stand, he's going crazy up there. When Durk allegedly was on FaceTime with him before the hit, Durk told Jam, hey, go crazy. Well, I guess he wasn't expecting him to go this crazy, but allegedly Jam was pissed off about what was going on, you know, with the hit. He felt like Pab was an innocent man. He felt like he had been sent on a dummy crash out mission. He didn't know Von like that. He wasn't part of the beef. He was frustrated, and he felt, you know, low-key pissed off with Durk that he had sent him on the hit. He actually allegedly FaceTime Durk to confront him about this, and he said that Durk answered, and he was at his crib with OTF C3, all right, and he said, I asked Blood, he said, I said to Durk, like, out of 1 million people you could have sent on this mission, he said, I just did 12 years, why do you have to send me on that dummy mission with a bunch of people I didn't know? And apparently Durk cut Jam off, he didn't even let him finish, and apparently Durk just responded with a smile. He said, I love you, Jam. He said, y'all didn't hit Quando, but you hit Pab. Pab counts. He was on the internet saying he was smoking on Von, and he can't say that no more. And he was just smiling. He said Pab had been disrespectful about Von's death, and that basically it counts. That's apparently what he said. And Durk was smiling at him on FaceTime while that was going on. And what's crazy is Pab later said the reason why he told is because he felt like this whole thing was weighing on his conscience. They killed an innocent man. Pab ain't have nothing to do with nothing, but Lil Durk allegedly didn't see it that way. Now look, if you've seen the long 4-hour documentary I did probably like 2-3 years ago now, I've known about this case for a very long time. I did a documentary called Demon Slayers, all about King Von and Lil Tim and all of the things that have been going down in Savannah, Georgia before this happened. If you've seen that, you'll know that no disrespect to Lil Pab or his family, but you know, he was on a Clubhouse call with OTF members dissing them. He put up a few tweets that were kind of making fun of King Von, and he was standing on business with the Rolling 60s in Savannah, Georgia. He had his own RICO case that he was going to be facing. If Pab was still alive, he might have been facing these RICO charges to do with a car theft ring. That's no disrespect. That's not to say that he deserved it. He wasn't there when Von got killed, and this didn't sit right with Jam. Apparently, basically, Jam kind of thought, like, this isn't what I called about. He was surprised that Durk was talking so hot on that phone. He said, I called to ask why he put me in a situation with goofy dudes that I didn't know. And then he just starts talking about, yeah, I love you. Like, you didn't hit Quando, you hit Pab, it counts. He was on the internet saying he smoked. So he was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't understand. He said, I wasn't close enough to Flucker to be doing that with him. He sent me out there with goofies that I didn't know. He said, I just wasn't feeling it. He said that he basically kind of just went along with it. He said, yeah, he agreed with what Durk said about Pab and got off the phone. And that was it. And he said, I didn't get no payment for this. I just thought, what the hell? Like, this is just nonsense. So, yeah, I think Lil Durk was obviously happy about what went down, but the way Pab saw it, he'd been roped into killing an innocent man, and obviously he didn't even know he was there to kill Quando until he'd arrived in California. So he said that he no longer respects Durk. All right, so I just see Kanye for the first time. I just see Ye in the courthouse, okay? And basically, it was pretty crazy to see Ye in the flesh. He kind of walked in late. He wasn't there for the very start, but it seems like they low-key be treating the celebrities like VIPs in court, because Machine Gun Kelly was able to cut past all of the media a couple of days ago. Ye...
Hold on. I mean, I guess like I'm trying to. Yeah, no, Remo. I got told the same thing. No, Remo. Okay, all right. I guess, but I like paperwork, not anything else. So I mean, Duty Low confirmed to me he was co-conspirator 4. Like he confirmed it to me. He's like, yo, and I said I heard the rumors because there was slight rumors going around because especially how the text messages were coming out. So Duty Low confirmed it to me. But I'm looking for the exact paperwork that actually says it. They haven't mentioned, I don't know. I feel like I'm looking for nothing. I guess we should say, and the only reason why I even doubted it, even though, by the way, Duty Low told me he was co-conspirator 4, the only reason why I doubted it is because with Duty Low, it said that the person was a longtime California resident, and I haven't known Duty Low to live in California. I thought he lived elsewhere. Anyway, whatever. Let's get over it. India Love, we rock with you, girl. We gonna get you back with DDG, okay? We gonna get you back with DDG. But y'all leave India Love alone, man. Even though they do say there's an India that's a backdoor, they're just saying it's not her. Remember when they were trying to put it on Brick Baby?
Might be some magic in the air. I'm back, baby.
Yeah, you're officially a repeat guest now.
Oh my God.
Yes,
don't
you got
tell
that
them
status.
that. Don't tell them that because then I get more hate mail to the house and people wanting to cut my throat, man.
Okay, first of all, I want to ask you what your favorite number is.
So,
what's your favorite number?
My favorite number before I got into like numbers and spiritual healing stuff like that, it was 6 because I grew up in the 60s. So it's always automatically 6. But now I'm in number 9 is my favorite number. Completion.
Okay. Are you sure it's not the number 4?
I'm over here trying to be serious.
Are you sure it's not number 4?
Right now it's 5th. I'm gonna go 5. I plead the 5th.
Okay, you see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, man.
You walked right into it.
Yeah, he didn't
you
wait
walked
for
right
the blow.
into it.
You got me.
Okay, because since our last interview, Lil Durk and 5 co-conspirators have been arrested for murder for hire.
Yeah.
In the situation where Quando Rondo's cousin, Lil Pop, got killed in L.A., when you go through the paperwork, it says that the location where Quando Rondo and his crew were staying in L.A. was provided by co-conspirator 4. And right when it happened, a whole bunch of people started to say Brick Baby is co-conspirator 4. In fact, I had Whack 100 on my show, and I think he was trying to imply the same thing.
So they said that I, or co-conspirator number 4, is I'm the one that provided the location to
Lil Durk, yeah.
Yeah. I mean...
Nah, people ran with that narrative so crazy because you got to think about it. Quando also drops his flag at some point. And people had the narrative of Quando drops his flag because he got betrayed.
Man.
He got betrayed by the Rolling 60s. They were saying it was a Rolling 60 member who did it. Quando Rondo drops his flag. This was him on why he dropped his flag.
Yeah, man, but it didn't even...
Now, remember, the narrative was he dropped his flag because he's a Rolling 60 and another Rolling 60 gave up his location and his cousin died. So he's like, yo, why am I claiming a gang? Like, if they'll line me up too. So that's what people were saying in a narrative. And they were saying it was a 60 member. And then they said it was Brick Baby.
Took that situation for that happen, for me to start feeling like that, man. It always come down to realization, what you realize. I done realized certain stuff and been like, man, I don't care about us, man. We from down south. They just want to use us. They just want to come sit in our spots. They just want to come. I don't know, man. I ain't with none of that shit, my nigga. Cause you know what's crazy? Stanley Tookie Williams resigned from Crips. You know that?
Yeah. He won a Pulitzer Prize.
Man, he won a Nobel
he won a
Peace Prize.
Nobel Peace Prize. My bad. A Nobel Peace Prize because of the books that he wrote.
Yeah, Stanley Tookie Williams wrote children books. He won a Nobel Peace Prize.
In prison.
Man, in prison, bro, I know. Man, bro. Stanley Tookie Williams resigned from Crips. And he was the biggest. Him and Raymond Lee Washington.
Yeah, he was one of the founders.
Raymond Lee Washington was the co-founder.
Yeah.
Them boys made Crip to protect the community from crooked cops at first. They was bodybuilders.
Right, and racists and everything else like that.
I just said that. I really didn't want to say that. They really was protecting the community from crooked white cops.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to say that.
No, but that's the truth. It is what it is.
Man, man, bro.
Yeah, man, shout out to Big U, man. That's my homie. You know, I've had him on the show. Real stand-up dude.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, Stanley Tookie Williams, he resigned. Why? I don't see. Ain't nobody really running around. Bro, basically what I'm saying is if he did it, it's a lot of more people could do it.
Yeah.
You could resign. I feel like you could resign, but it should always, it's one rule about anything you stand on. I don't care if you an alpha or...
Okay. Also, you know what I could do? I could pull up the transcript from the first day where we see Duty Low offers the address bunch of times. He told Durk, nigga, I just waiting on you, nigga. Now, granted, supposedly he did use a girl to get the address. So apparently Duty Low got a girl to get the address. I guess he knows some loose booty girl out there in Cali who probably fucks all the rappers that come to town. and she probably be like, all right, bet I'm gonna go try to fuck him. I'm gonna get you where he's at, and you know the rest is history. Now, I didn't ask, Remo, could you ask Duty Low if he used to live in Cali? Because I don't see the government making that mistake, and I think that's why people actually thought. That's why people actually thought it was a. That's why people thought it was a whole thing with it being a Rolling 60 member. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, John. All right, let me hit Whack. Apparently, Whack has the details on this, man. You know, Whack in the exposers. Here we go. It's our first call today. 7 hours in, huh?
Fuck you want, airhead. We're live on the Adam and Wax show.
Are we live?
That's a fact. What up, Act?
That was good, man. I was really calling Whack to see, so, we're covering the case. This idea of, like, co-conspirator 4, everybody ran with that.
It was Duty Low 5 days ago. I told you that.
A lot of people, everyone thought it was Brick Baby, though. Like I forgot how
we all did. Duty Low told me it was him 5 days ago before it came out.
We all thought it was Brick Baby at first, too.
We all thought it was Brick Baby.
Okay, why do you think that Duty Low even told you that? Because he told me that, too. But here's the thing. I mean...
Well, he told me some more shit today that's even more disturbing, but I'm listening.
But we got to think about it. So, co-conspirator 4, which is Duty Low, he's the one who gets the location. He's the one who basically, Jam said on the stand. Jam said on the stand, he never knew why he went out to California. He said he couldn't get Durk on the phone. One time, Didi like showed him Durk on his phone, but he said he called Durk. Durk would not answer. And he called Durk again. Booney Mo called him. And he said Duty Low called him directly at one point and said, nigga, you're out here to kill Quando. That's crazy.
Listen, so today, I get a call.
Yeah.
Duty Low's upset with me.
What'd you do, Wax?
I went under Seti Nash's post and said, if they don't arrest him in 5 days, I'm going to be scratching my head. So he calls me, Wack, what's going on, bro? Why would you put that? I said, look, bro, you told me you were co-conspirator number 4. You told me your attorney told me as long as you wasn't indicted before they picked the jury, you're good. But this man got on the damn stand and said, you told him he was out here to kill Quando.
Yeah, that was crazy.
This went through me for a loop, Act.
By the way, that's the Jim Jones calls, right? Just how you say Jim Jones made an order. You know, you said when Jim Jones made an order. Well,
but the difference is the feds had the Jim Jones call on wiretap. They don't have this one, right?
Okay, you're right.
Duty Low then says, I knew exactly what Jam was going to get up there and say. So I'm saying, so you telling me the feds questioned you and told you what Jam had already said. Because for you to tell me you knew exactly what you were going to get up there and say, either A, you really told them that shit, or B, they already questioned you and told you what he said. And if so, how the hell you beat the indictment?
What was the answer? You got me in suspense.
He didn't answer.
Right, because like there's two scenarios, which is that Duty Low really did this shit and should be part of the indictment, or maybe Duty Low told. But it seems like if that was the case, the Duty Low wouldn't be outside the courthouse protesting.
No, it's so interesting because even after, right? So I got the indictment up here. Even after it says co-conspirator 4 was in a text messages laughing at the news reports that Lil Pop died. So he dropped the low. He supposedly gets on the phone with Jam, says, Jam, you're here to kill Quando, and he's laughing with Durk and crew. Afterwards,
Yeah, it's tough. And by the way, they also say they said after the death of Davon Bennett, which is King Von, they said that in co-conspirator 1, which we now know is Durk told co-conspirator 2, 4, 5, and 6 that if they could kill Quando or Lil Tim, there is a bounty for it. That's what it says in the indictment. Now, granted, they're kind of substituting this for an alleged some meeting at an Atlanta studio where Durk says, "Yo, listen, 6ix9ine is laughing at me online. Yo, somebody got to do something, and if somebody do something, they're set for life."
I told you, I just told Adam. I said, bro, we got to credit 6ix9ine for the peer pressure of Lil Durk. I think Lil Durk would have just let it go if 6ix9ine wasn't pumping it the way he was pumping it.
I think you're ignoring a long history of Durk being like dead set on getting revenge against people that wronged him for years before that. But definitely, I think 6ix9ine was giving him a little bit of a kick in the ass to get the plan going.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. 6ix9ine plays a bigger part, and I hate to give him credit because he's like a gnat. You can't get rid of him. Once he gets a little point, he will never shut up. But I gotta be honest. Let's put things in perspective, right? Okay, so Lil Pop dies. Durk says he can't enjoy New Year's Eve because his man died. Nobody's sliding. He's telling his people who are saying, "Look at these guys talking about me. They're laughing at me about this slide for Von thing." Now, that puts a lot of things in motion because every movement that contributes to the crime happening is Durk basically saying, we need action immediately. So, I don't know. I'm not giving 6ix9ine credit for this happening, but he's definitely a factor in terms of, and I guess you could just sub him out for Instagram comments or for whatever feedback. That definitely made Durk move a lot different. I can't lie.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be the words of one guy that convicts him, or do you think it's going to be everybody? I don't think Jam's testimony means shit, but just him stamping, yeah, we killed him. We was there.
Yeah, all Jam proved was that he's a flunky. Jam, he got his shit off by saying, and I think he was trying to serve up some sympathy points. He said this is after he allegedly may have done stuff for Durk already since he got out. Because that's what Brian Steele's crossing him on now to say, why did you just change up after this? You seemingly were down to do other things. He testified that Vonnie was putting a gun in his hand every time they went to a new city. He testified that he was thinking about robbing niggas. So he wasn't some guy, he testified today saying, you know what? I have a child who I never got to know because I was locked up. So he said I was mad at Durk because he put my freedom in danger. So Brian Steele is kicking his ass saying, dog, you told Durk you wanted to rob people. You came out of jail not on some I want to be a father. You came out of jail saying, I'm the guy with the reputation and that they fear, whatever. So Jam says he was mad at Durk because Durk sent him on a dummy mission with a bunch of goofies. He said, first of all, he didn't know Los Angeles at all. So he didn't know he was killing somebody in Beverly Hills, how significant, how important. He had no idea.
We all said that. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
He said when he got on the plane, he said, first of all, Booty Mo told him to come out there. He said he gets to L.A., and he said him and Durk used to have a one-on-one relationship where they could talk to each other. Durk would call him frequently in jail. He calls Durk phone. Durk does not answer. Then Didi and Vonnie. Vonnie is the guy who was helping King Von pick out the stuff in Icebox. He's a cooperant too. Basically, they all look at him like how whack. You see, you as a street dude, look at me. Imagine you about to go on a drill. And you fly out somewhere and I meet you at the airport and I said, I'm gonna get you all you need. And I give you the mask, the gloves, all the stuff, and you look at me like this goofy nigga is not about to send me off to do a crime in Beverly Hills. So he got mad at that. Also, the whole drill was scuffed. He tried to call it off. He said, while he was on the way, he's seen that the guys he was with, they're nervous. Like, they're all like frantic. And he says, he tries to tell Didi, let's call it off. Also, he felt he got suckered into pulling the trigger because When he gets there after they told me here to kill Quando, one day they're stalking Quando. Quando's riding scooter outside. You know about the Level Hotel?
Yeah.
He's riding scooters out there, and when he's riding the scooter, you know, like they kind of see them now. So they already got the drop. They see him. Didi takes the gun and puts it against the window. They're in a car. And he said, man, I could kill these niggas right now. Now, that's important because the next day when they're actually following around the Escalade, Didi, who had the gun in his hand yesterday talking about I could kill that nigga right now, but apparently they seen some cop cars and said no. Didi gave the gun to Jam and said, hey, big bro, take this. I'm rusty. So he told him he was rusty at doing the killings.
Bro.
He was rusty at doing the murders. So he passed the gun off, and then he sits in the car, which, by the way, here's another thing. Jam is such a square in the sense of, like, he's just not a criminal. Of course, for the car that has the shooters in it, it's the stolen car, it's the hot car, whatever they call it. He books an exotic rental from a rental place. Not only did he book the exotic Sprinter from San Diego, he books an exotic rental, and he follows Quando Rondo in the exotic rental, knowing they got no guns, him and Didi, and that's how they track that rental back to Durk's house. Complete rookie show, and yeah, I think Jam just kind of found a way to realize that he could finally cleanse his record by just taking a plea where he admits to everything he ever did. Also, Durk wasn't giving up the bread. They said Durk kind of nodded and agreed to $500,000 to $1 million.
And that has to be motivated. But when Jam is saying that he basically had like a come to Jesus moment, and when they killed Lil Pab, that he felt horrible and he felt so bad. Like, I was kind of under the impression that a dude like Otf.Jam don't got no goddamn feelings. That when it comes to killing his own, he's happy to do it. You believe that, or all you think he's saying that because that sounds good in court?
He don't give a fuck.
He's lying. I have on my stream Instagram page. It's basically like an obituary. The guy who he killed in Racine, he killed a guy in Racine, Wisconsin. We have the story. It was a 41-year-old father. He gunned down. Remember, he put the gun to his head after his OG said, yo, I know you shot him, but he's seen our faces. He gonna tell. We gonna go to jail. And he shot him in the head and killed him. The guy's brains was splattered over. He had over 16 years, or actually 13 years to feel bad about that crime. You killed a man in cold blood. He had kids, wife, all that. He never, ever confessed. He never, ever did nothing to atone for those sins until he had a favorable deal from the feds. So if you only find God when you can find a way out of jail, I might have to question how sincere you are.
Hey, listen, man. I'm just glad that I have long since removed myself.
You were never doing shit like this. Get the fuck out of here.
No, you're right. I was never doing shit like this.
Kill somebody in West Hollywood in front of their hotel. At the gas station.
No, listen, you missed the point. I long since removed myself.
You can't remove yourself because you were never really getting down.
I've never ever. You're right.
You got no skits.
Do I look like loose cannon?
Hey,
motherfucker.
Hey, by the way,
you're right. I ain't never did nothing.
No skits.
Hey, by the way, these guys were such.
All I got is Skittles.
Hey, by the way, these guys were such fish out of water. You know, obviously they go to California. They're trying to kill him at a dispensary. They send one of the eventual shooters. His name is Brown Eyes. He walks in there. I guess if they've never really been to Cali like that, but they're seeing the dispensary. They realize, I guess in all Cali dispensaries, there's a security guard, and they realize Quando's in the back. So they say, I'm not going to do it there. They was going to do it at a clothing store. When they go to the spot, they were like, you know what? Let's kill him in bait. And then they look, they're like, I think these guys are going to be able to lock us in here by pressing a button. So that's how they waited at the gas station. They thought about it like a bunch of times. It's a rookie act. I can't lie.
We're going to sit back and watch the show. We about to keep reporting. We got Sauce Walker and the young lady I just met 2 weeks ago. Just met this young lady.
Yeah. Sauce Walker is really being outed as an abuser and a gaslighter these days, man.
Well, did he abuse her?
He beat all these bitches up as far as I know, yeah.
I don't think he beat her up.
Maybe not yet. He just didn't have enough time.
He said he tattooed her name on his face to keep him having to pay her $150 a day.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. That was a W method. He said he's a pimp. All he does is finesse women. He says he tattooed her name on, or he tattooed her on his face.
150 a day.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to do payroll.
When I interviewed his baby mama, Kylie, she said that his whole narrative about Drake is the biggest bullshit ever because Sauce wants us to believe that he's the pimp and that he got Drake sending these girls cars and money, and then he's really the one shooting music videos with the cars and spending the money or whatever.
Yeah.
And I asked Kylie about that, his baby mama, and she said, well, if you're such a cool pimp and you want to just like live off of shit that Drake gave me, then why did you destroy the Maybach? Why did you take a baseball bat to the Maybach? It's bullshit. He's trying to present this whole narrative like he's this big, successful fucking streamer business guru, and meanwhile he out here streaming with 100 viewers. He's a total bum. He screwed over Dean the Great. That shit was
Hey, by the way, I'll say this about Sauce.
You can't say Adam don't like you because he said you had 100 viewers, and the other day when I was on Blueface stream, I seen the thing and it was 72.
Hey, by the way, I see what Sauce is doing. I'm gonna ignore some of these allegations for the interim, but here's the thing. I think people, and I'm gonna caution Sauce, even though Sauce is a pimp, I'm pretty sure he got the talk game this and third. What Blueface is doing in streaming, that's why I think he started bringing this relationship problems. Blueface has Blueface's thing is not to me, it's not a stream. This is a 24/7 reality show. Like, this is next level. I don't know if Sauce could match that, but I think he's trying to step in the water of, okay, I bet y'all want to see drama with my baby mama? Fine, I'll put that on camera too. I don't know if it works as much when I don't think people would care about his baby mama. Blueface does a great job of building his baby mama. One thing I'll say I was wrong about when Wack told me the opposite. Wack always told me the real star was Blueface. I thought it was Krishan. I get to realize Blueface could build any chick. Like, yo, you find him a homeless chick off the street, she'll be a star in at least 4 weeks.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like Sauce Walker is just trying to find anybody that he can leech off of, that he can use as like a father figure. He's looking at Dean the Great, who's 15 years younger than him, like that's who he wants to be. And he's taking it to such an extent that he's stealing his fucking song, he's uploading it, he's lying and gaslighting Dean and AB, trying to act like he didn't know what a collab post was.
Wait, they're beefing?
That shit is disgusting.
No, it sounds to me like the baby mama, well, not baby mama, the sister's ex-girlfriend is just revealing what all his plays were on people that's supposed to be his friends.
Yo, Act, did you see the clip of Sauce's assistant, I guess? That's her. Like
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, she's his fine-ass assistant with a BBL, and she's saying that she had to drive all the way to Houston from Houston to LA without being able to listen to YB or Drake. And the way she says it, she's so pissed. And I fucking love that. Like,
that's when I met her.
There's all these other rappers. There's like a super long blacklist of different artists that you can't listen to if you're hanging out with Sauce Walker. That's so funny.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I agreed with the No Little Baby in the whip, but it was no Future too. It was no Future too. I can't imagine.
You agree with the No Little Baby?
Yeah. Listen. I can't. No, they know around me. Like, I mean, I don't even hate the songs, but usually they'll turn it off. It's not even about Lil Baby. It's about the people around me respect for me, especially if I'm paying your bills. I'm paying your bills. You better switch that song quick. Anyway, but no Future, no Drake. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, we probably be listening to jazz.
That's like, I'd rather be in North Korea, man. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, no, they did, and they drove too.
And by the way,
remember when
I've talked to Sauce Walker. His story about those guys was different. He said Lil Baby's one of the biggest serial purchasers of Punani. He'll make sure them basically like guys like Future, even Stephon Diggs, like, yo, he'll let them go fuck whatever girl. He's getting paid off of it. He don't care. So basically, like, anytime these rappers, whether it's Future or whoever fucks these girls in Houston, bro, he's getting paid.
Yeah, sounds good.
I don't know. She's saying a whole nother thing. She's saying, I don't know, bro.
We might have to look at the bank transfers, because if they're cutting Sauce Walker a check, you know, every time they're getting fucked by a celebrity, like, we got to give him the credit still, you know?
But you know what the dynamic is that Sauce Walker was a regular old pimp before the digital pivot, you know? And so it's easy to control a bitch when she's barefoot and pregnant and she got 3 different pimps tattooed on her face. It's easy to control and gaslight and manipulate that type of hoe.
Hey, bro, did you just take a shot at my artist? I caught that shit.
Whatever.
Hey, hold on, Whack. I gotta be honest.
Pregnant and barefooted.
Yo, Whack. I gotta be honest though. You know why I love Blueface's stream?
Famous, and she's got hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. She just can't gaslight the family. And Sauce keeps running into the same exact problem over and over and over, which is these girls don't want to deal with him abusing them because they got their own money at a certain point.
My biggest worry when it comes to Sauce Walker is one day he's gonna drop dead from an aneurysm, bro. That nigga be screaming crazy.
Hey, Whack.
Eyes be bulging.
Whack, I'll tell you, I always got Blueface's stream on at the crib. These days, I leave it on like I used to do with Fresh and Fit. I let the girls that be hanging around me know it could always get worse. Like, yo,
bro, I quoted that the other day, and my wife did not appreciate it.
Yo, it could always get worse. Like, it could always get worse.
He leaves the Blueface stream on in the crib so the girl knows
Yeah.
it could always get worse. And my girl just looks at me like so disgusted.
Yo, every time I'm about to ask a girl to clean, Blueface is on the camera asking his pregnant baby mama to clean. I'm like, yo, beautiful. Blueface is doing again, I ain't gonna lie to you. If that was my daughter, I'd probably have to kill Blueface. I don't know how this is happening, but you know, I'ma just think it's entertainment only.
Yeah, I was hanging out with her parents at the baby shower, and I was really trying to get inside their head and try to understand what they could possibly feel about the dynamic that their daughter finds herself in.
Well, you know, listen, Blueface said he made $200K off of Kick. You know, Kick is paying out that bag. I'm pretty sure there's a method to the madness. I'm pretty sure she was homeless before. So, shit, if she likes it, I love it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing the same thing Sauce Walker doing and just copying Blueface and just start beating my girl.
Blueface ain't beat nobody. He's entertaining.
That's the season finale.
And we about to go up.
He's not
Listen,
physically
we about
abusive.
to do a 20-day run. We about to do a 20-day run. Blue Girls Club coming back. I'm just waiting for the day. I got everything's approved. We about to go crazy.
I got some scraps if I pull up.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. Hey, look, man. Ain't no telling what might happen. And we got it's a kick steak combination thing going on, and we going up. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, once we finish that, then we coming back with the Ray J. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting this. It's called Rahab.
Are we ever gonna get an update on Ray J's health? Like, you know,
I'm putting him in Rahab.
Is that like a rehab?
There you go.
But Lush can go there too.
Yeah, you can pull up.
Nice.
Yeah, tell us. Come on, I'm gonna give him a hug.
Ooh, like that.
A hug and a headbutt. Hey, Ack, we about to finish this stream. I'm gonna hit you when I come out. I got this dude just pulled up. He don't wear deodorant. We got to see what's going on.
We're not even done. We got set birthday.
All right. Yes, I think it's Duty Low. Now, I guess, does the conversation get a little bit uncomfortable? Because, like, all right, we know it's Duty Low, but, like, I don't know if we could avoid the conversation of, okay, why did the feds not choose to include him here? And I mean, to a certain extent, it is kind of alarming that he's, like, hanging out outside the courtroom, because here's the thing. If, according to the government, that Durk has another case, we've seen them include or deduct people from this case over time. Who knows that I know this one already started, so they won't do it, but we don't have a date for the next one. They could just include his ass in that one. All right? Because that is a more broad, overarching thing that's it's a vicar or vicar or whatever. All right. Do we have any updates? We do have one tweet. We have one tweet. It says, Steele asks Jam about his ranking of black disciples as a black disciple minister. Jam says, I'm not saying everybody in this courtroom is violent. Steele said, are you violent? He says, I'm not the only minister. Dee Dee's a minister too. I'm not too sure what that's supposed to, like, insinuate. Do we got any updates from the guys? Here we go.
What's up? It's your boy Denai. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of everything that you need to know in this Lil Durk trial. Today is day 6. I've been here the entire time since day 1. Off the bat, the prosecutors said that Lil Durk is a leader of OTF and that he co-conspired and had these guys to go out and unalive Lupab while targeting Quando Rondo for money, clout, fame, association, etc. The defense theory is that these other guys absolutely admitted that they've done this act, but Durk has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But unfortunately, Durk is sitting next to 2 people who admitted to a crime while he himself is pretty much trying to disassociate himself from this case. Right now, Otf.Jam is being cross-examined by Brian Stills. Yesterday, when he was testifying on behalf of the prosecutor, he tried to make Durk look like a horrible person, make it look like Durk forced him, coerced him into doing these acts that he absolutely does on his own. I mean, Otf.Jam is someone that's been in and out of jail and prison and juvenile detention center since the age of 12. Today, they actually pointed out one of OTF's charges were for going into a convenience store in Wisconsin and blowing a guy's head off and then licking his blicky while, his brain matter was on it. So,
okay, I didn't hear that. I got to do more research on that. He licked the gun while the brain matter was still on it? It's not even like some gangster violence stuff. That's just a nasty nigga, man.
Diabolical. And crazy enough, OTF was actually laughing about those things. He was giggling like he was just remembering his heydays and he wants to be known for this. Such a sociopath. Brian Still dug into him and got down to the meat of it. You don't have a relationship with your mother, your father, your siblings. You're just a sociopath. You don't care about anybody. You would rob, steal, cheat, and do whatever you want to do for yourself. That's why Otf.Jam, according to Brian Stills, is in this court right now, lying on Lil Durk, saying that Lil Durk forced him and co-conspired for the August 19, 2022 hit. Now, Brian Stills is very smart. He actually broke it down and stated, and it's been established that Otf.Jam met with the federal prosecutors 31 times. First time he met was on May the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then the 10th. Neither one of those 4 meetings were recorded. Finally, on the 5th meeting, we got a recording, and that was on May 24, 2023.
Okay.
In that recording, and this is after the crime has been commenced.
On May 24, 2023, Otf.Jam stated to federal investigators as well as Los Angeles detectives that Lil Durk never talked to him about sliding for bond. Lil Durk never mentioned Quando Rondo. Lil Durk never mentioned Lou Tim. But yesterday, when he was testifying on behalf of the prosecutors, he said that Lil Durk had him in a studio in Atlanta, Georgia, and he pulled him and other OTF members aside and said, anybody slide for bond and go get Quando Rondo, he got $500,000 to $1 million for them. That is a total contradiction.
No. He never said that. He never said Durk said a monetary amount. He said Durk didn't say an amount. We have enough point of views. Durk did not say an amount. Durk says anyone who slides is going to be good. And then people start insinuating or suggesting what that would mean. And then he doubled down by saying, just trust, niggas going to be good.
And right now, my legal guess is that Brian Stills is moving to impeach him. And if that doesn't work, that raises an appealable issue for credibility of the witness.
What's up? It's your boy Denai. So I'm going to give you...
All right. Then we have this.
What you call your homie? What?
Okay, that's India Royale. Okay. Very, very interesting, y'all. Yeah, Trap's the only plug for us. What about Seti Nash? Does he have video up? Yeah, nobody's actually doing that, huh? Yeah, today has been like a pretty, I think people are just keen in on being in court because Brian Steele is there. All right. Let me see what Tino said. I forgot about Tino, huh? Here we go.
World, man, it's Cousin Tino. I'm back, man. We just had a wild first half of the day. FBI.Jam is up there. He giving everything that y'all want to hear. He's saying everything, whatever they want to say, honestly, because they kind of like leading him, and he just agreeing and telling his story to add on to it, to make it more amplified. Otf.Jam talking today, man. He's saying a lot. He a weird individual because he keeps telling us all this stuff that Durk done did to help his life out in so many different ways when he had no one basically helping him. Yet he's sitting here implement them in a lot of different things that could mess up his whole life. It's wild. It's wild. This man literally ended out this like the session before lunch by saying he got love for Durk. He said, "Don't get me wrong, I got love for Durk." And then everybody was just in the courtroom where I was at was just looking like, "What? You got love for this man, but you ain't here got him about to face life, but for some stuff that you did, that you agreed to do, whatever, whoever did it, is that love?" But then he kept going on talking about elaborating about how, the type of love that he had for him, and then he ended off by saying he love him, but he don't have no respect for him no more. What? Man, today has been a wild day so far, man. I'm gonna come back with more updates later.
Okay. All right, Trap Lord does have an extra tweet, I believe. And I guess he's putting together those last couple tweets we were reading about Jam. He says there's a wild moment when Brian Steele was questioning Jam on killing Pop. Jam said he wouldn't, if he didn't do it, he would be killed, right? So Steele says, well, why was your life worth more than someone else's? This was objected to. Then Brian Steele asked Jam, why did he run to the car after the hit? Jam said, obviously, I wouldn't just stand there. Said no one would. Brian says, well, most people wouldn't kill someone either. Then it was said, this is what you do, Mr. Minister? You're different, huh? And Jam smiled and pointed to Didi and said, oh, yeah, I'm different, of course. Didi's a minister, too. So he's saying that Didi's rank is being a minister. So Brian Steele shocked the court, revealed other random people had DM'd Jam with Quando's address long before the LA trip. Brian Steele dropped a bombshell on Jam. Said, how comes you acted blindsided by Booney Mo calling you saying you're going to LA when you tried to call him twice before? So Brian Steele slipped a few more lies in his... Oh, man. Lies in his cross today. He said Vaughn was murdered again. Also said Slutty was murdered. That's false. He was lawfully killed by the cops. Allegedly trying to chase someone down. Sneaky. Bet no one points that out. Insane back and forth between Brian Steele and Jam. Brian had good moments cooking him. Jam had good moments. He cooked Brian Steele back and had him flustered. Insane. Said Brian Steele caught Otf.Jam in multiple lies. He changed his testimony to say Didi was the one who said go crazy when Durk was put on FaceTime with the hitters on the sprinter. Seemingly now claimed Durk did not say anything. He just slammed the rakes and said nothing. That's interesting. So he's kind of switching the story. Who's the one who said go crazy, huh? Said Brian Steele. Okay. All right. That's interesting. So that's some update, right? Here we go. Once the jury was dismissed at the end of the day, the judge described Steele's cross regarding Jam's family like a soap opera. He said he felt proving Jam's family wasn't against him was unnecessary. The judge asked, how much more do you need when he's admitted to killing people? So the judge, again, Brian Steele has his style that he kind of goes right up to the sun in terms of pissing the judge off and actually maybe even stepping over the line with the rules. But he's going to do the most for his client. So the judge is kind of like almost scolding him, but Brian Steele is a habitual line stepper. He always going to step up right to the plate, step to that line, and he'll cross it more than likely until someone tries to put him back in his place. Which a lot of clients like when lawyers basically even teeter with that idea of, nigga, you doing too much. In terms of, yo, you know the court will, scold you. All right, let me see what Blackshire said. Okay. Steele says your twin sister name is Jelly, right? You said Jam stand for just another murder. Jam says, nigga, I never heard of that. Yeah, so Jam is over there laughing at Brian Steele a lot. Interesting. Real quick, as we wait for like some updates and tweets, it's probably gonna take like 5 to 10 minutes. Let me take 5 or 10 minutes to kind of look over this topic real quick. If you guys don't know, basically, Rod Wave, who's dropping his album, I believe tonight, he did an interview with Shannon Sharp where he addressed the lawsuit that Boosie was threatening to file against him. This is what he said.
On fire, man. I don't know Boosie on fire, man. I had the Boosie fade, man. That shit crazy, man.
You had the Boosie fade?
Man, I had the Boosie fade, man. You got to put the picture right here next to me.
We gonna find it. We gonna put it up there.
I'm gonna give it to you. I had the Boosie fade, man. That shit crazy. I just was showing love, you know what I'm saying? But
he didn't take it as that.
Nah, I guess he didn't, man. But it's so crazy because, like we said, like, you know, growing up in certain, like my adolescence, you know, the people that I looked up to, like the real guys in my life, like my dad and my uncle, them boys were gone, them boys were up the road.
Right.
They stood on whatever business they was on. So the TV screen, the YouTube or whatever was our role models, you know what I'm saying? And everything they talked and preached and did, we lived. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And maybe it wasn't even real, you know what I'm saying? And that's the hard part.
Is that really? Because I heard people, you know, you never want to meet your idols because they're never what you think they are.
Yep, and it might rearrange something in your brain. Cause now I'm just like, I'm anti-old. I just off rip. I be on old.
You said I'm anti-old niggas?
Ass all the time, just because y'all in the way, man. For real, they be in the way, man. Some of them, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of them want to give you the game and want to help you. You know, they might want to be a part of it, but that's cool. But I done just became so, I got a bad taste in my mouth about how these older guys try to do you. They try to run the game on you, and if they can't get over on you, now they mad about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause that ain't what I came. An older cat grabbed me, you know what I'm saying? My Uncle Derek put his arm around me and really, like, you know,
let
really
you know what's going on.
really changed my whole trajectory. He really did something positive. Like what Uncle D, it wouldn't be no Rod Wave, wouldn't be no 5 years platinum, wouldn't be all these millions of dollars, wouldn't be all these kids and all these charities. It wouldn't be none of this stuff without one older guy who had already been through it and did it. And the fact that he put his arm around a young cat that he saw had a little light in him, who had his head, his mind on straight, that he can help and fix and guide. He took his time out and dedicated a part of his life to that. And he gone. He not even here no more. And what he did, all this you see right here, just because of, you know what I'm saying, what? And it didn't take nothing. It didn't take, you know what I'm saying? He could have hated on my game. He could have kept, you know, he could have did, but he put his arm around me, bro.
So Rod Wave, so apparently, here's the thing. I'm gonna give you the breakdown of the beef. Rod Wave samples a song. He samples a lot of songs. That's one of the things I do like about Rod Wave. I love the fact that he samples music a lot. Because it gives it that soulful sound. You know, I'm still a guy who listens to like the old Kanye stuff, which is heavily sampled. These days, you just see random keys and random like loops, and it's not as soulful. But Rod Wave does a lot of samples. He sampled one of Boosie's songs. Now he sampled one of Boosie's songs, and Boosie is not only the first time he did. I think he did a couple of times, but apparently Boosie don't own the music. So the way when you sample someone's song, you got to go through rights clearances. So he clears the rights to have the song up. And I guess Boosie kind of feels the way because Boosie's like, yo, bro, you keep sampling my music. I don't even own it. Like, damn, whatever. So anyway, Boosie wanted like payment. Okay? And apparently Boosie owned a little bit of the music, like as a portion of it, a small portion. Anyway, that's where the beef kind of started because I think Rod Wave feels like Boosie was sticking him up. I think he said he offered Boosie $100K. Boosie was on some shit like, nah, nigga, you done made millions off of this, nigga. I need X, Y, and Z. And then Rod Wave basically was like, nigga, fuck you, nigga, in the sense of, if I don't legally owe you to have to compensate you for some shit, and I'm trying to do it out of goodness of my heart, don't turn this into no stick-up shit where you telling me what you gonna accept like I'm some hoe-ass nigga. And that's where it kind of comes from. So it's come from admiration to now like he's upset.
And that's where, you know, he addressed that. At least he was asked by Shannon Sharp, and he addressed it. And then Boosie kicks in with this video right here.
Boy, shut your big pussy ass up, boy. Nigga, you done took 15 niggas' music and made a career out of it, nigga. Boy, you a straight bitch. Nigga, let's talk about it. Nigga, you done took 20 niggas' music and made a motherfucking career out of it, nigga. Boy, you's a big old bitch. Talking about your heart ain't never been broke. But every song, nigga, you talking about your heart broke. Nigga, you a cap rapper, nigga. You got the whole world saying for nothing. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Clown ass nigga. Talking about you looked up to niggas. What the fuck you looking up to niggas and you ain't never done nothing like these niggas? Boy, you a bitch. Nigga, you done took everybody's shit, nigga. You a Muppet baby, nigga. Big pussy ass nigga. Boy, shut your...
Damn. All right. So he says that, and Rod Wave responds. Rod Wave responds like this.
Hey, Boosie, man, you need to cut that shit out, man. You talking about letting it go. I ain't letting shit go. No, nigga, you a fucking hoe. And you broke my heart, threatening a nigga with a lawsuit. Acting like a bitch, acting like one of these hoes or something. You threaten a nigga with a lawsuit. You threaten to take a nigga to court like a fucking police. Like, you, what the fuck? I knew from the jump. I had sampled so many of Trill found the record label property. I sampled so much and interpolated so much of their music that I already had a relationship with your label. I knew from the jump you didn't own the music. So when I reached out and I offered you $100,000, fam, you said that wasn't enough. You got me fucked up. I ain't going for nothing. Ain't nobody finna be pressing me or starting me. You got me fucked up. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't giving you nothing, nigga. And fuck you, nigga. And you threaten nigga to go to court. You a bitch, nigga. You a hoe, nigga. You ain't no gangster. You ain't nothing, nigga. You try to take a nigga to court. Hey, Bruce.
Now, there was another post in between that I actually missed, but this was Boosie. This is what Boosie was saying. Here was Boosie was saying. Check it out.
Nigga, ChatGPT say you done took 31 nigga songs, nigga. Nigga, you owe everybody, not including me. You owe everybody, nigga. You a serial stealer, nigga. Yeah, let's talk about it, nigga. So you offer me 100. Yeah, you offer me, and we agreed. We agreed, say you was gonna give me 150, nigga. We agreed, nigga. You say for all the shit you done took, you was gonna look out for me, nigga. Nigga, we was talking friendly. Now it's time for you to drop an album tonight. Now you won't bring up Boosie on the couch? Nigga, you ain't slick, nigga. This shit been dead. Why you ain't been saying something? The night before you drop, you won't say something, nigga. You took 31 niggas shit. Nigga, you a serial stealer, nigga. The fuck out of here.
Nah, it's been a bad month for my man Boosie, man. They scammed him for 600. He wanted 200K from Rod Wave. Rod Wave's like, nigga, I'm only giving you 100. He said, nah, nigga, I need 200. Rod Wave said, nah, you ain't getting nothing. So damn it, Boosie's out of 700K now.
Talking about take you to court. You lucky the whole industry ain't taking you to court, nigga. Now you won't talk about that ain't gang. Is you a gangster? Are you a businessman? Don't try to switch it to no gangster shit. You don't try to flip it on no gangster shit, nigga. You a rapper, nigga. Oh, sad ass nigga. Yeah, nigga, you got children hanging theyself, nigga. While you at home eating pork chops, nigga. Fuck on, nigga.
Okay. So I think y'all get the gist of it. Then Rod Wave, never mind. It kind of goes off the rails because now they start talking about fighting or doing some other stuff that's just not music. Here we go.
Your son, bring him to the show.
I'm finna block you. I'm finna block you right now. I'm finna block you now before you be next, bro. Man, how you block this dude right here?
Wait,
I'm in my room.
All right, never mind. Let me just play this in. So Rod Wave responded again. He said,
Right
this.
now I'm on a plane. You know, this is my birthday and shit. Finna get ready to land. But I just wanna, briefly weigh in on stuff that's going on. Cause I've seen the guys, Life Jennings and Bombshell and all these people.
Oh, yeah, let me show you that before I go in. So when that was posted on the Shade Room, Life Jennings jumped in the group chat. And he jumped in the group chat on some, nigga, I'm owed some money too. So all these niggas is trying to, look, Life Jennings says, still ain't paid me yet. I feel you. Okay? So now Rod Wave's addressing all of that. They're all, again, unfortunately, and I can just tell you what I think about this already. Yo, with all due respect, I know y'all OGs, but yo, y'all should try to collaborate with a nigga like Rod Wave. Y'all come from an era where y'all don't own y'all music, man. And when it comes to sampling and shit like that, y'all own viewpoints on either publishing or whatever the case is. Y'all don't own the masters and nothing like that. And then when it comes to clearing these songs, y'all ain't gonna get the big bags you think you're gonna get. Y'all looking at a big bag because Rod Wave is a successful artist. So you thinking about a big bag. And of course, when you hear your song being repurposed, and now you know what's gonna happen. Rod Wave gonna have that whole arena. He does arena tours. He gonna have the whole arena singing a song that's interpolated from your song. And you know what you gonna do? You gonna remember that them ASCAP BMI checks that you getting from that song is pennies on the dollar. In reality, what older artists don't take accountability for is that when y'all came in the music business, y'all don't own nothing. Other people own y'all music. These days, I'm seeing artists now kind of be more on their game. But the older artists, yes, I get it. And I'm pretty sure that's how Rod Wave is thinking. That's why it's like, yo, Boosie, I'm about to give you some money, man. I'm going to make millions off of your song. By the way, it's not only Rod Wave making millions off the song. Bro, the people who own your music, Boosie, they're making millions off your song. The same kind of energy you got in campaigning against Rod Wave to bless you or break you off this, nigga, you got to have for the company who own your music. They own your shit. When it comes to sampling, nigga, they're eating lovely. You, the artist, and of course the artist should be always respected and always loved, but we got to start having a conversation about older artists in this game. Their business wasn't right. They used to love laughing at Lil Pump. Lil Pump is still rich as fuck in Miami. Still making a lot of money. Wrote and damn near produced his first couple joints. Got his business at least in a better place. That's another thing when J. Cole was talking about all that 1985 shit. You can't diss like young artists who might not be as musical talent, but they're coming in this new wave. They came in through social media. It's a whole different ecosystem. A lot of these old artists don't own their music. Their shit is fucked up. And everybody, we have a lot of respect for them, but this is why, nobody want to keep it 100 with him. Boosie should never got to be asking Rod Wave, yo, break me off something, bruh. You using my song, bruh. It's like Delonte West, nigga. You should never be a crackhead at the motherfucking 7-Eleven. Should never happen. There's a lot of mistakes from artists that came in the past, and all these other people, they don't speak on it. But it's kind of crazy when it turns into this, because now Rod Wave kind of feel like is a nigga trying to press him. It's like, imagine if you about to do a donation, nigga be like, man, you about to donate 100, nigga, give it 1,000, bro. And let's say even if you were about to I was about to give you 5, but I'm good, bro. Nigga not gonna press me for no money. That's kind of what Rod Wave's on. I don't know the situation with Life Jennings. He's only spoke about Boosie. He said Boosie don't own the music. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Talking about whatever they talking about. And this is very important. It's got a lot to do and to play in on what we got going on right now with Mainstay Sports, Mainstay Financial Services, Mainstay Touring, A lot of these guys is 40 and 50 and 60 years old, and they still didn't fucking learn how shit work, right?
Yeah, and that's another thing. Y'all can't fuck with Rod Wave. Rod Wave turned down deals from Live Nation. He said he wanted to build a touring company on his own. You know how much touring companies make off a nigga tour? Say Rod Wave do a tour, you make $50 million, $60 million, right? Man, touring company get 20, 30% of that bitch, man. For what? Because they made a call to book a venue? They're not setting up your show. They're not rehearsing with you. They're not doing nothing. They're not giving you access to some audience you can't get. So why you need them? Well, it's the infrastructure. It makes it easier. They just give you the money up front. Same with these labels. Rod Wave is doing something different, which is, again, I'm not saying that invalidates everything Boosie got going on, but, man, we got to start highlighting the parts of the business that artists seem too cool to pay attention to, and then they get old and they told me, break me off a piece of that shit.
Whatever deal you signed, bro, that's what deal you signed. That's the terms that you agreed upon. And now fast forward 10, 20 years later, whatever going on in the now, right, has to correspond with those same terms. So if your song gets sampled, interpolated, used, right now I'm on a plane, chopped up and screwed, whatever the case may be, the people that is owed is the people that will get paid, the people who clear it, the people who own it, fam. I don't know you, it's nothing personal. I don't know, to some of y'all, you know. Now the other situation, it was kind of personal, I kind of felt the way, but it is what it is. But for the rest of the people talking about this, then the third, fam, the people who own the shit, people who own whatever, is gonna get paid, man. And whatever you sign, that's your fault. But this is why y'all have to learn business, man. This is why y'all gotta learn, all the young cats out there. Y'all gotta learn y'all business, man. Know what y'all signing, know what y'all doing. Because even the people who was before us, supposed to be teaching us, didn't even fucking learn. They don't even know what the fuck going on. They still lost and blaming the world. They just don't even know. How can I pay you something I don't owe you, fam? It's crazy. But that's why the young cats out here, man, we gotta break the cycle, man. We got chopped up and screwed, whatever the case. You feel me? Hey, bro, I was 9 years old when you signed this deal, fam. Why you taking that on me? I like the song.
For the people who say Boosie deserved to get paid, my nigga, okay, let's say that the clearance price or whatever, and the whatever that got to get cut percentage-wise is 50% on the back end or whatever.
All right, chat. We're gonna go on the end stream, man. I had a nice stream with you guys, man. Everything was great. And we ate today 5 hours or 4 hours, man. That was good right there. 41 views. What? That's what it say on here. That's crazy, man. Okay, let's rock out then. That's what I'm talking about. GS3 to 9, man. You know what's going on. Thank you for the new subscribers. I appreciate all you guys. I've been working hard on getting monetized. We way past the halfway mark. Thank you to all of you guys that have been subscribing, man. We got about 800 more watch hours till we can get monetized, man. Thank you. You guys have a great, blessed day, and I'm out.